Dawn bleeds through paper screens in a pale, breathless hush. The tatami smells of rice straw and last night's ink. A young page kneels, palms trembling against the woven mat, while distant temple bells roll like low thunder across a city not yet awake. Outside, Edo is a maze of wooden ribs and river light, bridges creaking as fishmongers shoulder their baskets, sandal thongs whispering over planks slick with dew. In the keep above them all, a sword sits sheathed across a lacquered stand, steel asleep inside silence. That is the bargain of this age, a blade undrawn, a nation held still by the weight of a single will. Beyond the horizon, memories of smoke, villages burned in 100 small wars, banners frayed by rain and blood, still stain the wind. Here, beneath the chrysanthemum sky, a new order tightens its cords, names written into registers, roads pulling lords toward the capital like threads through a loom, coins counted in the half-light, faiths tested behind closed doors. A page steadies his breath. The bell tolls again. Somewhere a hawk lifts from a rooftop and the city's day unfurls, measured, watched, bound. This is the Tokugawa Shogunate. The quiet after thunder, the steel behind the smile, the making of order by men who understood how fragile peace can be, how much it costs to keep a sword inside a scabbard. Ash and chrysanthemum, from war-torn fields to a silent throne. Rain stitched the valley into a gray curtain, and the ground at Sekigahara became a skin of mud that swallowed sandals and fear alike. Smoke hung low, tasting of saltpeter and damp straw. Drums beat from somewhere beyond the fog, two hearts in the same chest, striking against each other. A foot soldier named Hakairo wiped rain from his eyes with a sleeve that smelled of rice husk and sweat. The banner near him, black lines on white cloth, snapped like a trapped bird. He could not see the whole army, only knees and boots, only the rain writing its slanted script across helmets and faces, only the matchlock men ahead of him, each with a slow match glowing like a ghost's fingertip. "Hold," someone hissed, and it was the kind of word that had weight, like a stone set on a paper map to keep it from flying away. The first volley cracked the valley open. Smoke leaped from barrels and rolled back, a living thing that pawed at throats. Hakairo flinched. The sound was a door slamming on a past he barely remembered, a small garden, his mother's voice, the steady creak of a well rope at dusk. A man to his left fell without ceremony, as if sleep had reached up and taken him by the heel. The lines moved like a tide that could not decide its moon. Through a tatter in the fog, he glimpsed a hill crowded with spears and banners, the colors uneasy, like carp turning in cold water. One moment they faced the valley. The next they seemed to turn, as if some great breath had changed direction, as if an oath had tilted in a man's mouth and fallen out as something else entirely. Hakairo did not know the name of the hill or the lord on it, but he felt the field lean. It is a strange sensation when the future chooses its new master, and you are too small to be seen by it. Hakairo moved because the men ahead of him moved, slicking up the slope, mud against shank, rain in the eyes, teeth clenched against the taste of iron. The world narrowed to the wet thud of feet and the hot hiss of powder. Somewhere to the right, horns brayed, and somewhere to the left, a string of conch shells moaned like a shoreline. There was so much sound that silence began to seem like a kind of music. He reached for it in his head, something simple and human, a phrase to tie this day to the next. "If I live, I will bring a letter home. If I die, let the letter be me." He said it once, then again, until it became a walking prayer. When the ridge broke and the enemy line peeled back like bark, he saw faces, young, old, fierce, afraid, and for a moment they were his neighbors. Swords hooked, spears bit, and bodies knocked together like logs in floodwater. The sky opened a little, not with sun, but with a pale breath that made the banners look tired. Hakairo stumbled over a fallen standard. He picked it up not out of loyalty, but because it felt wrong to let a name lie in mud. The cloth was slit where a blade had kissed it. He folded the ruin against his chest and pressed on, a nameless man carrying someone else's broken sign into the mouth of order. By afternoon, the valley's noise thinned, as if a great audience had risen and left. Crows spoke from pines, their voices like old hinges. The rain softened to a whisper that made a promise of evening. The ground was a ledger, and the names written in it would not be read by anyone who mattered. Hakiro found a place beneath a chest-high boulder and sat with the stolen banner in his lap. The thought came without warning. This is the last time the sky will look like this, with the old rules warring against themselves in the open air. He did know. He know the word ending, but he tasted it anyway, like the aftersalt on a coin licked to test its truth. Elsewhere not far and yet in another world, a tent glowed like a lantern set under a bowl. Inside, a man who had learned to let silence do his speaking carefully dried a sheet of paper near a brazier. He was not young, and his face had been taught to wear patience like armor. He placed stones on a map, gray for mountains, black for men who would be moved, white for men who would be made to wait. "Victory is a door that creaks," he murmured to a son who stood behind him, hands folded. "Push too hard and you break the frame. Push too gently and the wind takes it back." The son nodded, his eyes following the stones. He wanted the world to be quick. The father wanted it to last. Servants stepped in and out like well-trained shadows. A messenger knelt, arms extended. A wooden packet balanced on his palms as if it were a child. Seals clicked open. Lists of names poured from the packet like a new kind of rain. The man at the table now and later, and after that still, read and measured, read and measured. Marriages would be bridges. Castles would be chess pieces moved inland or dismantled altogether. Roads would be ropes tying lords to a capital that was not yet a word you said without tasting fresh paint. Edo. "We will build peace in such a way that no one person can turn it over," he said. "But we will make sure one person holds it steady." The son looked at him, puzzled, and then smiled because smiling is also obedience. Outside the tent, the night hardened. Somewhere in the great dark, a hawk lifted off from a riding bow and found the air like a memory it trusted. The campfires dimmed to a field of ember eyes. Hakiro, asleep beneath his boulder, dreamed of rooms with paper walls and steady hands pouring tea. He dreamed of a day when drums would be used to call people to festivals, not to war. He also dreamed of gates, beautiful ones, carved and painted, that shut softly and did not open for everyone. When he woke, the banner was still in his lap. He folded it again, tighter, as if by folding it he could stand between the old flame and the new calm and not be burned by either. Morning inched across the tents. Ink smelled like musk and winter. The man at the map signed his name with strokes that did not tremble. He did not rush. He understood that a peace established in haste would teach the wrong lesson. He paused only once, to press a seal into warm wax the color of dried blood. The ring left a perfect chrysanthemum. He watched it cool as if it were a child falling asleep. A courier swallowed and took the packet, rose, and ran toward Kyoto along roads that would soon be measured and patrolled. Roads that would carry gifts and hostages, brides and promises, orders and apologies. His sandals slapped the dirt with the sound of a heart that has decided to live. Back in the valley, crows rose like ink thrown upward. Hakiro stood and set the broken standard against the boulder as a small grave marker for a day. He did not know whose grave it marked. He only knew that when the wind shifted, he could smell something new under the wet leaves and iron, a thin thread of sweetness, like the first steam from a rice pot or the opening of a lacquered lid. The future had a scent, and it was not smoke. He put his hands together and bowed to the empty air, to the rain, to the unknown man with a map in his lap. Then he began to walk, because the order that would hold the country together needed feet to make it real, and he had feet, and the road, whatever it was, had already found him. The rain days after Sekigahara aged into clear, thin light, and the smell of smoke faded from the valleys like a bad dream you could not quite remember by noon. In Kyoto, screens slid aside with a sigh and soft feet padded across polished floors. A court scribe, fingers stained the color of tea, bent over his desk and wrote a line he would never forget, that a man from the east had bowed to the throne and taken upon himself the duty of stillness. The room was filled with the dry rustle of silk, the faint clink of hairpins, the sweet drift of incense that made the air heavy with formality. When the emperor's voice, soft but steady, touched the words everyone had been waiting to hear, it did not thunder. It floated like gold leaf on quiet water. In the corners, attendants moved like moths. Outside, bells shivered and settled. A new pattern had been spoken into the world. Along the Sumida, Edo began to grow ribs. Trees fell upstream. Their trunks floated down the river in patient files, knocking softly together like a village conversation. Hammers beat time on scaffold poles. Men with wet shoulders passed buckets in a rhythm that made a kind of music, and into this fresh noise the old soldier Hakiro carried his body like a tool. He had been paid off with a small purse and a bigger promise, that if he gave his hands to the new order he might key up his knights. He learned the way a moat is born, how water is led rather than forced, how earth can be persuaded to become a wall. He learned that silence in the right place is stronger than a spear. Not all silence was kind. Messengers ran like the strings of a net being pulled tight. Names were sorted and clipped, lands measured by rice instead of dreams. In a low room choked with paper dust, a magistrate tapped a ledger's edge and showed Hakiro a set of marks. "These are not words," the man said. "They are ropes." He traced the strokes with the back of his nail. "Ropes tie and ropes hold." Hakiro nodded, not because he understood all of it, but because he felt the pull. Lords who had stood close on the field now stood closer to the center on the map. Others who had hesitated or stood on the wrong hill in the rain found themselves shifted outward like lanterns moved to the edge of a garden. Castles, too many, rose like teeth. Orders arrived like winter. Pull those walls down, fill that moat, make the landscape unclench. At night, Hakiro wrote by candle to the woman whose name he spoke only in sleep. "They build a city with rules," his brush whispered across the paper, "and I feel the rules even in my shoulders. But there is rice in my bowl, and the drum I hear is only the carpenter's mallets." He told her about the new market where sea salt lay in pale heaps, about the fish that glittered like coins in the morning sun, about a child chasing a paper ball through sawdust and stray straw, laughing as if laughter had been invented yesterday. He described the castle rising, gates with iron that looked like lacquer, stones fitted so tight he could press his cheek to the seam and feel no wind. In Osaka, a boy practiced with a short spear in a courtyard lit by winter. His mother, draped in grief finely as any silk, watched with a face that never quite unclenched, as if even the air could betray her. Rumors crawled along the beam ends and slid down pillars, that the man from the east would ask for the boy's seal on promises, then for his presence, then, quietly, inexorably, for his place. Lanterns threw soft circles against the walls. In a corner, an old retainer spoke to the boy about his father's courage and the way banners look from beneath when you are very small. The boy listened with a gaze that slid between sorrow and flame. Somewhere outside the walls, the city swelled with trade and song, but inside the castle the sound was always measured, as if every footstep required permission. Edo's roads lengthened. They became veins through which obligation traveled. People began to move because the law told them to move, lords with their families and servants like a small moving nation, palanquins floating on shoulders, spear tips catching light, stable boys leading horses with bells that chirped at each step. Hakiro stood one morning near a barrier station and watched a caravan pass. A girl glanced at him from behind a bamboo blind, and for a heartbeat he saw not rank or duty but a face wide with the same hunger that sat in the pit of his own chest, the will to live toward something gentler. The blind fell. The caravan went on. Dust rose like prayer smoke and then settled. Not every voice was ready to be folded into the new ledger. In tea-houses, conversations bent around gaps like a river around stones. "Do you think the stillness will hold?" a man asked, staring at the steam rising from his cup. His friend smiled without mirth. "Stillness is expensive." At the edge of those words stood the castle at Osaka, full of air and memory, a banner that had not yet been folded away. Hakiro heard the name in markets and on scaffolds, heard it in the whistling of rope through a pulley. Osaka. The syllables felt like a knot you learn as a child and cannot forget how to tie. Winter came hard and thin. Snow brushed the top stones of the new walls. By then, the man who had turned maps into deeds sat with his son near a brazier that hissed as sap bled from green wood. The son's shoulders were steady, his eyes set like nails driven true. His words came quicker than his father's, like a horse whose mouth had not yet learned the bit. "If there is to be one peace," the son said, "there must be only one center." The father looked into the brazier's glow until his eyes watered. "A center," he said, "cannot shout itself into existence. It must persuade the room to lean toward it." The son's jaw worked. Outside, the wind kicked at the lanterns strung like moons along the corridor. On the first morning of the new year, a bell in Edo sounded longer than usual, as if the iron itself were asking a question. Hakiro, who had grown used to waking to the wood-and-water rhythm of builders, woke instead to marching feet. Orders moved like cold through cloth. Down by the river, boats with low, black sides rocked on windy chop. He touched the letter he had written and folded. He tucked it deeper into his sleeve. Men clustered by the quay. Faces turned toward the west, toward a city with a castle that wore its history like armor. A gull shrieked. The wind brought a taste of salt and iron both. The bell tolled again, measured, heavy, and for a heartbeat the whole of Edo seemed to hold its breath. Snow came down like sifted ash over Osaka, soft and steady, hiding broken tiles and old blood with the same white hand. The moat breathed a skin of ice and then broke it again where warm water crept from the drains. On the ramparts, a boy in a fox-fur hood watched his breath become smoke and then vanish. Inside, his mother lit a stick of incense and touched her forehead to the tatami 3 times. "Let them leave," she prayed, voice small in the big room. "Let them leave us our name." Outside the walls, fires spotted the plain like eyes half closed. Banners hung stiff, frozen into the wind's idea of them. Drums did not sound much. When they did, their voices were dull, as if the leather were tired. Hakiro stood in a trench so narrow he could rest his shoulders on both sides if he leaned. The mud there had a memory. It tried to pull him down each time he moved. His breath made a white halo around his face and then faded. He held a matchlock that was not his own, its stock rubbed smooth by other hands, other winters. A young man beside him, teeth chattering, asked a question no one could answer. "Do you think they will open the gates?" Hakiro did not turn. "Gates open when hunger tells them to," he said, "or when a promise seems warmer than a wall." The young man nodded as if he had been told a secret. In the distance, a conch shell coughed. The sound skated over the snow and cracked when it touched stone. Letters moved across this cold world like embers carried in cupped hands. A messenger came down the line, careful as a cat on ice, and stopped at Hakiro's trench. "You," he said, "you can write." Hakiro blinked at him. "Slowly," he said, "and only when the ground does not shake." The messenger smiled, a quick flash like a blade in frost. "You will write what is spoken." They pulled a board across the trench and used it as a table. Hakiro warmed his brush in his gloved palm and waited. Words began to fall, slow at first, then faster, lines shaped by a mind that could see past this winter. Terms, seals, hostages, a moat to be filled, another to be left, the promise of peace if the right stones were taken from the water. Hakiro wrote and wrote until his fingers forgot they were cold. When he looked up, the snow had covered tracks and marks, as if purifying the ground in advance. For a brief time, quiet did what cannons might have done. The outer moat was filled like a wound sewn shut. Men with straw capes lifted baskets of earth all day. Their backs steamed in the cold. Girls in the city squinted at the labor through slits in paper screens and asked questions their mothers did not want to answer. Hakiro walked along the ramp of frozen dirt and listened to it settle, the long groan of earth learning a new shape. He touched the packed surface with his palm and felt a tremor as if the land itself were unsure. "Careful," he told the young man beside him. "When a wall goes, the heart thinks the roof will go with it." The young man looked toward the castle roofs, black as wet feathers. "Do you think they will keep the bargain?" he asked. Hakiro did not answer. Silence often knows more than a man. Spring came cruel and early. The snow slid off in thin scabs and the plain turned to shining mud. Rumors, which love thaw, multiplied. Somewhere behind the walls, repairs rose where breaks were meant to remain. Somewhere outside, an old man who had mastered patience shook his head once, like a hawk getting the rain out of its eyes, and sent the drums to speak again. The second siege gathered like a storm that has learned the path of the valley. This time there were no soft terms to lay on boards, no warm wax to stamp with flowers. Ladders rose and broke. Fire arrows hissed like snakes. Clouds thickened with soot and paper ash. Prayers burned or records lost. No one knew and the smoke did not care. Hakiro climbed once, twice, 3 times, his hands splintered, his breath knife sharp. He saw faces above, red with heat, white with fear, streaked with the black that wet ash paints on skin. A stone struck the side of his head and filled the world with bells. He fell into hands that shoved him back on his feet before his name could return. Again, a voice said near his ear, not unkind. He went again. The third time he reached the top, where the air tasted like copper and rain at once. For an instant he saw the boy in the fox-fur hood, not a yard away, eyes wide as lanterns at New Year. The boy's spear wobbled. A man behind him held his sleeve. Hakiro froze, then turned his blade aside and pushed forward, not at the boy, but past him, because even in a storm one part of you remembers the narrowest bridge. The day broke along a line no one could see until it was sea. Rost, fires ran the roofs like cats with tails of flame. The great keep's shadow shook. In a room not far from the top, a woman put her hand on her son's face and held it there as if warmth could pass between futures. "We go down into the earth," she said, voice even, "carrying our name in our mouths." The boy nodded once like a man. The floor shuddered. Candles made small, foolish flames in all that light. When the end came, it was quick and without poetry, because the world had already taken its share of words for the day. Smoke rolled up. The sky took it. The city bent its head. Silence after such noise is not the same silence as before. It has edges. It wears a smell. Hakiro stood on blackened stone and watched ashes fly off on a wind that did not know history. A single beam still burned, a straight line from earth to air. He put out his hand toward its heat and then drew back. Behind him, men spoke in low voices and began to count. Names, arms, banners, rice, coin, favors won and owed. He reached into his sleeve and found his old letter, the one with the city's first market still wet in its ink. He added a line with a blunt brush. "Today the last light of the old banner went out. I want to say it was gentle. It was not. But the ground is still, and I am still here." In the months that followed, hammers spoke more than drums. Orders came down soft and exact. "This house goes. That gate stays. You will move your people there. You will send your son on this road and your grain on that one." The words did not shout, but they ruled like rain that never misses a day. Men who had worn armor learned the weight of paper. Men who had carried swords learned the use of a seal. Hakiro watched a magistrate close a ledger and felt, as clearly as the day the valley leaned at Sekigahara, that a hinge had settled into place. "What happens now?" the young man asked. Hakiro looked toward Edo, where the ribs had become a spine. "Now," he said, "they will write the piece so carefully that it will seem like nature, and then they will make sure no man forgets how to read it." He was right. Even the bells sounded different, measured, almost kind. But everyone understood that kindness can be a wall with a fine finish. On a clear morning, a notice board went up in the square, clean wood, black strokes, a chrysanthemum stamped in red at the bottom. People gathered, sandals whispering, sleeves brushing. The clerk cleared his throat. The first line told them how to live. The clerk's voice did not rise, it slid from line to line with the weight of a river finding its course. People leaned in to catch each word. The ink on the board was still wet enough to shine. "To the lords of the provinces," he read, "your castles shall be one each. Stones may not be piled beyond what is allowed. Marriage among houses requires permission. Roads will be kept, bridges mended, post stations watched. Let there be no private vengeance. Let there be frugality." The board did not say please. It did not need to. In the pause between sentences, you could hear a sparrow scratch the eaves. Hakiro stood at the back, hat in his hands, and felt an odd hush in his chest, as if a door had been closed there and the room was different now. The young man beside him, face new to war, new to peace, whispered, "They mean to reach into every sleeve." Hakiro said nothing. He had learned on rainy fields that some truths arrive like weather. You endure them and keep your feet. The clerk went on, "Temples shall register households. Actors and poets shall not sway the minds of men with excess. Swords will be worn with restraint. Let each know his place." The last line was short. It landed like a small stone thrown into still water. The ripples reached farther than sound. In a sunny hall in Edo Castle, the man who had bent maps to his will sat in plain robes and listened to his son speak to lords whose faces were careful. The son's voice was firm. It carried through the pillars and out to the gravel courts where the raked lines did not dare show a footprint. "This is the way," the son said. "We build a peace that will not shake." The father watched with a stillness that was also an act. A tray of tea passed. Steam rose into the high, dim space and then was gone. When the gathering ended, the son bowed, the lords bowed lower, and the old man walked a long corridor alone, the click of his sandals counting the steps between eras. He did not vanish. He moved to Sumpu like a general, stepping back one pace while still holding the thread. Letters left his hand each morning, dry and sure, marked with a seal that even the paper seemed to respect. In Kyoto, the throne put on ceremonies like brocade. They shone when the light struck them and lay quiet when shadow passed. Messengers began to move as if the country were a single animal with many legs and one breath. Edo grew a spine and from it ribs. Districts for this craft and that, wards for this clan and that, canals like Lin. Ease in a palm read by men who already knew what they would find. One evening, under a sky so clear it felt carved, Hakiro sat outside his small house and sharpened a chisel slow enough to think between strokes. The young man, no longer quite so young, brought a gourd of sake and 2 cups. They drank with their knees touching the dirt. "Do you ever miss the old noise?" the younger asked. "The rush, the drums." Hakiro looked toward the road where a patrol passed at an easy pace, spears tipped with the last light. "I miss the kind of silence that came after it," he said. "The silence that told you had survived." He turned the chisel in his hands, tested the edge against his thumb's callus. "But I have learned the sound of this peace. It is a brush on paper. It is coins counted. It is sandals in order on a rack." Not far away, in a room of cedar and paper, a daimyo sat straight-backed while a magistrate read the conditions of his life with polite exactness. "Your heir," the magistrate said, "will be educated in the capital at seasons set by the house." The words wore silk. Their meaning wore iron. The daimyo's wife, behind a screen, closed her eyes and counted her children by their sleeping breaths. In the courtyard, a carp surfaced and broke a circle on the water and then sank without sound. No one spoke of hostages. No one needed to. The country learned new rhythms as if they were old songs. Rice yields were weighed like promises. Coins changed hands with the faint click of teeth. Travelers lined up at barrier stations, papers in palms, hats in hands. The boards that told people how to live multiplied. The chrysanthemum seal looked back from every crossroad with an expression that never altered. Theaters opened, and then closed, and then opened again with rules about who could sit where, who could play which role, how long a story might dare to breathe before a drum told it to bow and end. Even joy learned to walk the marked path. Hakiro, who had once carried a broken banner through rain, now carried a carpenter's rule. He helped raise a neighborhood shrine, small and sweet with cypress, where children would ring a bell with both hands and laugh at the way the sound trembled the ribs. On the day the roof tile went up, he wrote another letter. "I live," he told the woman he loved from a distance of dust and duty, "in a city that is careful. There is work and there is rice. There is also a cord around everything. I can breathe inside it." Most days. He folded the paper in thirds and sealed it with a thumbprint because wax was too fine for a man like him. He watched the courier trot away, straw sandals nibbling the road. In Sumpu, the old man had a quiet illness that did not ask for a trumpet. He put his affairs into narrower rows. He looked back over a country that no longer bled into the rivers and felt the ache of time as if he had held it too long in one hand. When he died, the news moved with a solemn speed. Bells were struck so gently that the sound seemed to come from inside the listeners' bones. In Edo and Kyoto and the far provinces where winter still held on, people paused to taste the air. It was the same air, but it was not. They raised him to the rank of a god at Nikko, where cedar trunks go up like prayers that learned how to stand. Craftsmen cut sunlight into wood. Lacquer shone like a deep pool. Monkeys, carved and painted, covered their eyes, ears, and mouth in a lesson a country already knew too well. A road to that place thickened with footsteps. Pilgrims climbed in measured lines. Hakiro went once, late in the day, and stood among the trees while the mountain held its breath. He did not speak. He did not need to. The path down was long and full of small stones that rolled underfoot, and he took it carefully, as if he were carrying a full bowl. Back in Edo, boards went up again. New lines more precise. A clerk wet his brush. The young man at Hakiro's side, now a foreman with lines at the corners of his eyes, listened and folded his arms. "They will keep us moving," he said. "They will keep us still," Hakiro answered. The clerk read, "From this day, attendance will be given at the capital at times appointed. Families will dwell as directed. Roads will be open as commanded and closed as needed. Let the peace be as steady as the tide." The last word hung. Somewhere in the city a drum tapped twice, then once, then was silent as if teaching a new pulse. A palanquin door slid shut. Somewhere else a mother counted the distance to Edo in lamps. At the barrier station outside town, a new rope was strung from post to post. It sagged a little, like any rope does the first day it is asked to work. The rope was simple. The meaning behind it was not. Men straightened their backs when they passed under. Women watched it from doorways and touched their throats with ringed fingers. Hakiro stood there at dusk, hands in sleeves, and felt the world tip one more degree toward order, the kind that holds. The kind that also binds. The clerk lifted his brush for the final stroke on the final board and pressed down until the bristles spread like a flower. The stroke ended, the bristles came up, the ink gleamed. The rope at the barrier station sagged like a tired smile, and beneath it the road shone from morning dew. The clerk's last stroke still gleamed on the notice board. People could see their faces in it if they leaned close. Hakiro did not lean. He watched the first caravan assemble in the gray before dawn. The palanquins lacquered like night water, the spearheads catching the pale light, the footmen in rows that breathed as one. A drummer tapped a skin with 2 fingers to wake the rhythm inside it. Children were lifted into carts and told to be brave without being told why. A woman stepped into a carriage and held the doorframe a heartbeat longer than needed, as if asking the wood to remember her touch in case she did not return. Obligation is heavy even when it rides on silk. The daimyo whose banner led the column wore a face trained to be a wall. His eyes, though, followed the rope. He had learned how to bow without bending too far. He had learned how to agree in sentences that left no footprints. Now he learned the line between travel and duty, a line painted in invisible ink that glowed in the mind more than on the road. Behind the screen in his palanquin, his wife whispered to their eldest, a girl with a foxtail charm tied to her sash. "We go to Edo," she said, each word placed like a stone in a river. "We return when we are told. We leave part of ourselves each time and we bring part of ourselves back. That is how you keep a house standing under a wind." In the yard of his small home, Hakiro rolled his sleeves and checked the bindings on a harness. He would walk with the carpenters attached to the caravan, ready to mend a broken axle or a snapped pole. He had learned the use of ropes and pegs, of wedges and braces, and now he would learn the use of miles. The young foreman, lines at the corners of his eyes that no one had seen there a year before, came to stand beside him. "We are part of the road," he said, with pride and with something like doubt. Hakiro nodded. "And the road is part of the law." They both looked toward the barrier where the rope waited. At the gatehouse, the clerk stamped papers with a seal that left a chrysanthemum cooling on each sheet. The sound of the stamp was neat and final, like a lid settling on a box. A monk walked past with a basket of petitions. the slips of paper whispering against one another like reeds when the wind is curious. A fishmonger paused with a tub on a pole, drawn by the sight of so many sandals aligned, so many faces turned the same way. "Where do they go?" his boy asked, eyes wide. "To be seen," the fishmonger said, "to remember who is watching." The boy's hands tightened on the tub's rim until his knuckles showed white. Edo waited beyond hills and river crossings, beyond inns where the water would be hot and the rules hotter. There were stations where hats must come off, and stations where secrets must be left even if you did not know you carried them. There were bridges that had been rebuilt twice already because so many feet had learned their names. On the high roads, pines leaned in and out like listeners. In the low marshes, cranes lifted from the reeds with a sound like silk shaken out before a festival. Each mile wrote the same lesson in the legs of those who walked it. The center has hands. The hands are roads. The roads do not forget. Inside his palanquin, the daimyo wrote a short letter with a brush held steady by training and practice. "To Mother," the lines began, and then, "I go as our house must. The city we enter will be the measure of our obedience and the theater of our hope. The men who watch wear polite faces. I will wear one too." He paused and listened to the drum find the caravan's step. "Tell the steward to mend the west wall before the rains. Tell him to mend his tongue too." He dried the ink with a shake of his wrist. The words looked back at him with the exact shape he had given them, and no other. Along the ditch by the road, winter grasses made a soft fence the color of old straw. Hakiro walked at the edge of the column where repair tools clinked like distant bells. He carried a wrapped letter, the one with Nikko's cedars still smelling in its ink, entrusted to a courier who would take it beyond Edo to a village that could not imagine a capital. He touched the paper through the cloth, as if touching a hand that had grown warm from being remembered. The young foreman caught his look. "Will she answer?" he asked. "She always does," Hakiro said, and felt the road accept the weight of those words like a plank learning the weight of a foot. They passed a shrine where a fox statue wore a red bib that had faded to the color of distant sunsets. Offerings lay at its stone paws: coins, rice, a paper crane so fine its wings could have been real. The caravan slowed just enough for the daimyo's wife to lower her head once behind her screen. In that bow were prayers for sons who would spend their springs in Edo and their winters at home, for daughters who would grow up knowing both the taste of river mist and the grammar of corridors where you bowed without thinking, for servants who would count beds and bowls for 2 households instead of 1 and make it seem easy. The palanquin's curtain lifted a breath. The foxtail charm flicked. The curtain fell. At the barrier the clerk raised his hand. The rope lifted. It hummed where the fibers rubbed the post. There is a moment when a threshold is not a place but a sound. The caravan crossed that note as if it were a bridge. The first rank stepped. The drum settled into the walk. The whole line moved, a low river that had been kept through the night behind a gate and was now released, not wild but willing. The fishmonger's boy stared until his father nudged him on. The monk's petitions rustled like a gust in dry leaves. The pines, if trees can have thoughts, seemed to count. In Edo, the castle's stone kept its cool even at noon. In the provinces, the fields breathed and waited for hands. Between them, the road learned every name and kept them better than any clerk could. Hakiro felt the day stretch and unfold. His feet were steady in their straw sandals. His shoulders found the old rhythm of burden and breath. The young foreman whistled a tune that had no words, and for a little while even the rules seemed to listen. And yet under the measured steps, under the neat stamps of the seal, under the smiles that had learned to hold, something moved like a fish deep down in dark water. Not rebellion, not yet. Not hunger, not today. It was the quiet knowledge that the cage of peace was being built with care and would fit with a precision that left very little air. It was the question of how a country breathes inside such workmanship. The rope at the next barrier waited, rough and patient. The clerk glanced up, wet his brush and looked back down. The road bent toward Edo like a bow, and at the end of it the city waited with a face of stone and water. The caravan came in at a measured pace, feet whispering over planks, wheels creaking like old knees. At the great gate, Spears stood like reeds in a winter pond. The air smelled of river mud and cedar sap in the faint, clean bite of new mortar. A bell struck once, not loud, and the sound drew a straight line through the heart of the morning. Inside, courtyards opened one by one, each trimmed to the hair, gravel raked to ripples, moss cut to the shape of patience. The daimyo's palanquin paused in the shade of a black pine. Curtains slid, a sleeve showed, a ring flashed, and then the cloth fell back. Men bowed until their backs were the letter for obedience. Hakiro stood with other craftsmen near a side gate where the smell of ink was strong, and watched a clerk grind stick against stone in slow circles until the ink was as dark as a night with no moon. A magistrate took the brush, and the brush became a blade that did not need to be unsheathed. They read in a clear voice that did not beg to be believed. Attendance required at set seasons. Wives and children to reside in Edo at the shogun's pleasure. One castle, one heart, no walls where none are allowed. Roads to be held like arteries, post stations to keep watch like eyelids that never truly close. We live by lists, the magistrate said, almost softly as if speaking to himself. People did not cheer. They listened. Listening here was the same as consent. Hakiro felt the words settle on his shoulders as if someone had laid a cloak there, warm but heavy. Beside him, the young foreman leaned in, brow creased. "They will measure us the way we measure timber," he breathed. Hakiro did not look away from the brush. "Then we must learn to stand plumb." Toward noon, the daimyo's litter swam through a corridor of shadow and lantern light. In a small room, the wife lifted her eyes to a painted screen of cranes in flight and held a breath as if to follow. A steward counted chests in a low voice, the numbers like beads through fingers. In the women's hall, a girl traced a map of roads with a hairpin on a bare board, the lines invisible but exact. "We leave when the leaves change," her mother told her, kneeling to tie the foxtail charm tighter. "We return when the snow breaks. You will learn your seasons by corridors and milestones. That, too, is a kind of spring." Outside, temple bells rolled over rooftops like water, and the city answered with 100 small sounds, all in order. Shutters sliding closed, vendors' clappers, the half-laugh of a child who has been told to be quiet and is trying to obey. At the northern gate, a monk's brush fluttered down registry lines as he wrote names tied to households, households tied to temples, temples tied to the peace. A man hesitated before placing his seal. His wife touched his sleeve and he pressed down, leaving the chrysanthemum shallow but clear. "It is only a mark," she whispered. "It is also a door." Hakiro returned to his street as the light went thin. He paused at a new notice board where fresh strokes curved with a confidence that made him think of polished stone. "Actors will mind their words," the board told him. "Poets will mind their wine. Merchants will mind their ledgers. Samurai will mind their swords." He smiled, not unkindly. He had met every one of these men. He had been 2 or 3 of them himself in another life. The young foreman caught him there and handed him a folded note. "From the courier," he said, eyes bright. "Your letter found its shore." Hakiro opened it with care. The paper smelled faintly of smoke and river grass. The lines were small and neat like stitches. She wrote of weather and neighbors, of a child's new tooth, of a persimmon drying on a string in the window, little oranges slowly turning sweet. "Do you eat enough?" she asked at the end. "Do you sleep?" He read the last line twice, because there is a kind of sleep a city can forbid without ever saying the word. He folded the letter and tucked it against his ribs, where a man keeps the things that make him more than a name on a list. Down the lane, a patrol moved with the unhurried step of men who have been told they are the floor everyone stands on. One of them lifted 2 fingers to his brow at Hakiro. The gesture was almost friendly. Hakiro bowed, almost equal. When the patrol turned the corner, the street felt colder, as if they had carried some of the room's heat away in their sleeves. Night came with surgeons' hands. Doors slid. Lamps rose. From the castle, a single drumbeat shivered the quiet, then stopped, like a heart testing its new pace. Hakiro sat by his door with his tools wrapped at his feet and watched the sky go black enough to polish itself with stars. He thought of reigns long gone and banners torn in those reigns, of bridges that now stitched the country to a center he could name, of ropes at barrier stations, of ink cool as river stone. Peace had a shape, he decided, and it was not a circle or a square. It was a frame. You could hang your life in it and call it shelter. You could also feel the weight of where the nails bit. Far off, a theater let out a soft ripple of laughter before shutters cut the night in two. Nearer, a mother lifted a crying baby and swayed until the child's breath fell back into rhythm with the city. On the notice board, the ink dried. It would flake with time, be washed, be written again. The board would remain. In the space between one line and the next, Hakiro heard the future clear as a bell. The step of caravans, the scratch of a clerk's brush, the sigh of paper screens, the quiet knock of a hand at midnight when registers did not match and someone had to be asked to explain. A breeze nosed along the alley, cool and exact. It touched the board and the board did not move. It shifted the lantern flame and the flame held. Somewhere a lock clicked. Somewhere a gate, newly hung, swung and found its latch with a sound that was not loud but would be heard nonetheless. In that small sound, one drew in its last breath. Beyond it, the laws of quiet waited with open eyes. Laws of quiet, building the cage of peace. The morning after the last ink dried, Edo woke to a sound it would come to know as well as bells or rain, the brush. It whispered across paper in every office and ward, in guardhouses and temple rooms, in the low houses where clerks counted rice like prayer beads. The city learned to breathe in lists. On the castle's long corridors, men in plain robes moved like shadows with weight. They did not speak loudly because the words they carried did not need volume to be obeyed. A magistrate named Ishimori rose before the light and ground ink with the same care a soldier once gave to sharpening a blade. He was not large, and his hands were blessed with patience. He read the Bukushohado aloud in a room that smelled of cedar and tide. One lord, one castle, no private alliances without leave, frugality in dress and halls, schools to teach the proper classics, wives and heirs accounted for like precious grain. His voice made each stroke stand up straight. "We will live by the shape of these words," he told a line of retainers, "until the words feel like nature." Outside his window, the moat moved slow and green, carrying a lost maple leaf along as gently as a nurse carries a child. The bakuhan fabric, the shogun's loom and the lord's threads tightened until it held. In provinces far from Edo's stone, temple bells called households to register. A monk ran his brush down a column with a soft, steady rasp, writing names the way the sea writes lines on sand. The Teryuk certificates went out, thin slips with thick meaning. "Temple, household, allegiance," the monk said, tapping each character with the brush's butt. "A farmer's sign." Ed with a thumbprint, ink cold on his skin. His wife pressed her print beside his, smaller like a coin tucked into a larger palm. When they bowed and backed away, their son watched the paper as if it might breathe fog in the chill. "Is that our name?" he whispered. "It is our place," his mother said. On the highways, barrier stations woke with the sun. Ropes lifted. Officials' seals clicked, soft, final. Women's hairpins glinted as palanquins paused and moved again, Edo calling and releasing like the tide. Sankinkata made a country into a pattern. Lords flowing to the center and out again, their families kept in the capital as living promises that the pattern would not fray. In an inn yard, Hakiro fixed a split wheel with wedges and cord, his hands remembering rain-slicked spear shafts as he pulled the rope tight. The young foreman crouched beside him. "All this going and coming," he said, watching a palanquin lantern sway. "Do they not grow tired?" Hakiro set his knee to the wheel and leaned. "They do," he said. "That is part of the design." In Edo, officials counted rice the way astronomers count stars, not each grain but by systems and cycles. Warehouses breathed their cool breath. Ledgers swelled like bellies after harvest. A merchant named Amiya knelt in a back room and stacked silver bars 2 by 2, listening for a particular ring when metal kissed metal. He wore plain cloth and careful manners. "Money is a kind of weather," he told his nephew, who had eyes like new lacquer. "It must be watched more than it is worshipped." In the street outside, a board announced limits on luxury. sleeves to be narrower, combs simpler, lacquer less loud. Amiya read the strokes and smiled at their neatness. He did not argue, he adjusted. That too was part of the design. Actors learned the borders of their voices. A troupe master unrolled a script and crossed out a line with a gentle stroke. The brush hissed softly, a snake in dry grass. "Too bold," he murmured. The actor bowed without anger. He would fold the forbidden fire into a wink, a fan flick, a pause that made the audience breathe together and understand more than was said. Outside the theater door, a notice warned against plays of recent politics. Inside, the drums still found the human pulse, and the shamisen could still pull tears from a man who had promised himself not to have any left. The city felt the cage and called it garden. Hedges were trimmed, stones set, pines coaxed into cloud shapes willed by hands. Children learned to bow and to read the sky of adult faces for weather. Hokkaido Street held its breath when the patrols passed, then exhaled into ordinary life. Fish scales flashing silver in tubs, a kite twitching against its line, a grandmother tapping millet into a gourd. The new order wore sandals. It lived in the tilt of a hat, and the angle of a gate left just barely open. Ishimari, the magistrate, kept a drawer of letters from men he would never meet. One of them, written on mulberry that smelled faintly of smoke, read, "Honorable Sir, I am told to send my daughter with my lord's household to Edo, to dwell there as a leaf lives on a branch that grows far from its tree. I bow. I ask only that the road be kind. A mother of the western marsh." He placed the letter under a smooth stone. "The law makes everyone visible," he told his clerk, "so that no one disappears by accident." He did not say aloud that visibility could feel like being watched by the sky itself. He did not say that even a good cage leaves marks on the feathers. At a barrier station at dusk, rain thickened until the road was a ribbon of oil. The officer in charge, square jaw, square handwriting, rolled the rope down and waited, listening to the patter on the gate's tiled hat. A party of late travelers came, hats dripping, papers held in both hands as if they were warming them over a fire. The officer read by lantern light, flame bending with the wet wind. He saw what he needed to see: names, temples, households, destinations that made sense, seals like small red suns. He nodded them through. Then a woman stepped forward with pockets of silence where answers should be. "My husband is sick," she said. "He fell behind." Her paper was honest but incomplete. The rope hummed. The officer's lantern smoked. Hokkaido, sheltering under the eaves with a toolbox, watched the officer's face as he measured duty and mercy on the scale of an instant. "You will wait until dawn," the officer said at last. "If he comes, you go. If he does not, you return." The woman bowed until rain ran off her hat's brim in a small waterfall. "Thank you," she whispered, and the word felt like breathing resumed. Rules learned people as much as people learned rules. After a season, the city walked them without looking down. Temple registries grew as even as rows of seedlings. Lenders sat a little straighter. Thieves became poets or fled to the edges where the pine roots crack rock. In a tea stall near Nihinbashi, two samurai stood and spoke in low, flat voices about the proper length of a sleeve and the proper answer when a superior asks whether you are content. "Yes," one said. "Always yes." The other nodded, eyes on the steam rising from his cup. "Until the day the question changes." That night Ishimori wrote to his brother in the north, "We have built a house that does not creak in the wind. We walk softly so as not to wake the nails." He paused, listening to the city listening to itself. Far away, a drum at a theater tapped once like a hand on a door. In the same moment, a child somewhere laughed, light, unafraid, whole. Between drum and laughter, the line grew taut, invisible and strong. Ishimori's letter dried under a paperweight shaped like a carp. He pressed the weight with 2 fingers, feeling the calm heft, then slid the letter into a bamboo tube for the courier. Outside, morning fog clung low over the moat. Geese stitched its surface with soft calls. In the corridor, a pair of inspectors, Metsuk, moved past like a shadow that knew how to count. They spoke little. They watched much. If the bakuhan was a loom, they were the fingers that checked each thread for roughness. Across town, 3 households gathered in a lane after the patrol had gone. The Gonin Yumi 5-family group met under a willow with fresh leaves. A boy had not returned the night before. His sandals were still warm by the door, his bed smooth as a held breath. The group head, old and clear-eyed, set a wooden tally board on a stool and wrote with a stub of charcoal. "We are linked," he said. "If one is missing, all are missing until we find him." The boy's mother wrung her sleeves until the fabric squeaked. Hikairo stepped forward, hat in hand. He had mended their fence last winter. He knew the way the latch stuck. "I will check the river stairs," he said. 2 others nodded, one heading toward the market, another to the tea house where boys snuck in to hear songs with the doors half shut. When they found the boy at noon, hiding in the shrine loft with a stolen book of playbills, the mother cried and scolded, and then bowed to the group again and again, her forehead tapping the boards like a small drum. The headman wrote a line: found, reproved, returned. The board took the ink without joy or anger. It existed to remember what the street wanted to forget. A notice appeared at the Hakon barrier: Diana, Iri Teppo, no women out, no guns in. The characters were neat enough to be kind. They were not kind. The gatehouse smelled of cedar smoke and wet straw. Travelers lined the corridor, papers ready, mouths dry. An officer lifted his eyes only to match faces with lines, seals with names. When a lacquered palanquin halted and a soft voice behind its screen asked to pass, the officer did not lean closer. He leaned back so that his duty might see the whole shape of what stood before him. "Lady of K," he read, "residence in the capital as appointed." The maid outside the screen bowed so low her hairpins clinked. "There is illness at home," she whispered. The officer's lantern flame quivered. He glanced once at the rope, once at the notice, and then down the corridor where a signboard of regulations sat like a patient judge. "Return tomorrow with a written leave," he said. "Tonight, the inn." Behind the screen, a child let out a breath like a bird escaping a snare. The maid bowed again deeper, and the palanquin turned with a soft scrape of poles. Law can be a wall. Sometimes it is a day. In a print shop near Nihinbashi, ink smelled like rain and iron. A poet laid a sheet of verses on the block carver's bench, his face bright with work done in one long trembling night. The carver ran a thumb along a line and made a sound in his throat. "This word," he said, "bites." The poet's smile held and did not. "Then we will teach it to bite the air," he said, and took up a brush. He changed a character by a stroke, the difference between a blade and a plow. The meaning moved under the surface like a carp shifting in shadow. When the censors came later with brushes tipped in silence, they read and read and let it pass, catching only what was meant to be caught. The poet bowed as they left, then whispered to the carver, "Some things we sing in the ear." On the street, a drummer rehearsed a rhythm for the theater that night, 3 beats and a hush, as if telling a secret and then swallowing it whole. Frugality decrees slid through mansions like cool wind. In a daimyo residence where corridors sighed like bamboo, and Omtsuk, a high inspector, walked at a respectful pace and looked without seeming to look. "Too fine," he murmured to a steward, touching a sleeve embroidered with cranes that flew a little too close to the sun. The steward bowed and promised a simpler weave. In the women's hall, the lord's wife folded the disallowed kimono into a chest with a poem tucked in its lining. A few careful lines about cranes that fold their wings and still remember how to fly. She tied the braid tight and set the chest aside. In Edo, memory often learned to live where eyes could not follow. At the river embankment, orders had teeth made of clay. The shogunate called for more hands. The river had chewed too much of the bank last season. Hikairo and the young foreman led a line of men and women who carried baskets of earth in a slow, chanting rhythm. Each step tamped fear into something like road. The foreman counted under his breath. Between numbers, he whispered a prayer to the river to hold its cup. A magistrate on horseback watched the work. He did not interrupt the chant. He made a mark in his book when the line did not break at noon. Duty held. Later, when a woman stumbled, he raised his hand and the line stopped. Hikairo slipped under her basket, took the weight, and the chant resumed without losing its tune. "The river listens," the foreman said when the sun fell. "So do they," Hakiro answered, glancing toward the watch post. "So must we." That night the district held its festival as permitted. Lanterns floated like tame stars, drums patted the dark with soft paws, and a rope for tug-of-war lay coiled like a sleeping snake. The permit pinned at the shrine gate fluttered, a square of mercy held by 2 nails. Children chased each other with paper fans. Old men drank warm sake and spoke of rice and teeth. Young women compared hairpins of bone and shell because guilt had learned to keep to deeper drawers. The patrol came and stood at the edge of the light. They did not join, but the captain's face loosened, and when a child ran too close, he turned his spear aside so only the air touched the little shoulder. Back in his room, Ishimori sat with a single candle and a stack of petitions. He marked most with neat decisions, his brush a steady tide. One he left face down. It had no seal, only a careful hand. "We pray to keep an old image in the house as our fathers did. We bow to the temple. We wish to bow in 2 directions without breaking our necks." He touched the paper's edge, then pushed it into the drawer with the carp weight and closed it, as if closing a window against a wind that smelled of sea and ash from far-off lands. He blew out the candle. The room became a shape of breathing. Near midnight, a knock sounded at Hakuro's door, 3, then 1, then 2, a pattern neighbors used when registers did not match and explanations were required. He rose, slid the panel, and faced the Goningumi headman and a quiet man he did not know. The headman's smile was thin. "Forgive the hour," he said. "A ledger has a question. We hope you have an answer." The quiet man's eyes reflected the lantern as if he were used to being a window, not a wall. On the notice board at the corner, new ink dried under the moon, the characters small and exact, the seal bright as a cherry in frost. In the lanes, the city held its breath, waiting to see who would speak first, the law or the heart. The headman shifted his weight. The willow leaves outside scratched the eaves like a warning. "A name is missing," he said, "or perhaps a name was never given." The quiet man looked past Hakiro into the room, single mat, wrapped tools, a low shelf with a chipped bowl, and a folded letter tied with thread. His voice, when it came, was mild. "A boy from the river quarter did not sleep where the registry says he sleeps." Hakiro bowed and stepped aside. "Come in," he said. "If there is a shadow in my house, let's give it a shape." The 2 men crossed the threshold without sound. Hakiro eased open the storeshed panel. Rice sacks, spare rope, the clean smell of wood shavings, and a face, thin, startled between 2 coils of hemp. The boy clutched a bundle of playbills to his chest the way someone else might clutch a rosary. The headman's sigh was long but not cruel. "We count to keep each other from disappearing," he said. The quiet man, Metsuke, Hakiro understood now, knelt so his eyes were level with the boy's. "Why run?" he asked. The boy swallowed. "They cut a line from the program," he whispered. "The actor said he would sing it between the drum beats anyway. I wanted to hear the real words." His fingers tightened on the papers until the edges bent. "My mother said no." Silence held the room like a cup. Then Hakiro spoke. "You will spend the night in my room, in the doorway where the street can count you. In the morning we walk to the shrine and put your name where it belongs." He took the playbills gently, set them on the shelf beside his letter. "After that," he added, with a glance at the quiet man, "I will take you to the print shop. You will see how a line becomes stone, and stone becomes words, and words return to mouths in a shape that does not cut." The headman nodded. The Metsuke's gaze softened by a breath. "Frames are not only walls," he said, rising. "They are also windows." He bowed to Hakiro, then to the boy. "Tomorrow," he said, "we make a window." Dawn made a thin peach line along the roof tiles. H. Ichiro and the boy walked to the shrine with the Goningumi gathered like reeds around them. Names were brushed into the registry, strokes that would outlast a season's memory of rain or hunger. The priest blew ash from the inkstone and pressed his seal. The boy watched, his mouth a careful line. When it was done, Hakiro put a hand on his shoulder. "Tonight," he said, "you sleep where the paper says you sleep. Tomorrow, you may stand at the theater gate with the others and learn to hear what is allowed, and what is said between the boards." Across the city, Ishimori read petitions until the candles sucked the air thin. He answered a merchant with a fair word, a farmer with a firm one, a lord with the same courtesy he gave a widow. At the bottom of the stack lay a thin slip from the theater district, a report of a joke that folded a forbidden proverb into laughter. He closed his eyes and could hear the drums, 3 soft, 1 sharp, the pattern of appetite. He marked the margin with a single character that was not a warning and not a blessing. "Attend," it said. The afternoon turned the moat to hammered tin. At Nihinbashi, the bridge pounded with feet, porters leaning into poles, apprentices running for scolded masters, women with baskets of greens, samurai who had learned to keep their hands still and their eyes lower than their pride wanted. A blind singer felt his way to the rail and poured a ballad into the crowd, his shamisen talking in a voice that understood both rules and ache. He did not touch politics. He did not need to. Heat rose from the fish stalls dotted with crushed ice like frost that didn't know it had wandered into summer. Frugality edicts arrived at mansions like polite thieves. Lace of gold allowed only at the sleeve's inside edge, lacquer cabinets to rest during lean years, banquets slim to the size of good manners. In back rooms, stewards rubbed their temples and made lists with 2 inks, one for the board, one for truth. In front rooms, wives chose bone combs that were beautiful because fingers had made them, not silver. The order extended even to joy, how long a festival drum might speak, how late a lantern might burn. And yet joy, like water, found the small places to gather. At the river works, Hakiro set stakes and read the water's impatience the way an old soldier reads a sky. The young foreman wiped sweat with a sleeve and grinned. "We hold the river and the river holds the city," he said. "It is a fair bargain." Hakiro squinted at the current curling around the new clay teeth. "Fair," he said, and never finished. He watched 2 children draw circles in wet sand with a stick, one big, one small, each holding the other in place. "Like that," he added, and the boys looked up, nodded solemnly as if they had been praised by the day itself. Before evening, a courier from the provinces knelt in Ishimori's office, sleeves damp from miles. A harvest had failed east of the mountains. The lord petitioned for rice from Edo's storehouses. The request was appropriately humble. It was also urgent. Ishimori let the seal cool on his decision, then pushed the packet back into the courier's hands. "Go," he said. "Tonight." When the man had gone, Ishimori stood at the window and let the city sound wash over him. Tools laid down, doors slid shut, kettles coaxed to sing. Peace could be counted, weighed, registered, but it also had a pulse, and sometimes he feared he was listening to the numbers and not the heart. Night poured itself level. Lanterns lit one after another along the theater row like a string of captured stars. Hakiro, with the boy and the Gonin Yumi headman, stood just beyond the gate. The permit hung straight. The drums inside tapped their secret mathematics. The audience murmured and leaned as one body leans toward a lover's mouth. The troop master peered from the wings and cut a line with his nail, then traced another in the air for the lead to catch in a pause, a glance, a hand lifted a heartbeat too long. A censor stood in the aisle, face unreadable. He knew the game. He let it be played up to the moment where play becomes push. The first note of the shamisen slid under the skin of the night. The boy's hands curled into fists of delight. Hakiro felt the city lean, a whole creature, bone and breath, toward story, toward color, toward the floating world that promised to lift life a finger's width above its frame. In a shadowed entry, Ishimori paused and listened, his pen sleeping behind his ear, his heart briefly not a clerk's. Then sharp and clean, a bell at the far shrine rang once. A patrol turned the corner. The censor's chin tilted. The drums hushed to a thin thread and the actor's smiles held without cracking. Between one heartbeat and the next, the law and the song looked at each other across a stage of air. The drums did not blink. They softened, then changed. A pause widened like a held breath, and into it the lead actor tipped a fan and spoke a line that tasted lick. Something old and harmless, about cranes and pines and winter discipline. The audience's shoulders dropped, but their eyes stayed bright. They heard what was not said because the night had taught them how. The censor's chin lowered a finger width. He made a small mark in his book that meant, watched, not wounded. The song flowed on, obedience at the surface, current beneath. Outside, the wind pushed lantern smoke along the alley, smearing light into a single ribbon that tied the theater to the shrine and the shrine to the river. Hakiro felt the boy at his side lean forward as if his ribs had learned the city's rhythm. "Do they always do that?" the boy whispered. "Walk the line." Hakiro smiled with half his mouth. "Every roof is a line," he said. "We live under it because it keeps the rain off." At dawn, patrols peeled the night off the streets like damp paper. In an office where notice boards were born, a clerk trimmed a bamboo pen and copied a new ruling in an even hand. "No play shall speak of recent battles or the living great. No mask shall wear the face of any lord, nor borrow the shadow of his house." The pen's hiss was a gentle thing, almost kind. Yet when the sheet was posted, the street read it the way a sailor reads the color of the sea. Ishimori listened to petitioners until his neck ached and his inkstone went thirsty. A rice broker bowed so low his breath stirred dust. "The price swells when caravans come," the broker said. "Men sell dear, buy dearer." Ishimori tapped the table. He understood that caravans were not only promises, they were storms. When lords arrived, geese lifted from the river, actors rehearsed faster, tailors stitched through the night, money moved with a noise like oars beating water. When lords departed, quiet returned with thin shoes. "You will steady the price," Ishimori said. "You will keep a ledger the city can trust." He signed with a stroke that felt heavier than it weighed. In a back lane, the Gonin Yumi headman chalked a circle on the ground and set 5 stones in it, each carved with a neighbor mark. "We stand like this," he told children who had come to watch, "so that when a wind blows it finds us holding one another." One girl pointed at a gap. "What about this?" The headman smiled. "That is the alley. Every circle needs a way in and out or it becomes ajar." Hakiro, passing with a length of timber over his shoulder, nodded as if the old man had spoken a private truth into his ear. At the Nihinbashi fish market, knives made quick, clean music. A fishmonger with forearms like river roots lifted a tuna onto a board and cut it in a line that looked like a single thought. "Peace makes fish bigger," he said to his son. "Boats go farther. Nets come back whole." He wrapped a slice in paper and sent it to a theater door as if sending tribute to a small, hungry god. In the same hour, a samurai with a thin stipend turned a short sword over in his hands at a pawn shop and set it down with care. "For a month," he told the broker. "2 if the rains hold." The broker nodded, wrote a ticket, slid it across like a priest sliding a prayer. "Keep the cord," he said, "so your hand remembers the weight." In mansions along the inner moat, wives walked measured paths under trellises where grape leaves patterned the light. They read letters from home that spoke of flooded patties or early plums. Their servants counted cups for 2 houses, carried news along corridors that had learned to hush their own echoes. The children, who would grow up bilingual in corridor and field, drew roads in ash on the tile and made palanquin games with string. When a patrol's drum thudded past, the girls paused, bowed as practice, then returned to their play as if the sound were only weather. In the print shop, the carver's knife lifted a curl of cherry wood so fine it stuck to his finger like a petal. The poet waited, palms damp, while the censor, gentle-eyed, fox-quick, read the proof. He found nothing that could not be defended before a board, yet everything that could find a listener after the sake warmed the throat. He stamped the margin with a sign that meant, "Allowed by understanding." Outside, a peddler sang the day's verses to sell sheets hot as rice. Paper fans snapped open. The words went walking. Hakiro and the young foreman returned to the river, where the new embankment took the sun and gave it back like hammered silver. A magistrate inspected the line with a slow nod. "If the bank holds," he said, "so will the houses." Hakiro tested a stake with his foot. "And if the houses hold," he answered, "people will make songs." He glanced toward the theater district where a drum was already testing the afternoon. In that glance lay the hinge between the of laws and the of life that laws make possible. Night collapsed like a screen drawn in one neat motion. The theater spilled laughter into the alleys like lantern oil. Yashiwara's gate took its evening light, and the permitted district became a painting that knew it was watched, hair shining like ink, sleeves like lakes, kodo strings like rain. The patrol paced its edge without entering, and the ink of the edicts did not smudge, and still a woman's laugh climbed a stair with the brightness of a bell. Hakiro walked past, the boy drowsing on his shoulder, and smelled plum wine, grilled eel, old paper, the shy sugared breath of cakes. "Is this part of the law?" the boy murmured. "The part that makes breathing worth the effort," Hakiro said. In his room, Ishimori set his brush down and rubbed the bridge of his nose. The drawer with the carp weight held 2 letters now, one asking to keep a hidden image, one from a village on the sea that wanted a teacher who could tell boys which stars stayed put. He could not answer both tonight. He stepped outside. The city's sound reached him as a woven thing, warp and weft of rule and pleasure, duty and small rebellions that harmed no one and helped the heart. He thought of the line he had written that morning, "Attend." The theater answered him with a bow he could not see, and a fan that made its own wind. Above Nihinbashi, a heron arrowed across the starlight, white and unafraid. Beneath, carts rolled. Above, constellations kept their patient law. Between, Edo breathed. Peace had become a habit the body could perform even in sleep. And yet, just where the river turned like a wrist, a new stall set out paper thin as onion skin, prints blue as rain, actors' faces, courtesans' eyes, boats like brushstrokes. People gathered. Coins clicked. Color pooled like silence taught to sing. The floating world lifted its lantern, and the laws of quiet watched their reflection tremble in the canal. Silk, rice, and the floating world, the pulse of an urban peace. Lanterns blinked awake along the Sumida like eyes agreeing on a secret. Evening took the heat out of the boards, and the city loosened its shoulders. Edo's river smelled of eel smoke and wet rope, of ink, plum wine, and tide. A boatman's pole knocked softly against the gunwale as if testing a heartbeat. In that hush before night decides its color, the living crowd slipped from lists to life. A fishmonger named Sada balanced 2 tubs from a shoulder pole and moved through the market with the gait of a man who trusts the ground. His hands were always cold, even in summer. They held the sea the way a priest holds prayer, without letting it spill. "Cut along the grain," he told his apprentice, laying a tuna across the board. "Let the knife respect the muscle, and the muscle will respect your knife." The blade went down in a single clean thought. Coins clicked, and the sound felt like rain finding the right roof. On the bridge, a print seller sang, "New beauties, new actors, fresh blue, see the river, see the moon." Sheets fluttered from a cord like laundry that had learned to tell stories. The paper smelled faintly of rice paste and pine smoke. A girl in a travel-stained kimono reached up, eyes wide at the blue that made boats look like dreams. "If the world floats," she whispered to her brother, "does it ever sink?" The seller bowed with a grin. "It floats because we keep it moving." Hakiro stood in the shade of a pine and watched the city play its careful game with joy. The law had taught people how to bow, the night taught them how to breathe. The young foreman, now with a narrow scar at the temple that made him look older, came to stand beside him holding 2 skewers of grilled eel. "We built the bank," he said, nodding toward the river's clean line. "Now listen, it sings." The fat on the eel snapped once. Sweet smoke rose. Hakiro smiled with his eyes. "A good wall," he said, "lets a good song through." Downriver, a poet lay on a wooden pillow, counting the beats of rain that had not yet arrived. He had ink on his sleeve and quiet on his tongue. A letter lay open at his elbow, sent from a mountain temple where maples went red in single leaves. "Come when the rice is cut, the geese will write your road." He dipped his brush and wrote back in breaths. "The city is a drum," he penned. "Bells are its bones. I walk its skin at night and feel the hands that made it." In a narrow lane bright with lanterns, a samurai with a thin stipend paused before a pawnshop. He touched the cord of his short sword as if greeting an old friend, then placed the blade on the mat with both hands. 2 months, he told the broker, "bow steady. Maybe 3. The broker, whose weighing scale had learned the weight of pride, slid a small tray of silver across. "Your cord," he said gently, returning it. Keep it in your sleeve so your hand remembers what your hand is for." The samurai tucked it away and turned toward the theater district, where drums were waking like friendly thunder. Kabuki's house shook soft light into the street. A drum spoke 3 quick, 1 slow. The shamisen threaded a line between pulse and hush. The troop master lifted a fan and cued a tilt of the head that meant, "Listen with tea." He inside of your ears. On the boards, the lead actor, face white as porcelain, mouth drawn like a promise, stepped into a role that was not quite a lord, not quite a fisherman, not quite a ghost. "In a city of doors," he said, voice like water over stone, "some open when you only think the word." Laughter came, low and round, like a bowl placed on a table. Hakiro felt the boy from the registry, no longer hiding, now standing tall, lean in, his eyes hooked to the stage the way a carp hooks to a current. Behind the house front, in a small room that smelled of persimmon and hair oil, a courtesan tied a sash with slow precision. Her mirror showed a face trained to be still and alive at once. A letter was tucked under the lacquer comb, from a girlhood friend who had married a carpenter in the provinces. The line that caught her was simple: "We do not have much, but we sleep like rice in a jar, tight, safe, waiting for the water." She smiled with one corner of her mouth and wrote back later, "I sleep like a lantern, lit, watched, useful, and always ready to be carried somewhere else." When she stepped through the gate, the district rearranged itself around her like a painting accepting its brightest color. Yukio, the floating world, turned on small hinges, a fan that opened with a click like a swallow's wing, a sake cup that left a damp moon on polished wood, a brush that moved over cherry block, carving spring into winter. In the print shop, the carver's knife lifted riffles from the grain, and the block drank the shape of a sleeve, a river. A glance held half a heartbeat too long. "We make the same wave again and again," the master told his apprentice, "because the river is never the same river." He inked the block, pressed paper, peeled it free. A boat came up out of the white like a secret deciding to be told. At the tea counter, Amiya the merchant sipped plain green and counted 10 small advantages in the space of a swallow. The price of rice had steadied after Ishimori's seal. The roads had delivered silk faster this season. A client in a lacquer shop had paid in silver instead of promises. The theater brought customers with soft purses. The edicts clipped loud sleeves, but quiet cloth sold well. A nephew learned to read ledgers without moving his lips. The fish were fat. The rain had been polite. The loan to a samurai was backed by pride, which never defaulted without sending warning, and above all, nothing had burned. "Peace is profit," he murmured, not greedy, just honest. "Profit is also a kind of peace." From a temple balcony, bells rolled over the rooftops like far-off surf. The city answered with shutters, with laughter, with the faint rattle of dice where dice were allowed. A patrol passed the theater gate and did not pause, the permit hung straight. Hakiro took a last look at the river where the moon lay down in broken pieces and learned to be itself again. "We used to count wounds," he said to the foreman. "Now we count songs." The foreman nodded. "And bowls," he added. "Don't forget bowls." At the lane's far end, a card reader set out sticks and whispers. A boy asked if he would grow tall, and she touched the top of his head with a finger that smelled of incense. "Tall enough," she said. A woman asked if a letter would find her husband before the rains. "Letters," the reader said, laying 3 sticks like small bridges, "are better at walking than men." A samurai asked nothing, paid for nothing, and stood a while longer than he needed to. When he left, she folded her sticks and closed her eyes as if thanking a wind for arriving on time. Night deepened. The river slowed its talk. The city curled itself into rooms and rules and couches of laughter. Above it all, the castle kept its dark geometry. Order and joy looked at one another across water and found a way to coexist without blinking. From somewhere beyond the bay, a low horn sounded like fog thinking. A boatman lifted his head, frowned, and then shrugged. Just a trader late to anchor, just a whale turning in sleep. He pushed off. The pole found bottom, the boat moved. Morning rinsed the river clean and hung it to dry in the wind. Edo woke on bare feet. Geta clacked like small metronomes. Shutters slid with a breath. Kettles found their whistle, and a bathhouse sent up clouds that smelled of cedar and warm stone. Women washed thresholds with ladles. Men swept steps with willow brooms. Children chased a paper ball that skipped the alley like a swallow. The city put on its day with the same care it used for a kimono's fold. Hakiro brought the boy to the print shop as promised. Inside, the room was all grain and patience. The master carver rested a palm on cherry wood as if blessing a shoulder. "Watch," he said. He scored a hairline, then widened it with a second pass until the blade made a whisper like silk being turned. Words and pictures must learn to live where knives have been. He inked the block. The apprentice laid damp paper. A baron rubbed eye. End circles until the fibers drank. When the sheet lifted, the river came up blue and sure, a boat riding its back like a thought refusing to sink. The boy exhaled. "Stone becomes wave," he breathed. The master smiled. "And wave becomes coin," he said, nodding toward the cord of prints that would buy rice by sunset. On Nihinbashi, guild elders met in a tea room where steam softened voices. Amiya poured for them, sleeves plain and precise. "The rice tax comes steady," an elder said, "but coins pass thinner each year." He tapped a bar of silver with his nail and frowned at the shy ring. "Metal remembers what we make it forget." Amiya folded his hands. "Then we remember for it," he said. "We agree on fairness before the board must tell us." They nodded, men who knew that peace is not only the absence of war, but also the presence of agreed weights and measures. In the lane, a porter called out the price of his shoulders. The number sounded honest. At a corner classroom, boys and girls knelt in two tidy rows. A scholar in washed linen drew a character on a board and spoke the lesson slow. "Beneath heaven the family first, above family loyalty, between friends trust." His brush made strokes with clean bones, his eyes were kind and also firm. A girl raised a hand. "And laughter?" she asked. The room held still, startled by courage. The scholar smiled, a small light. "Laughter," he said, "keeps the law from turning to stone in the mouth." The children looked relieved, then dutiful again. Outside, an orange cat yawned like a hinge. In the theater alley, a drum rehearsed the city's heartbeat, 3 soft, 1 bright. The troupe master trimmed a speech with a thumbnail, tucked a glance into a pause, smuggled a question into the angle of a fan. "We bow," he told his lead, "but we do not go to sleep." The censor in the doorway pretended not to hear and succeeded almost completely. On the eaves, swallows made grace look like practice. A rope snapped on the great bridge at midday, sending a handcart slewing sideways toward the rail. The crowd breathed in one body. A baby cried with an honesty that set every tooth on edge. Hakiro was there before the second shout, palm on the cart's lip, heel braced, shoulder set. The young foreman slid a wedge under a wheel, another under a fear. "Hold," Hakiro said, the word from another life fitting this one. The mother clutched her child. The rope took a new knot with a hard swallow. The cart steadied, then behaved. People laughed too loudly, the way relief laughs when it hasn't learned how to walk yet. "A city is many small rescues," the foreman said. Hakiro wiped his palm and nodded. "And ropes that remember." Afternoon stroked roofs with light. In a courtyard, a courtesan read her friend's reply. "We mended the wall before the rains. We sleep like jars again." She closed her eyes and held the page to her cheek. In a pawn shop, the samurai reclaimed his short sword for a week with money from a translation he had done for a merchant who hated to admit he needed help. He tied the cord with a careful knot and felt his ribs loosen as if a drum had found the right beat after wandering. Supper smells hustled through lanes, miso, eel, pickled plum, the clean, soft steam of rice. On the river, boats set lanterns in patterns that made water seem to breathe with a chest. The poet leaned against a post and wrote a 3-line prayer that refused to call itself a poem. Bell over water. A fan opens, quiet wind. Rice bowl full enough. He folded it into his sleeve like a small, warm stone. The city's joy did not forget its frame. A patrol drifted by with spears like straight intentions. The captain paused at a shrine where a permit hung, counted the lanterns with his eyes, then nodded once to the priest. In the same breath, he looked toward a farmhouse roof at the ward's edge where a new tile caught light. He saw it, and he saw nothing else. That was the skill the uniform required. At a back door, the Goning Yumi headman tied a strip of paper to a lintel, an old charm in a new place. For safe crossings, he told the family. Streets, bridges, years. The mother bowed her thanks and touched the charm with 2 fingers as if checking that luck could be reached without calling its name. The boy who had hidden once in Hakiro's shed stood with his hands behind him and did not fidget. "I'll be counted," he said. The headman smiled. "Counted," he agreed, as if blessing the verb. Night rose, and with it the floating world, cherries painted on screens, sleeves like rain, laughter that practiced modesty and failed by design. Inside a tea house, Amiya negotiated a shipment with a lord steward while a Kodo strung the air with calm. "We will take less margin," Amiya said, "and more trust." The steward, relieved to hear the right words in the right order, lifted his cup. Agreements moved like boats between banks. Law on one side, appetite on the other, oars in time. From the hill behind a temple, bells rolled ud in threes. On the last note, a small procession wound down a side lane, candles in hands, a priest murmuring sutras that glowed like coals. In a farmhouse far from the river's noise, a woman set a little image on a shelf and draped it with cloth. She placed a Buddha in front of it, smiling a crooked smile. When her child asked who the second figure was, she hushed him and taught his foot where to fall if the patrol ever asked him to step on faith. The boy frowned, then nodded as children do when they learn the city's second language. Back by the water, a boat from the lower bay blew a horn that made people turn their heads. Distant, ordinary late commerce, or something else the night decided not to explain. Hakiro felt the sound in the bones, the way a carpenter knows a beam has settled. The young foreman cocked his head. "Storm?" he asked. "Not yet," Hakiro said, and watched the lanterns skim their little moons across the current. The drums began another story, smoother than law, sharper than memory. The audience tilted forward as if the earth itself had leaned. For a breath, the city was a single eye, wide and shining. And in that brightness, a shadow learned the route from stage to shrine to register, from register to door. Evening folded into itself and left a seam of night where fires like pinned stars stitched the wards together. Edo's lungs were strong. It could run on laughter and markets and theater for days. But when the red wind blew, the one that smells of pine pitch and fear, the city remembered how quickly beauty can turn to ash. The horn came first, a long flat note from the watchtower. Then bells overlapping like thrown stones on water, then the clatter of geta too fast for dignity. A cry cut the lane, Kaji, and shutters leapt back like eyelids. The Haikshi fire brigades barged through with ladders and hooked poles, their mat-a standards pointing at the sky like defiance. Hakiro threw his door wide. "Buckets," he called, and the Goning Yumi came at a run, sleeves tied, hair stripped to work. The young foreman slung a rope of pails over his shoulder and laughed once, too loud, too bright, then shut his mouth and moved. The fire had taken a storehouse roof 2 streets over, and now it pointed its finger at a thread of paper lanterns and said, "Mine." Smoke drifted low, oily and sure. On the eaves, sparks nested like bad thoughts. The Haikshi formed a wedge and ran straight into the heat, their coats soaked, their eyes narrow. A captain slammed his hook into a beam and wrenched. Wood screamed. A wall came down on purpose to save what stood beyond. "Pull." He barked, and Hakiro's old word from Sekigahara found new meaning in the river of hands behind him. A courtesan stood in a doorway, kimono stripped to work sleeves, hair pinned with bone instead of gold, passing buckets like a priest passes bowls. She recognized Hakiro's face from afternoons when the river looked like a brushed sword. "You," she panted, "the carpenter who reads letters." He nodded once, took a pail through, took another. Across the lane, the poet coughed soot and wrote the fire a single line on a scrap of wrapping paper, "Not tonight," and slid it under a tile like a charm. The samurai with the short stipend braced a ladder with his shoulder, jaw set against the old shame of having more honor than coin. "Hold," he muttered, as if calm itself could be trained like a hawk. Heat curled the air. The theater drum, startled from its usual stories, found a new rhythm, short, long, answering the bells as if the city could be conducted back into order. Children crouched behind a rain barrel, eyes wet and round. The goning Yumi headman crouched with them, one arm across their shoulders like a bar in a gate. "Watch," he said softly. "This is how a street decides it wants to live." The boy who had once hidden in Hakiro's shed passed buckets without missing. When one slopped, he laughed. A hiccup of fear turned useful. A roof collapsed with a sound like a closing door. Embers feathered up and drifted like false stars. Hakiro felt the old tremor in his forearms, the one that used to mean spear, now meaning ladder, beam, weight. The young foreman's hand found his. "Here," he snapped, and they swung a soaked tatami into a sheet that slapped sparks out of the air. A patrol arrived, spears lowered, faces open, and took the far line without ceremony. A monk ran, robes hitched, chanting so fast the words were only beads on a string. The Haikshi captain, soot-streaked and calm, raised his mat at once. The line cheered like a throat clearing. Then the wind fell in love with the river instead of the roofs. The flame, fickle, logic-bound as any animal, leaned away and found nothing to climb. A bell at the shrine rang twice, thin and grateful. The matoi dipped. Buckets paused, then stopped. People laughed the way a rope sags when the weight is lifted. The captain bowed to the lane. "Good," he said, as if to a student who had finally writ. "In a character with the right bone." They walked the edges, stamping black to softer black. The courtesan wiped her face with the back of her hand and looked up at a night that had decided to be generous. "I dreamed last week," she told Hakiro, "that the city burned and the river would not drink." He nodded, because men who make frames for roofs never mock warnings. "We will rebuild the storehouse wall tomorrow," he said. "Better, lower, more polite to wind." She smiled without promise. "Bring cedar," she said. "It remembers how to stand." By dawn the lane was a wet, charred lesson. Children poked ruins with apologetic sticks. The Haikshi slept right where they had stood, coats steaming in the weak sun. Amiya arrived with a pot of rice and not enough bowls. No one cared. The samurai returned the borrowed ladder and bowed as if it were a lord. The poet climbed onto a step and read 3 short lines he had written on his sleeve with charcoal. "Red wind soft now. Hands many. We count them, not the ash." People clapped with their palms cupped, as if keeping fat from spattering. The patrol's captain, who had spoken no more than duty required all night, said simply, "Register the damage," and the headman wrote on a plank names, losses, the exact number of tiles saved. The list steadied the ground under every foot. Orders would come, timber allotments, work details, a reminder that luxury was a poor fire break. The board at the corner, still damp with yesterday's ink, received a new line about caution with lamps and storing oil away from sleeping rooms. The seal shone, a red berry on pale wood. Edo shrugged its shoulders and went back to breathing. That is what cities built on rules and appetite do. The theater, smoke-scrubbed, played a matinee with fewer hairpieces but more heart. The courtesan braided her hair herself and made it look easy. Hakiro and the foreman lifted the first new beam with a song that was older than law and younger than fire. "Up," they sang, "up and true." The beam listened. By evening the river had forgiven the sky for last night's mistake. Lanterns returned like birds you are never sure will come back and always do. The print shop hung a fresh blue, boats, moon, a veiled hint of last night's glow tucked into the water like a memory everyone understood. Buyers smiled without saying why. The censor walked by and did not pause. He was busy with a different worry. That worry moved underfoot like fresh groundwater. In the farmhouse at the ward's edge, where a little image sat behind a Buddha that smiled too round, a child practiced lifting his foot, setting it on a wooden tablet and stepping down without flinching. His mother's hand shook on his shoulder each time. "Again," she whispered. "Only once if they come. But we practiced to be sure." In a back room of the theater, a line from an old play, too bold, too honest, was cut and tucked into a sleeve for safekeeping. At the shrine gate, a permit fluttered, then stilled, like a heart making a choice. The patrol's captain stopped by Ishimori's office at dusk and laid a quiet report on the mat. a whisper about men gathering to read foreign prayers in a storehouse after dark, a poem that had grown a tooth, a merchant who paid for news as eagerly as he paid for silk. Ishimori listened without interrupting. The carp weight on his drawer felt heavier than usual. He closed his hand over it, as if to steady the water it pretended to be. That night a drizzle softened the lanes. Voices stayed low, shutters stayed gentle. Hakiro sat by his door and sharpened a chisel in strokes that knew when to stop. The young foreman counted nails and did not say what he was thinking. The boy, drowsy, leaned against the doorframe and watched the rain make circles in a puddle, each ring catching the last. Somewhere in the ward a bell rang once, a permission, a warning, a habit. Then 3 slow knocks at a farmhouse door. Then a 4th, lighter, as if a hand had remembered it was human. A woman wiped her palms on her apron. A child straightened his shoulders, remembering what his foot had learned. The paper screen slid. Between the smell of wet straw and the neat weight of the register book under an inspector's arm, the floating world tilted, and the shadow that had learned the route from stage to shrine found its way into a room with no music at all. The inspector unrolled a cloth packet and set out what the law called a test and the street called a wound, a small image darkened by many years of feet. The farmhouse smelled of steamed millet and damp straw. The lamp's flame made a tired flower on the wall. The mother steadied the child with a hand that shook only after it had done its work. "This is a picture," she said softly. "It is only wood." The boy looked from the image to the inspector's face, and then to the headman standing in the doorway, hat in his hands, mouth set as if holding in weather. Outside, rain stitched the lane into secrecy. Inside, the register waited like stones that had learned to read. Hakiro stood under the eaves where he had come to repair a gate latch. He did not step in, he did not step away. He watched the quiet man Metsuke do his duty with a gentleness that made it worse. "We ask this in every ward," the inspector said, not unkind. "The peace eats fear and spits out order, it needs its mouth." The boy lifted his foot. The mother began to hum, a harvest song stripped of words. The headman stared at a knot in the lintel as if his eyes could undo the wood back into tree. The foot came down. The board made a dull, workmanlike sound. When it lifted, the image looked the same as it had the day before, and not at all the same. The inspector wrapped the board, tied the cord, and wrote a line that would look like any other to a clerk in the morning light. Visited, complied, nothing further. He bowed to the room that had swallowed and kept its voice. "Counted," he said. "Safe," he almost said and did not. The door slid. The rain thinned. Hakiro stepped in and tightened the gate latch without charging a coin. "Keep your roof dry," he told the mother. "Keep your papers drier." She nodded, then put both hands on her child's head and held them there as if warming a small bowl. Word ran the ward like a fast, low animal. At the theater, a line that had been tucked into a sleeve stayed there. In the print shop, the carver turned the cherry block over and carved a wave on the back, private, exquisite, a secret sea that would never touch ink. Amiya, counting coin in a back room where incense had learned to smell like trade, paused with his finger mid-tap. "Shadows cost more than silk," he murmured and locked the box. The poet crossed out a metaphor that felt too clever for the night and wrote 3 plainer words. "We are watched." Ishimori read 3 reports in the space of 1 cup of tea. The first spoke of the fire and its quick ending. He marked it with praise for the haikishi and a note about timber allotments. The second recorded a monk's request for rice to carry into lanes where hunger had not waited for harvest. He signed for grain with a stroke that felt like breath extended. The third, simple, lawful, sharp, listed homes visited for Teriuk confirmations and the number of feet placed where the law required. He rested his brush. The room smelled of cedar smoke and damp ink. In his drawer beneath the carp weight, the unsealed petition about the old image waited with the patience of winter. He closed the drawer, then opened it again, then closed it once more as if testing a hinge. Outside, rainwater threaded off the eaves in beaded strings. Peace, he knew, was measured in rice and registers. Conscience was measured in silences that did not appear on boards. By late afternoon, the river recalled itself. Nets came up bright with sardines. Children raced boats of folded paper and learned, one by one, the lesson every river teaches. Some cargo makes it, some sinks, most arrives damp but proud. The courtesan, hair plain after the night's work, stood at a stall and bought a fried cake for a girl who watched her with a stare that did not judge. "Eat," she said. "The world behaves better when our hands smell of sugar." The girl laughed and bowed too low, then straightened as if catching herself from becoming a different kind of person. At Nihinbashi, a samurai reclaimed his short sword earlier than he'd hoped. The broker narrowed his eyes. "Windfall?" he asked. The samurai shook his head, smiling at the ground. "Work," he said. Words turned into coins, coins turned into time. He tied the cord and slipped the blade through his belt with a care that felt like dignity returning to a chair it had left only to stir the fire. He passed the notice board, read the new line about lamps and oil, and nodded as if to a tutor he respected. The board's red seal shone like a small stern moon. As twilight fitted itself to rafters and masts, the lanes filled with sound. Shamisen strings stroked until their voices felt like silk between fingers. Drums in the theater learning how to fold worry into rhythm. Dice clacking in permitted rooms, their numbers a private weather. The Goningumi headman walked his loop, lantern low, and paused at the farmhouse with the fixed latch. He did not knock. He set the lantern on the ground, bowed to the door, and moved on. Hakiro watched him go, then returned to his bench to sharpen a plane until it sang a note that told him the blade had remembered what it was for. Night was kind again, but the kindness wore a crease. From the bay came the long, unhasty moan of a ship's horn, trader most likely, late, ordinary. People turned their heads, then turned them back. Still, something in the sound slipped under the city's skin and left a line the night would not smooth. The poet heard it and wrote, "A dark throat calling beyond our wall." The carver heard it and pressed harder on the private wave cut on the back of his block. Amiya counted his coin and D then counted his grandchildren in his head and then counted his risks, which were also assets under the right light. Ishimori stood in a doorway and imagined the map as threads tugged by unseen hands. At the theater gate, the boy who had once hidden and now stood tall looked up at the permit. "We live by paper," he said to Hakiro, not complaining, only describing. Hakiro put a hand on his shoulder. "And by planks," he said, nodding to the new beam over the storehouse door. "And by bowls, and by breath." He listened to the drums settle into their three soft, one bright, and for the first time the rhythm felt like a question. The inspector in the farmhouse had tied his packet and gone. The board on the corner gleamed with a fresh line about care and obedience. The river kept its bargain and did not rise. The lamps behaved. The floating world floated. Yet under the lantern light the city's reflection seemed to shiver as if the water were thinking of wind. A bell rang once, almost idly. Somewhere a nail went in with a single clean strike. And in that small sound, metal finding wood, rule finding flesh. The night held its breath, as if waiting for a different drum. The river wind freshened, turning lantern flames into small, obedient tongues. Edo's skin cooled. The floating world, full and bright, drifted closer to the banks where Law sat with its sleeves straight. The distance between them seemed, for a while, like a path you could stroll without changing your shoes. On the bridge, Sada the fishmonger packed ice around a last slice of tuna for a night guard who paid in coppers and gratitude. "For luck," Sada said, tucking in a sprig of shiso. The guard bowed, deep enough to be real, shallow enough to keep watch, and moved on, tapping his staff at every corner so the sound ran ahead of him like a polite wolf. In the alley beyond, the poet pinned his three-line prayer to a post and watched the paper lift and settle, as if breathing. "Full enough," he murmured, and smiled because full enough was a kind of wealth that needed no ledger. The print shop's private wave, carved on the back of a block where no ink would ever find it, felt the bench tremble when the master set his elbows down. He ran a thumb over the hidden cuts with a tenderness he did not owe to the front. "Some truths live under," he told the apprentice. "They keep the top from forgetting its roots." He inked the open face, pressed paper, peeled a blue river that would sell before midnight. He left the secret wave to guard the wood in silence. At the theater, the troupe master rehearsed a scene for 2 audiences at once, one with badges and brooms who listened for crimes, one with hearts and hunger who listened for themselves. The lead actor turned his wrist a hair's width and changed a joke to a proverb to a lullaby to a warning that felt like weather. The censor made a dot in his book that meant the line was found, not crossed. The boy at the gate copied the movement with his eyes, the way boys do when they are learning a language no one writes down. Behind a high wall near the inner moat, Amiya poured tea for a steward who counted carefully and kept conversation smaller than the room. "We will take less margin and more steadiness," Amiya said again, offering the sentence like a lacquer tray, both useful and handsome. The steward nodded as if he had thought of it first. Their agreement slid into place with the confidence of drawers built square. As they bowed, the steward's sleeve rode back, and Amiya saw a rosary tucked tight against the wrist, beads dark as rain-wet chestnuts. He looked away with the courtesy of a man who understood that certain things were meant to be invisible if anyone wanted to keep them. The courtesan walked home at dawn, hair undone to honor sleep. In her sleeve lay a letter from the friend in the provinces. "We prayed with open hands for the rice to fill the jars. It did." She paused at the shrine, bought 2 paper fortunes, tied one to the rail and tucked the other between comb and hair with a private smile. In the lane, a patrol nodded to her and did not stop. The city allowed beauty to pass when beauty wore modest shoes. Morning rose, and with it the habit of order. At the barrier house by Nihinbashi, the rope lifted and fell, humming like a loom. A clerk refreshed the board with a gentle decree about weights, measures, and the length of sleeves on festival nights. At the ward office, the Goningumi headman balanced his tally board on a knee and wrote a column that read like a poem about bread. Roof mended, child cured, sack of millet returned, lamp moved farther from curtain, thanks given. Hakiro set a final wedge in the storehouse beam and felt the wood lean into place with relief, like a shoulder into a friend's hand. The young foreman let out a breath and laughed once. "The river will forgive but not forget," he said, "nor will the inspectors." Hakiro wiped his palms and looked toward the lane where the Metsuk had passed the night before. "Frames keep roofs up," he answered, "and sometimes they keep voices down. We must learn which is which." The foreman nodded, the scar at his temple catching light like a small, honest star. By noon, markets were talk, the exact weight of eels, the new pattern stamped on copper coin, the rumor that a painter had put a foreign ship into a picture with the sails disguised as mountains. No one had seen it. Everyone described it. A boy pointed toward the bay and asked if mountains ever moved across water. His father told him to carry the basket with both hands and keep his questions for afternoon. In Ishimori's office, the carp paperweight lay cool on 2 petitions at once, one from a monk asking permission to repair a storm-torn shrine roof with cedar beyond the usual allotment, one from a neighbor reporting 3 families who did not attend the temple bell, though they smiled and worked and helped in fires. Ishimori's brush hovered. The room's quiet was thick enough to feel. He signed for the cedar, picturing rain and prayer falling where they should. He wrote "attend" on the report, the same spare word he used for theater matters when Rhythm walked a line too near the edge. He could not write mercy on a board. The word did not wear ink well. He could practice it with a delay, a visit, a question asked twice to see if the answer learned to be truer the second time. Afternoon poured itself flat and shiny as hammered tin. Amiya's nephew delivered a roll of prints to a tea house near the river, boats, moon, women with sleeves modest and eyes not. The mistress hung one where the light would love it. "Blue can cool a room," she said, tapping the margin. "Even the law likes that." The poet, passing, thought, "There are colors that behave so well they're allowed to tell the truth while pretending to be polite." Toward evening, the patrol's wood clappers struck the hour, sharp, paired, the sound of rules walking. The city lifted its face as if listening for rain. A messenger came to Ishimori from the southern wards, sleeves dusted by distance. He knelt, set a narrow box on the mat and slid it open. Inside lay a handful of small images worn smooth by many feet, and a list of names that had learned how to hide. The ink at the margin bled with haste. Storehouse at the river, lanterns turned low, foreign prayers among our own. Ishimari closed the box and sat very still, the way a boat sits when the first swell reaches it from a storm you cannot see yet. Down by the water, Sada tied his tubs with a knot his father had used, the rope creaking like an old promise. The boy from the registry, now tall enough to carry a full pail without spilling, stopped to ask if the sea was calm. "Calm to the eye," Sada said. "Sometimes that is the boldest lie." He smiled to soften it, but his hands moved faster. Lanterns climbed their poles. Theater drums cleared their throats. The floating world pulled its screen aside with 2 fingers and invited the city in. Hakiro stood at the gate with the young foreman and watched the actors warm their voices with vowels that smelled faintly of smoke and plum wine. A censor leaned in the doorway, polite, alert, his brush tucked like a dagger he hoped not to use. The crowd pressed, breathing in time, ready to lift an evening the way 2 men lift a beam. Steady, careful, joyful when it sits where it belongs. Then the woodclappers changed, 3 quick, 2 slow, the call for officials to clear a path. Heads turned like sunflowers finding a cloud. Down the lane, a file of lanterns bright as fruit approached at a measured pace. At their center, beneath a black umbrella despite the dry, walked the quiet inspector, the Metsuk, his packet tied shut, his face a still water that might hide a fast current. The troop master glanced at the censor. The censor did not move. The drummer's hands hovered. The lantern light washed the permit at the gate and made the chrysanthemum blush. The inspector raised a palm. All that motion, the city's nightly flow of coin, laughter, song, hesitated, held on the knife edge between allowed and forbidden. The boy's breath hitched. The poet's hand went to his sleeve for a line that did not yet exist. Amiya, in a nearby room, counted risk and decided to stand up. The inspector lowered his hand. "By order," he said, his voice level as a rule, "this ward will receive visitors tonight. Doors will open. Registers will be read. The drum may play, but softly." The troop master bowed, fan to floor. The drum found a heartbeat that could hide under footsteps. And as the lanterns proceeded past the stage and toward the river quarter, Edo, the city that had taught itself to float, felt a weight settle on its chest, light as a paper seal, heavy as iron. Somewhere beyond the bay, a horn answered. Lanterns moved down the lane like a slow constellation. Doors slid. Sandals lined up in neat pairs. The inspector's men stepped in. Eyed homes that smelled of rice steam and cedar, read names from registers that held more than ink, and left with polite bows that felt like stones wrapped in cloth. The drum at the theater softened until you could mistake it for a heart in another room. Actors waited in a breath held just short of a line. The city, which had learned to float, balanced on the surface of its own reflection and did not dare ripple. At Amiya's corner, the merchant stood in his doorway and poured tea into traveling cups for the lantern-bearers. "For the work," he said. The inspector shared a sip without lowering his gaze. On Amiya's wrist, the rosary's beads hid under sleeve. He turned his hand so the cuff fell farther. "We are watched together," Amiya added, tone even, as if counting coins, "and fed together if I can help it." The inspector nodded once. Approval or a note to remember, it was hard to tell, and the lanterns moved on. At the river quarter, the file of lights spread like a fan. The storehouse's shutters were half closed against evening damp. Hakiro and the young foreman stood back in the dark, tools wrapped, as if by standing beside the timber they could argue that all wood used for roofs deserved to be left alone. The boy who had learned to be counted gripped a list for the headman and tried to keep his hands from shaking. "Names," the headman whispered to him. "Names and only names." The boy nodded as if the word itself were a small sword, and he was learning how to carry it. The inspector raised a palm. The knock he gave the storehouse door was respectful and final. From within came the hush of people deciding what they were. A bolt slid. The door cracked. The air that spilled out smelled of old straw, tallow, and breath held too long. "Registers," the inspector said, voice level. A man with a farmer's shoulders stepped into the light, a hat in both hands. Behind him, the dim suggested stacked sacks and a small shrine shelf with a Buddha smiling, as if it had never learned any other expression. The inspector stepped in first. He did not point, he looked. His men followed, lanterns lifting the room's corners into view. The shelf held cups and a twist of dried herbs. Beneath the Buddha, under a cloth, the edge of something pale showed, the color of bone or old wood. The inspector's eyes paused there and moved on, not missing, not stopping. "Households?" he asked, extending a brush. The farmer recited names with the accuracy of a man who had rehearsed truth and silence together. At the door, the boy's list trembled. Hakiro took the edge to steady it. "Breathe," he said. The drum at the theater tapped once, twice, as if cueing the street's next line. A patrolman behind them looked at the river the way men look at weather. Inside, the inspector lingered before the little shelf. He lifted the Buddha with both hands, polite, careful, the cloth beneath creased. He did not remove it, he smoothed it. His gaze slid to the corners where shadows like to hide. He straightened, set the image back, and wrote a single neat character in his book. "Attend." A pause, a door to return through later. He turned to the men. "Lanterns," he said softly, "not too close to straw." To the farmer, "Paper in order, keep it so." He bowed as he passed, and the bow, because it was exact, made the room's breath return. Lantern file thinned toward the docks. The ward exhaled in little fits. The headman wiped his tally board with his sleeve and wrote, "Visited, counted, warned about lamps." The boy copied the words with his tongue pressed to the corner of his mouth, careful as a carver at the first cut. Hakiro looked up at the storehouse beam they had set that morning, the wood still new enough to carry daylight in its grain, and thought of frames that hold and frames that hide. "Tomorrow," the foreman murmured, "we'll brace the river side." Hakiro nodded and watched the weather. Amiya closed his shutters without hurry. In the dim, he touched the beads at his wrist, then pushed them farther up his sleeve until they rested against the crook of his elbow like a small, sleeping creature. "We keep our accounts," he said to the quiet room. "All of them." In Ishimori's office, the messenger from the south knelt again. New ink, new names, the same smell of damp rope and fear. The box of worn images waited on the mat like a question that refused to be filed. Ishimori held his brush above the report until the drop at its tip bulged, quivered, and fell, a black bead hitting paper with a sound only he could hear. "Attend," he wrote for the third time that day, and knew the word would not be enough for long. Far off, the theater's story finished with a bow that felt like a prayer, an applause that sounded like relief dividing itself fairly among 100 hands. Closer, the shrine bell rang once, the thin, almost careless strike of metal that was also a promise. The inspector's lanterns, reflected in the canal, seemed for a moment like a second procession walk-in. The underside of the world. The boy handed the chalk back to the headman and stood a little taller. "Counted," he said, as if claiming a name. The headman smiled with tired pride. "Counted," he agreed. Behind them, a woman in a doorway touched 2 fingers to her lips and then to a hidden shelf, habit or hope, too quick to tell. Clouds thickened over the bay, the color of bruised silk. A horn sounded from water, longer this time, and though it could have been a trader feeling the fog, the note seemed to carry farther, as if calling not only across distance but across years. The river held its surface tightly, like a secret. In the storehouse, the farmer waited until the lanterns were specks. Then he slid the door shut, lifted the Buddha, and peeled back the cloth to look at the thing beneath. A small cross, carved into a beam, plain as breath. He touched it once with a fingertip, then covered it again with a care that looked like love and fear in the same hand. Outside, the drum at the theater hushed. The ward's last lantern guttered and steadied. The inspector's brush dried. And somewhere, between shelf and register, between drum and decree, conscience took a breath, readying itself for the days when the knock would be harder, and the cloth would not be left in place. The next morning began like any other. buckets rinsed and set upside down to dry, shutters open to square the light, rice chaff swept into tidy clouds that skittered along the lane like shy spirits. The city stitched itself together with thread you could not see. A temple bell answering a clerk's cough, a rope at the barrier rising and falling like breath, the hiss of a brush writing a name that would be a door if ever someone needed to walk through it. At the fish market, Sada flicked water from his fingers and laughed at a gull that knew how to steal without being hated. At the print shop, the secret wave on the block's back slept under the bench, while the front face printed rivers for people to pin above their low shelves and call peace. At Amiya's counter, a woman slid 2 coppers forward for a length of plain cotton and slipped 3 quiet words back with them. "My husband thanks," meaning, "We do not say what we pray, only what we can afford." Across town, the troupe master rehearsed his actors in the empty light, tapping a fan against his palm the way a teacher taps a board to make attention into an instrument. "The law is a straight beam," he said. "We build under it, not against it, but roofs need angles." He turned and showed a turn of the wrist so small it could be mistaken for grace and not a sentence. The boy watched from the gate, copying a posture, then uncopying it as if tucking a bird into his sleeve. Above them, swallows stitched the sky with thread no brush could write. Ishimori read a letter from the north that smelled of wood smoke and rain. Harvest Fair, it reported, river bridled, temple registers complete, but a line at the bottom cut a different grain. Foreign books on a boat at Nagasaki. A sailor with eyes like iron trying to sell words no shrine had blessed. He set the letter aside, watched the ink dull, watched his breath fog the window once and vanish. The drawer with the carp weight stayed shut. The room was not empty, but it felt like a bowl after a guest leaves, warm around the rim, a question cooling in the center. He looked out toward the moat, where reeds swayed as if refusing to choose a direction, and wrote one more small command on a new slip for his runners: ask gently, return with names. He heard his own pen and thought, a whole country, and all we do is name it until it behaves. Hakiro walked the new embankment with the young foreman checking stakes that had learned their place and ropes that remembered last night's hands. A child ran past carrying a paper boat, the prow bent like a grin. He set it down where the current thickened and shouted when it found the seam and shot away, fast as a promise. "The river loves the brave," the foreman said. "Or eats them," Hakiro answered, but he smiled because both things could be true and still leave room for supper. They paused at the storehouse door to admire the beam they had raised, the grain bright as if the tree had only just heard of the sky. "A frame," Hakiro said, touching the wood, "is a kind of vow." He did not say, and a hiding place too. The foreman did not need the words to hear them. By noon the city had found its comfortable heat. In mansions by the inner moat, women counted lamps and combs aloud, making obedience into an inventory that did not make them smaller. A girl traced the route to Edo on an ash-faded floor with a hairpin, learning seasons by corridors and wheels. In a tea-house where the river turned like a wrist, a samurai read a page he had translated and found, to his surprise, that the foreign sentence did not taste like betrayal so much as like salt, new, sharp, waking, a thing that made the rice beside it real. He folded the page quietly and tucked it into the sleeve with the cord of his short sword, the 2 weights balancing in his coat like opposite shores of the same river. Toward evening a wind from the bay pressed cool fingers into the lanes and turned the permit at the shrine gate into a pale fish that fluttered but did not swim away. The drum in the theater thumped once, twice, then found its 3 soft, 1 bright, and the city leaned toward the story the way wheat leans when the wind stops behaving like a suggestion. The censor took his place at the corner and wrote nothing for a long time, because nothing needed to be written when a house knows the rules of its song. The poet, sitting on the step, brushed a line on his sleeve, "We are boats pretending to be bridges," and laughed at himself for thinking in riddles when the fishmonger had already said it better with a knife. Then the horn from the bay called again, longer, lower, the sound of something large practicing its own name. Heads turned, shoulders hardened and then softened as if to say, "Not tonight, not yet." Amiya, walking home with a bundle of plain cotton and a mind full of small arithmetic, looked up and imagined a ship's back like a black road. He thought of weights and measures, of coins growing thin, of rice that remembers every hand that touches it. He touched his sleeve to feel for the beads out of habit, then let his hand fall. Habit and prayer had agreed to keep each other quiet until asked. At the farmhouse near the ward's edge, the mother fed the hearth with a twist of straw and stirred millet until it thickened into the smell of survival. She taught her child a different lesson that did not fit on boards: how to hide something in your heart without lying with your mouth. "We are loyal to our house," she said. "We are loyal to our street. We are loyal to the men who keep the order steady so the roof stays put. We are also loyal to a name we do not say aloud. Do you understand?" The child nodded the way a reed nods when a fish turns below it. In the lane, the Goning Yumi headman paused, lantern lifted, to listen to the theater's applause, clean, collective, the sound of relief believing itself. He smiled, then turned his head at the same far horn that would not learn to be ordinary. His smile thinned. He wrote a note on his tally board that had nothing to do with roofs, rumor of ships that speak smoke. He did not know where to put the board when it held a word like that. Night took the city in both hands. The floating world, steady as a raft, brought out its bowls and laughter. The law, steady as a bridge, kept people from falling into themselves. Hakiro stood between river and road and felt the frame he had helped raise fit around the day like a good door in a true jam. He closed his eyes and heard only measured things: the brush, the drum, the bell, the creak of a cart's wheel finding its groove. When he opened them, the inspector was passing at the far end of the lane, face turned toward a darkness that was not yet a threat, only a direction. The Metsuk did not look back. He did not need to. The street had learned to count itself. Far to the south, beyond the neat reach of Edo's lanterns, fields whispered under a different wind. Taxes pinched. Salt ran thin. A shrine bell cracked in winter and learned to ring with a wobble. On a hill above a sea that loved storms, a young widow folded a letter that said only, "I do not want war. I want bread and to keep the holy name without spitting." She tied the paper with thread like a vein, set it beneath a roof that leaked when the rain came from the east, and stared toward a city she had never seen, where men arranged laws like stones in a garden and believed their pattern would hold against weather. Back in Edo, the drum took its final bow. Applause broke like a small wave and fell back neatly. The lanterns shivered and steadied. The inspector's brush dried. The river kept its smooth face. And somewhere in the seam between law and laughter, a nail squeaked, nothing more, where wood had swollen with a west wind no one had yet agreed to name. The city's brow, but the seam it left would not quite lie flat. Morning slid through lattices, and Edo stood up slowly, careful not to startle its own balance. The markets began their talk before the sun touched Nihinbashi: fish, rice, cloth, rumor, each measured, each useful. A new edict went up on the corner board about coin clipped too thin. The seal shone like a berry no one dared pick. Men weighed bars with practiced ears. Women felt the tug of prices like a river's pull at the ankle, and learned to lean just so. Hakiro and the young foreman walked the embankment with the day warming their backs. The beam they had set sang under a mallet's tap, low, content, a good sound for wood and for men. A boy from the lane counted, steady now, brought them a pail of barley tea and stood at attention as if the river itself had appointed him. "You'll be a foreman before my chisel dulls." The young man teased. The boy looked toward the theater and grinned. Or an actor who builds between scenes. Hakiro laughed, because laughter kept the law from turning to stone in the mouth, and because the morning still belonged to kindly work. At the print shop, the master pulled a proof with water still breathing in the paper. The front face showed a boat gliding under a full moon as if guided by a brushed finger. The secret wave carved on the block's back pressed nothing but still somehow guarded everything. "In the end," he said to his apprentice, "we're only trying to put movement on a surface that refuses to move." He laid the sheet aside and watched a woman buy it with 3 coins that had grown thinner this year, but still made the right sound when they met his palm. "Blue cools the room," she sighed. "We hang it by the rice jar." In a tea room off the main road, Amiya met two other merchants at a low table that had heard every kind of plan. "Salt from the south is late," one said, "and Nagasaki brings stories we don't know how to price." Amiya didn't look at his sleeve where a rosary slept. He looked at the ledger. "Stories are the only goods that never reach a port empty," he said, pouring tea that pretended to be water until the taste told the truth. "We agree on weights here before the board decides for us." They nodded. Outside, sandals beat a mild meter on planks. An old man coughed like a bell, and the street answered with patience. The troop master tuned the day's script with the thin knife of his thumbnail. "Angle," he reminded the lead actor. "You step into a rule at this angle and step out a man." The censor in the doorway pretended to be a piece of furniture long enough that everyone could pretend he was not there. The boy watched and learned how a not-quite bow can whisper. "We see you, we hear you, we will not break you, we will not give you everything." He mouthed the drum cue, 3 soft, 1 bright, until it fit behind his teeth like a secret. At the farmhouse by the ward's edge, millet thickened in the pot. The mother stirred, taught, measured, rehearsed, how to speak to the register, how to feed the shrine, how to hold 2 loyalties at once without dropping either. "We do not wish to be brave," she told the child, smoothing hair that refused to lie down. "We wish to be left alone with our bread." The child nodded gravely, as children do when they agree to carry what they cannot lift. The day bowed to evening. Lanterns lifted, bells walked the rooftops. The floating world put on its calm face and its quick feet. At the theater, the first laughter of the night sprang like a carp and fell back with a splash that delighted everyone. The drum kept its promise. The shamisen stroked a line so fine it could have been a strand of hair. The censor wrote nothing, then 1 dot, attend. It had become a habit of his hand, as much prayer as procedure. Down by the docks, the horn from the bay called again, lower, longer, as if the sea were speaking with a new tongue and had decided to practice it until the city learned to answer. Sada looked up from his tubs and squinted. "Traitors," he told his apprentice. "Always traitors until they are." He said it lightly. His hands, rinsing the knife, were not light at all. The apprentice shivered in a breeze that had not reached land. In Ishimori's office, the carp paperweight held 2 notes at once. Cedar allotment for a cracked shrine roof, and another thin list from the southern wards, names of homes where the temple bell never found the same number of footsteps twice. He traced the carp scales with a tired thumb and thought of water that looked still and speeds in the middle. He wrote, "Ask gently." He wrote, "Return with names." He did not write, "How long can a city float with stones tied to its ankles?" A patrol's wood clappers marked the hour, 2 brisk, 1 softer. The sound of discipline, remembering it, is only useful if people can sleep. The Goningumi headman walked his loop, tally board steady, and paused at the storehouse with the new beam. He ran his palm along the grain like a blessing. He did not open the door. He wrote, "Braced true." He did not write, something carved where only fear and love look. The courtesan, hair pinned plain for a walk, bought a rice cake for a child who had never been allowed to cross the district gate. "Sweet things," she told the mother, "keep bitter thoughts from swelling." She tucked the paper wrapping into her sleeve and later would use it as a bookmark in a letter that smelled of smoke from a farther coast. "I want bread more than I want bravery," the widow had written. Her words had sailed on other people's hands to reach this room where lacquer learned to look like water. The courtesan read the line twice and tied her comb tighter, as if a firm knot on her head could keep wind from other roofs. The drum hit its bright note, and a small storm of applause lifted and dropped. The poet folded a strip of paper with a 3-line wish and slid it under the threshold of his own door. Bell over water. Fan opens, quiet wind. Rice bowl full enough. He smiled at his littleness. He meant every stroke. A patrol paused at the shrine gate and counted the lanterns aloud, gently, as if counting children. Sada slipped his last slice of tuna to a watchman with a nod that meant, "I see the night you carry." Then the inspector came, not with a storm but with a weather that never admits it has a name. The lantern file was smaller tonight, closer set, as if the light itself had learned caution. He stepped into the ward, bowed to the patrol captain, to the headman, to the board at the corner, to the order that allowed him to walk like a law. Registers, he said, but softly, like someone asking for water. Doors slid. Names were spoken. Strokes found paper. Somewhere, a child practiced keeping his mouth from trembling when he did nothing wrong at all. At the storehouse, the one that smelled of straw and secrets, the inspector paused and looked toward the river before he lifted his hand to knock. The horn far out answered him, longer this time, a breath you feel in your ribs. He lowered his hand without knocking and wrote a character in his book that was not often used. Return. He turned toward the theater instead and stood, for a moment, under the permit with the chrysanthemum seal shining from a new brush. The troop master met his eyes and lifted a fan one finger higher than custom. The drum nodded. The actor paused on a line and let the room breathe into the space. It was only a heartbeat, but in that beat something in Edo recognized a turning. The inspector's lanterns moved away toward the docks. The patrol resumed its pace. The headman's chalk squeaked. The board at the corner took another stroke and shone. Hakiro looked at the beam, at the river, at the boy who had learned to be counted, and felt the frame around the day sit a fraction tighter on its nails. Far from lanterns, a wave hit a hull with a sound like a fist on a door. In a cramped room on a storm-scoured coast, a widow sealed her letter and handed it to a man whose boat smelled of tar and hunger. "Bread and the holy name," she told him. "Carry both." He nodded and pushed into water that did not love him back. Back in Edo, a bell rang once thin, exact, and the drum answered. The night kept breathing. The wave kept coming. The closed its eyes, knowing what the morning would bring. Not thunder yet, but footsteps. Not fire yet, but hands at doors. Morning came with shoes on. Before the light had finished climbing the paper screens, feet were already crossing thresholds, soft and deliberate, like a thought that had decided to become a rule. A runner from the castle tied his horse at the ward office and set a narrow scroll on the mat with both hands. The seal shone like a berry in frost. The headman opened it and read in a voice that kept the street from tilting. Temple registers to be checked again. Night gatherings to be discouraged. Households to be reminded, gently, firmly, of the shape of their obedience. A second line, thinner, carried a colder weight. Reports of foreign books moving north from Nagasaki. Let ink be watched as closely as steel. Hakiro and the young foreman stood by the new beam, their sleeves rolled. The river hunched its shoulder against a wind from the bay and pretended it hadn't. The headman approached, chalk already dusting his fingers. "They will walk the lists again," he said. "Count and recount." Hakiro nodded. "A frame holds because someone checks the joints." He did not say, "Sometimes a frame squeezes what it promised to protect." The foreman looked toward the storehouse and ran a thumb along his scar, as if reading a line written there long ago. At the fish market, Sada filleted without looking up, but his knife knew when the horn out on the water changed pitch. "Traders practicing bravado," he told his apprentice, trying on a grin that didn't reach the eyes. The apprentice repeated the word bravado as if it were a spice. "Do we sell it by the measure?" he asked. "No," Sada said gently. "We learn to taste it in the air." In the print shop, the master pulled a proof moon boat bridge, then turned the block over and let his palm rest on the secret wave carved into the back. "You cannot print the undertow," he said, "but you must carve it anyway, or the wood forgets what water is." The apprentice looked puzzled and then understood too much. He dipped the baron and rubbed in little circles until the front showed a river that behaved. Amiya poured tea for a city inspector who had the tact to arrive without lanterns, as if light could sometimes be the rudest thing in a room. "Weights and measures," the inspector said, tapping his ledger. "Salt, silk, coin." Amiya smiled with the same caution he used for untested scales. "And stories," he added. "Shall we agree on a fair measure for those as well?" The inspector's mouth almost softened. His sleeve shifted just in. Offer the beads at his wrist to breathe and then hide again. He closed the ledger and drank. "Stories," he said, "weigh more when they are hungry." By noon, the troop master called a halt and let his actors sit with their fans across their knees like quiet birds. The censor stood under the eaves, neither in nor out. The boy leaned against the gatepost and practiced the drum cue under his breath, 3 soft, 1 bright, until it felt like a door he could open and close without anyone seeing. Angle, the master reminded the lead. Always the angle. The actor nodded, tipping his chin a finger's breadth. In that narrow tilt lay the difference between obedience and sleep. At the farmhouse on the edge, millet thickened and stuck to the spoon. The mother taught her child a new lesson that had no character on the board: how to hold a name in your chest without letting it leak into your hands. If they ask, she said, voice calm from practice, your feet will know what to do. The child stared at the spoon as if it were a horizon. He nodded and set his heel on the mat, then lifted it again, not stepping on anything yet, only learning the weight. The inspector returned before dusk with fewer lanterns and more intent. He paused at the storehouse door and this time knocked. The bolt slid. The farmer with the wide shoulders appeared, hat in both hands, eyes like a man standing at the lip of a well. Registers, the inspector said, polite as ceremony. And the shelf. The farmer hesitated a heart's width and then stepped aside. Lamps were set near enough to see, far enough to be kind. Hakiro stood outside with the headman and the boy, feeling the way a good joint tightens when the weather changes. Inside, the little Buddha came up in careful hands. The cloth beneath did not budge. The inspector watched the corners, he watched the faces, he watched the way air moves when a lie is trying not to breathe. We have been warned about lamps and curtains, he said mildly. You will move oil farther from straw. He drew a character in his book that left the door cracked but not yet open. Return. He closed the cover without hurry. If your roof leaks, he added, as if it were the only thing that mattered, petition for cedar. The lanterns went on to other doors. The ward exhaled in increments. The headman wiped his board with the heel of his palm and wrote, visited, advised to return. The boy copied, neat as a prayer. Hakiro looked at the beam they had set, true, square, ready, and thought how a city taught men to live inside lines that could keep a roof up and a voice down with the same stroke. In Ishimori's office, the carp paperweight pinned 3 notes at once: a shrine's request for timber, a report of foreign books, a list of households that siphoned fear into obedience more quickly than others. He read a last line twice, the southern coast restless with taxes and rumor, and set his brush to a clean slip. He wrote slowly as if choosing grain for a beam, rice for the hungry lanes, cedar for roofs. Ask gently. Return. He did not write the word he was thinking, because the board had no place for it. Mercy does not take ink. Night rose up the river in a blue that made lanterns look like a design on water. The drum at the theater found its pulse. The shamisen slid past worry like a hand smoothing silk. The censor wrote nothing, then 1 dot. Attend. The troop master lifted a fan like a sail and caught laughter in it, steering it away from rocks. The courtesan slipped a letter under her pillow, a widow's hand from far away. I do not want war. I want bread, and to keep the holy name in my mouth without spitting. She closed her eyes and tied her hair tighter. Then the horn sounded from the bay, not nearer, not farther, but truer, as if the sea had learned how to pronounce a word it had been practicing at the edge of hearing. Heads turned without quite meaning to. A patrol paused mid-step and then moved on. The inspector, standing on the quay for a reason no paper would record, looked at the dark water and let the night press its cold coin into his palm. He did not close his hand. Back in the lane, the board shone with the day's strokes, the seal's red berry bright on pale grain. The headman's chalk dried. The boy rolled his shoulders and stood taller beneath the permit. Hakiro and the foreman stacked their tools with the care of men who expect to use them at dawn. The river smoothed itself and pretended it had never thought of waves. Between drum and horn, between shelf and register, something invisible leaned on the frame. It did not creak. It did not yet crack. But in rooms where children practiced where to put their feet, and in offices where ink dried beside petitions that smelled of smoke, you could feel the peace take a deeper breath, as if bracing. And beyond the bay, black ribs rose and fell on the horizon, not close, not far, a rumor shaping itself into wood and iron. Lantern soot left small moons on the rafters by Mo. Arning. The city stretched, straightened its sleeves, and let the river polish its face. The horn from the bay did not sound, but the silence it left behind remembered its shape. Edo took the hint and walked carefully, as if the floor might shift if someone laughed too hard. At Nihinbashi, the bridge thrummed with carts and shoulders. Sada laid mackerel like silver commas on crushed ice and sent a boy running with a parcel to a tea house where actors ate when money behaved. "Tell them the sea was honest today," he said. The boy grinned and vanished between sleeves. Across the way, the print seller strung fresh sheets on a cord, the blue still damp enough to darken where the light kissed it. Boats, moon, a smiling river, exactly what the eyes needed, exactly what the boards permitted. A man paused, thumb at his lip. "I heard there is a print," he murmured to the seller, "with a ship that looks like a mountain." The seller smiled without teeth. "People hear many things," he said, and turned another sheet to the light. Hakero and the young foreman checked the new braces on the storehouse, the wood now speaking in settled tones. "The joint found itself," the foreman said, patting the seam. "It will not wander." Hakero nodded, pleased in the way a man is pleased when physics agrees to act like virtue. The headman arrived with chalk on his sleeve and a ledger that had learned to open to the right page by habit. "We count the repair as finished," he said. "We count the night as quiet." He did not add, "We count our blessings like rice, slowly, carefully, without leaving any in the scoop." Amiya poured tea for 2 apprentices and spoke as if measuring out thread. "A ledger," he said, "is a story that agreed to be true. If coin grows thin, we do not shout, we shorten sleeves. If salt comes late, we eat plums longer. We bend, and the board will not have to bend us." He lifted his cup and turned his wrist just so to keep the rosary under cloth. "And if stories arrive on ships we do not know," he added, looking past their shoulders toward a thought only he could see, "we listen with both ears and neither mouth." On the theater lane, the troupe master rehearsed a scene that was all breath and timing. The lead actor stood at a doorway no wider than a sleeve and made the room feel like a cliff. "Here," the master said, tapping the floor with a fan. "Your foot says yes, your face says maybe, your voice says not now." The censor in the eaves scratched a note, 1 dot, and watched with a look that had learned to admire skill even when it was his job to worry about it. The boy at the gate repeated the drum cue until it felt like a string he could pluck without sound. 3 soft, 1 bright, the city's small heartbeat hiding under larger ones. A courier from the south arrived dusk-gray and salt-streaked, and Ishimori took his packet with 2 hands. The letter smelled of kelp and rain. It said little and meant much. A trader's warehouse at Nagasaki stocked with books that traveled like eels through fingers. A priest in a coast village who had forgotten to be afraid. A rumor of debt turning into hunger faster than winter could be blamed for it. Ishimori pressed the carp weight on the page as if calming a child with a hand. He wrote the same words he had been writing all week, ask gently, return, and then, after a long time, wrote a third, listen. He sealed the slip as if the seal could make the word into policy. At the farmhouse by the ward's edge, the child practiced the smallest of arts, keeping still in the doorway while the headman checked names and the inspector, when he came, glanced at shelves and didn't linger. The mother turned millet with a wooden spoon that had learned patience from her hand. "We will keep the house quiet enough that the wind forgets our name," she said. The child nodded, not because he understood wind but because he understood names. Near noon a cloud banked over the bay like folded silk. The horn did not sound. A boat's oars clicked. Somewhere a rope sang as it tightened around a post. The poet, leaning on a rail with his sleeves pinned up, wrote a line he did not read aloud. "If the sea is learning to talk, we must become better listeners than law allows." He tucked the strip of paper into his sash and wondered if wisdom could be smuggled in the open. In the print shop, the master carved a finger-width of empty space between 2 waves. "Leave room for breath," he told the apprentice. "Even water needs it." The knife raised a ribbon of cherry that curled like incense smoke and fell on the bench before vanishing into shavings. On the block's back, the secret wave stayed dark and silent, the wood remembering what it could not be asked to display. At dusk the floating world lifted its lanterns. The tea-house hung the newest print where the light would temper its blue. The courtesan knotted her sash with a quiet satisfaction and slipped a letter into her sleeve for a friend far upriver. We slept like jars this week. May you sleep like jars. The samurai, coin earned by words, kept his short sword and walked past the pawnshop without slowing, pride and hunger negotiating a truce for one more night. The patrol counted lanterns with a tender accuracy and nodded to the priest who had painted the permit seal as if a steady hand could steady other things. The inspector appeared after the drum's bright beat, lantern light on his cheekbones like brushed tin. He walked without hurry, the way a man walks who expects rooms to make space. At the storehouse he paused but did not turn in. He looked to the river instead, as if the water had begun to keep a ledger of its own. The headman stood beside him, ledger in hand, and let the quiet stretch. "We are in order," he said at last. The inspector nodded once. "I know," he said, and the words sounded like a kindness and a warning sharing the same cup. They reached the theater gate just as the lead actor loosed a single line into the room, a sentence that was nothing like treason and exactly like truth. "We live by frames, but we breathe between them." Laughter came small and grateful, as if the audience had been given permission to be clever together. The censor's brush hovered, wrote nothing, hovered again. The boy looked from the brush to the actor's hands and understood that some balancing acts are the whole art. The horn from the bay answered then, not loud, not close, but with a new clarity that set teeth on edge. The sound slid under doors and into ledgers and beneath prayer shelves. Sada paused with his knife over a mackerel. The poet's brush hesitated in the air. Amiya lifted his eyes from numbers and saw, just for a heartbeat, a coastline he had never walked and ships like black reeds on a foreign tide. The headman's chalk made a dry squeak and stopped. Down the lane, a patrolman turned his head toward the water and then back to the notice board, as if the red seal could anchor a city all by itself. The inspector closed his book on the word return and tightened the tie with a small, precise tug. Edo, which had taught itself to float, felt something heavy place a careful foot on its edge. The drum kept the time, the bell agreed, the river held its face as still as paper. And somewhere beyond the horizon, iron ribs rose and fell, learning the name of a bay they would one day speak aloud. Masks of faith and shadows of power. Morning leaned into the farmhouse at the ward's edge as if trying to listen. On the little shelf, the Buddha smiled a practiced smile, and beneath the cloth the hidden edge of another sign waited, plain wood, plain meaning, a small cross carved into a beam where only fear and love look. The mother fed the fire with twists of straw and taught her child to stand in the doorway with a steady mouth. The law had a ritual that felt like a bruise, a wooden image placed on the mat, a foot lowered, a house measured by the sound it made. They had practiced until the boy could step without shaking. They had also practiced what could not be written on a board, how to keep a name in your chest without letting your hands betray you. The inspector's knock was gentle and exact. He entered with lanterns that stood far enough from straw to feel like mercy, near enough to find corners without apology. "Registers," he said, and the headman read the names firm, even the street reciting itself into order. The Buddha came up in careful hands, the cloth beneath did not move. The inspector's eyes paused, then went on. He wrote one neat character in his book that meant, return. His bow left the room standing. The child's breath broke only after the door slid shut. A small storm pressed into a single cough. In offices where the ink never cooled, Ishimori pressed the carp weight over notes from the southern coast, taxes biting past bone, a lord stacking levies like stones, a winter that made small crimes out of taking fish from a net that wasn't yours. The last sheet smelled of salt and smoke, letters gathered by a monk in a village where the sea chewed the hill. In one, a widow wrote lines that were simple enough to make the page ache. "I do not want war. I want bread, and to keep the holy name in my mouth without spitting." She tied her script with thread and hoped it could walk where she could not. Rumor moved north the way fog does, hugging water and ignoring fences. It said that beyond the tidy reach of Edo lamps a boy with a standard walked the winter fields, a paper cross pinned to cloth like a memory refusing to be taught out of the body. It said that hungry tenants had stopped bowing to a steward, whose lists demanded grain from jars that already showed their glazed bottoms. It said that in a place called Hara, a stone-walled ruin near the sea, men and women were gathering behind palisades stolen from driftwood and prayer, mouths tight, backs straight, children wrapped in quilts that smelled of ash and salt. The drums that kept theater time in Edo could not find the beat of th. At coast, in Edo's lanes, the floating world still practiced grace. Drums soft as heartbeats, fans that tipped laughter into legal shapes, permits that hung like tame moons. But the patrol's clappers sounded closer together, and the censor's brush rested inside his sleeve like a knife he hoped not to use and might have to. Amiya counted coin with the old honesty and measured, for the first time, something that wasn't on his ledger, a feeling that law and hunger had begun to look at each other without blinking. Hakiro walked the riverbank and tested stakes with his heel, as if a city's peace could be read in the way clay held. The boy counted now, steady as a beam, carried the tool basket and didn't ask the questions he was thinking. Frames keep roofs up, Hakiro said at last, not looking away from the water. But if you pull them too tight, the house can't breathe. The boy nodded. He had learned to listen to words that were also measurements. The inspector stood that evening at the key, the bay a dark page pressed by a thumb of wind. He had a list of names and a packet of worn images. He had orders that were reasonable when you read them with a ruler. Far out, a horn spoke the new voice of the sea. Near at hand, a runner arrived from the south with a message tied under his coat. Peasants and samurai together behind old walls, banners with crosses, drums that were not theater drums, a winter that remembered no one's patience. The inspector read the lines, folded them without crease, and understood, quiet spreading like ink in water, that his work in lantern-lighted rooms would learn another shape. More doors, more registers, more shelves checked and checked again. The troop master trimmed a line, touched a fan to the stage, and taught his lead to make courage look like courtesy. Our art, he said, is to let the room breathe without letting it ask why. The censor watched with weary admiration and put a dot in his book that meant attend. At the tea counter after rehearsal, the poet wrote a 3-line prayer for people he would never meet. Wind on poor roofs, bread before banners, mercy like rain. He tucked it into his sleeve, as if a poem could travel with any authority at all. News from the south stopped being rumor when a single cannon spoke with a voice the coast had not heard before. The winter air took the sound and carried it along fishing paths and temple courtyards until it found the ear of a clerk in Edo who did not know what to write as the reason for noise. In a room at Hara, walls braced with driftwood and prayer flags cut from worn kimono, the widow's letter lay under a bowl while men argued about powder and grace. Children sat still because no one had time to teach them the games that make fear manageable. A boy held a wooden sword and waited for someone to make it a story instead of a weight. Ishimari read fresh lines by lamplight, jumble of names, inventory of hunger, a request that sounded like an order because winter makes the polite impatient. He signed for rice to be opened and cedar to be sent, though the sea would eat a good part of both before they reached anyone with a spoon. He wrote to the inspectors, ask gently. He knew gentleness does not carry far when drums have learned a different mathematics. He closed his eyes and saw the Buddha lifted from a shelf, the cloth beneath left in place by a man who understood the difference between keeping law and breaking hearts. He pressed the carp weight down as if it could keep a country flat. The patrols walked Edo's edges counting lanterns as if light itself were taxable. At the farmhouse, the mother placed the wooden image on the mat with her own hands. The child stepped on it with the muscle memory of survival. The headman wrote the line that kept shelves safe. When they left, the mother lifted the cloth and kissed the plain wood once, quick, the way you might kiss a child before sending him to a place where you cannot follow. Hakiro mended a latch in silence, and then bowed deeper than business required, because some repairs are not his to make. Downriver, the print shop pulled a sheet that looked like calm, the moon laying itself down in blue, a boat that did not rock, a bridge that had never heard of cannons. On the back of the block, the secret wave took another small cut. "Leave room for breath," the master murmured. The apprentice nodded, though the room felt short of air. The horn from the bay sounded again, longer, lower, closer, and Edo, which had learned the grammar of obedience and joy, paused between its clauses. In the south, wind came hard off the sea and pushed smoke flat along the ground. A boy on a parapet looked toward the winter water and saw masts where sky had been. In the capital, drums found their cue, orders spread with clean strokes. The inspector's book opened on a new page that did not yet have a name, only a shape. More lanterns, more visits, more quiet doors. The troop master closed his fan and understood. Odd that even perfect angles cannot always keep a roof from learning about weather. The cannon spoke again. Cannons wrote their syllables in winter air, and each report was a door slammed on a prayer. At Hara, smoke crawled along parapets patched with driftwood and quilts. Behind them, men and women squared their shoulders into the wind and sang with mouths too cold for words. A boy who had never left his village stood with a wooden sword and learned the difference between bravery and hunger disguised as bravery. The widow who had written for bread folded her hands around the holy name as if it were fire cupped against rain. When the cannonballs found stone and then flesh, the sound reached even the careful rooms of Edo, muted, late, but undeniable, like thunder accounted for in a ledger. In the capital, drums changed measure. Orders moved fast but spoke in the same soothing voice, each stroke of ink a promise that iron and winter belonged elsewhere. Ishimori read dispatches that tried to be polite to violence. Ruin secured, rebels contained, the faith of foreign letters reduced to ash. He pressed the carp weight on words that would never sit flat and thought of the inspector lifting the Buddha, smoothing the cloth, choosing a kind of sight that could keep a room whole for one more night. He signed for rice and cedar and more lanterns, and for the quiet instruction that no one would ever inscribe. When the test comes, place it gently. When the foot falls, listen with human ears. In the lanes, the floating world tightened its own chords. The troop master cut a scene that breathed too much and taught his lead to pour the same meaning into a bow. "A fan is a blade if you know where to aim," he said, scaling grief down to grace. The censor watched with eyes that admired craft and feared courage, and in his book he wrote a dot and then another, the way a man knocks twice at a door before deciding whether to enter. The poet folded a strip of paper into a carp and sent it down a gutter that ran to the Sumida, whispering lines the water would not betray. Wind on poor roofs, bread before banners, mercy like rain. Amiya, who counted coin the way temples count bells, felt the city's breath shorten. Men bought plain cloth and kept their sleeves narrow. Women counted lamps twice. Rosaries stayed farther up sleeves, where skin remembered them without eyes getting ideas. "We keep our accounts," he told his nephew, pouring tea with two steady hands. "The visible ones for the board, the others for the dark." He meant grief and fear, and a hard-earned tenderness that law is too blunt to measure. Hakiro walked the embankment and listened to Clay the way a doctor listens to a chest. The young foreman spoke low. "They say the coast burns." Hakiro nodded without lifting his eyes from the stake he was testing. "Fire is a teacher with one lesson," he said. "Build truer, watch the wind, share your water." He glanced toward the gate of the theater where laughter still lifted on cue, thinner now but determined. "And sing," he added, "even when you're out of breath." Then came word no edict could soften. Hara taken, its palisades flattened like reeds after flood, its people stilled. The Dutch ship, hired smoke and iron, had added its voice to the shogunate's drums, and together they had taught the rebellion the cost of winter miracles. In lanes far from sea spray, a woman set her ladle down and pressed her palms flat on the table as if keeping it from rising with grief. In a back room, the inspector untied his packet of worn images, the boards darkened by long years of feet, and retied them with a cord that bit. "Return," he wrote in his book, as if the word could be a balm when used often enough, as if promise were a scaffold stronger than fear. The aftermath traveled like cold, slow to move, quick to settle. Notices rose at corners, no ships with crosses, no priests of foreign tongues. Nagasaki clipped, then narrowed, then made into an island of trade where a single watchable door would do. Dejima grew like a careful word between teeth. Temple registries thickened, the Tararyuk slips multiplied. House by house, the ledger stitched people to places with ink that did not fade as fast as memory. The mask of peace gained another layer, lacquer upon lacquer, a shine that water loved and nails could not find purchase on. And yet, under the bright finish, the grain still remembered tree. In Edo, a patrol paused at a shrine, counted lanterns aloud, and then nodded to a priest who had tied the permit with a knot you could trust. The Goningumi gathered under the willow and signed their tallies, each name a plank on which the lane chose to stand. The courtesan, hair plain after a long night, bought a sweet for a child and said, "Sugar is a kind of truce." The samurai with the thin stipend translated a page for a merchant, and found the foreign lines taught him nothing about rebellion, only about weather at a latitude he would never see, and a woe. RD for ship that tasted like iron and wind. The troop master raised his fan and said a scene that told the truth sideways. A fisherman learning the tide's new manners, a pine crouching lower and still making shade, a bell that rang softer and was heard better. The censor wrote nothing, then smiled once quickly, the way men smile at skills they could never learn without first leaving the jobs that feed their children. The poet pinned his 3 lines on a post and watched them breathe. Sada wrapped eel in paper and told his apprentice, "We cut along the grain. The blade is kinder that way." Ishimari opened his drawer and unfolded the widow's letter as if it were a map to a place he would never admit visiting. "I do not want war. I want bread." He closed his eyes and saw the farmhouse, the shelf, the careful lift of a Buddha, the cloth that stayed in place because mercy is sometimes the only obedience worth practicing. He sealed a slip for the southern offices, rice, cedar, lantern oil, and stamped it with a seal that looked like certainty and felt like a hope not to be ashamed of in old age. The inspector walked the key at dusk and practiced a new silence, the kind you wear when failure has been prevented at a price you cannot fully count. Far out, the horn on the bay did not sound. Closer, the theater drum tapped 3 soft, 1 bright, and the city answered like a body that has learned its own pulse by heart. He stood for a long time watching nothing, because sometimes the work is to prepare for what does not yet come. Then a small deed in a small room. The farmhouse door slid, the test board lowered, the child's foot rose, fell. A dull sound, honest and practiced. The headman wrote the line that kept the shelf safe. The mother lifted the cloth after they left and touched the plain cross once with 2 fingers, quick as a breath. Hakiro mended a hinge and nodded to the inspector on his way out, 2 men recognizing without words that frames can be both shelter and cage and still deserve to be repaired. Seasons turned. Peace wore its mask and beneath it grew a face. Plays learned their angles. Prints learned the blue that cooled rooms where conversation warmed. Rice and coin kept uneasy truce. The roads did their slow stitching of center to edge, keeping lords in motion and their families anchored like lanterns in the capital's rooms. The laws of quiet proved themselves again and again, until no one could remember a day without them. And yet the sea kept its ledger. Out past the line where lanterns give up, black backs of ships rose and fell in distant winters, practicing names no clerk in Edo had inked onto any board. One evening, when the sky was the color of hammered tin, a horn sounded from the bay, not loud, not near, just true enough to thread the spaces between drumbeats. Heads lifted, hands stilled. The inspector looked up from his book. Ishimori paused with his seal an inch above warm wax. The troop master felt his fan cool in his palm. The courtesan's comb paused in her hair. Sada's knife paused at a bone. Hakiro's chisel paused over a beam that had never learned to fear weather. The horn fell silent. The drum resumed. The bell agreed. But the sound had left a line you could not sweep. Faith had been pressed under law. Theater had learned to bow without breaking. Registries bound the street to itself like a braid. Still, the sea kept teaching its single lesson, that even a house that breathes must someday open a door. The season after Hara grew a new habit of silence, not cruel, not kind, simply practiced. Notices at corners thickened like lacquer, the ink shone without wavering. Temple registers became the city's second heartbeat. Taryuk slips multiplied like winter moths caught in lamplight. Inspectors learned the patience of water. They returned and returned until rooms wore their visits the way wood wears a polish. Doors opened before fists could form. Shelves straightened themselves. In the farmhouse at the ward's edge, the mother kept the little shelf clean as a conscience. She moved the Buddha each morning with 2 fingers and set it back in the exact ring of dust it had made, so that nothing in the room could be accused of drifting. The child grew taller and quieter, his foot sure on the board, his mouth trained to balance truth and breath. On a rain-bright afternoon, he asked the question children ask when their bodies are almost ready to be men. "If a name has to hide," he said, "is it still our name?" She tucked the blanket tighter around the millet jar. "Names that hide," she answered, "wait. Waiting is another way of keeping." He nodded and learned a new posture for prayer, spine straight, eyes open, voice nowhere but the lungs. Ishimari wrote more slowly now, as if the brush might bruise the paper. He sent rice and cedar where wind had taken roofs. He stamped fair judgments with a seal that had grown heavier in his hand. He also signed lists with the neat word that had become a BR. Aichi walked every day attend, knowing bridges can break if too many cross at once. On his desk lay 3 books from Nagasaki that had been licensed like careful strangers. A chart of stars that spoke in unfamiliar names, a treatise on medicine that showed blood as if it were obedient to diagrams, and a slim volume of words that described ships in terms of breath and iron. He read a page of each and closed them as if extinguishing lamps. Knowledge could be a fire you lit only to count your exits. Amiya folded a bolt of cotton and taught his nephew the art of making promise feel like inventory. "We do not cheat," he said. "We shape." He adjusted his scales until the pans looked like balanced hands. Under his sleeve, the beads pressed the skin in a rhythm he could feel even while speaking of coin. A clerk from the city office came in with a ledger and a reputation for listening. They discussed weights and measures, sleeves and taxes, how to salt fish so that it reached the north with more hope than rot. The clerk's gaze settled on the merchant's wrists, nothing to see, and then lifted to the window, where rain drew lines he pretended to read. "I prefer honest markets," he said, not quite looking at Amiya. "They make gentler laws." "And gentler laws make better markets," Amiya replied, placing a neatly folded truth between them like a cloth to keep the table from getting scratched. On Nihinbashi, Sada laid mackerel in a row so precise it felt ceremonial. He fed a stray cat with the tail piece and told his apprentice, "We treat scraps like guests, or we forget how to be hosts." The apprentice nodded as if entrusted with a shrine. The horn on the bay had been quiet 2 days. Even its absence had learned a posture. Sada looked up anyway, as men do when they expect weather. He could not help seeing a ship's back in the backs of clouds. The troop master stood in an empty house and taught his lead to weep without water. "A single breath," he said, "held half a beat too long." The censor appeared in the doorway like a polite shadow. The master bowed and offered tea. They spoke of sleeves and tempo, and they spoke of nothing at all. Both understood that art and law had learned to share a corridor without knocking shoulders. As the censor left, he paused by the permit. "Keep your lanterns low," he said. "Light draws eyes." "Light shows faces," the master answered. They each took a sip of silence and pretended it was agreement. Hakero and the young foreman raised a small bridge over a canal where eels flicked like punctuation. The boy counted, grown with a drummer's hands, held the far rail while the first plank went down. "True," Hakero said, citing the line. The foreman adjusted a wedge. "True," he echoed. Between their palms and the plank, Edo floated, frames and joints, vows and roads, the promise that a city could be taught to hold its breath without drowning. When the bridge took its weight, a woman carrying a basket of persimmons tested it with a foot. "Good," she pronounced, and the men felt the kind of pride that never makes noise. At dusk, The inspector walked his list through the ward with lanterns set deliberately far apart, as if the dark were being invited to keep some of its territory. He paused at the storehouse door. The headman stood with his tally board like a small, steady altar. The inspector did not knock. He looked at the beam Hakero had set, at the river's quiet face, at the boy whose shoulders had learned to be still. He wrote one word in his book that he had rarely used and never without thinking twice: enough. Then, because habit is the heaviest law, he added in smaller strokes beside it: return. Later, in the lane's low house, the poet pressed 3 lines onto cheap paper and pinned them where the wind could read. Law wears a mask, kind eyes. Conscience learns to breathe beneath. Rain spells both names on stone. He stepped back and almost laughed, because even a serious city needs a fool who loves it enough to be obvious. Night came soft. The drum in the theater traced 3 gentle beats and one bright like a thumb on a pulse. The bell, far off, answered with iron that had learned tenderness. The patrol counted lanterns with lips moving, not in suspicion but in care. The courtesan walked home with hair unpinned and left a rice cake on the shrine step because you never know when a god will be hungry. The samurai with the thin stipend exchanged a translation for a bowl of fish and the quiet dignity of keeping his blade for another month. The headman tucked his chalk in a fold of cloth. The mother lowered the test board, lifted it again, then blew the lamp with the caution of someone who has seen what one careless spark can teach. Beyond the bay, a weather line darkened, thin as ink on silk. No horn sounded. No oars clicked. The sea did what it usually does before it stops behaving. It pretended to be asleep. And in the chambers where reports were read and sealed, Ishimori paused with high S brush above a blank slip, not because he did not know what to write, but because he knew the word would have to carry more weight than ink can bear. He lowered the stroke anyway, neat as the ribs of a fan. Morning would come with fog like muslin, and a set of shapes at the horizon that were not clouds. Fog laid itself over the bay like muslin pulled across a sleeping face. Edo woke inside a softer world, sound muffled, edges blurred, the river a pale ribbon drawn with a milky brush. On Nihinbashi, Sada tapped his knife, listening to steel answer him as if it too were waiting for the day to decide its shape. The cat he fed each morning moved like a shadow that had grown whiskers. "Weather with secrets," he said to the apprentice, and smiled as if jokes could keep fog from choosing a side. At the ward's edge, the farmhouse smelled of steamed millet and damp straw. The mother set the Buddha in the ring of dust it knew, let the cloth rest where a small carved cross pretended to be part of a beam, and taught her child to breathe in a way that did not move the shoulders. "Names that hide," she said, voice even, "are rain in dry ground. We keep them by not disturbing them." The child nodded, fingers worrying the hem of his sleeve as if memory were a string. Hakero and the young foreman carried planks to a narrow canal where eels wrote punctuation beneath the surface. Fog beaded on the wood, the planks blew their breath like horses. "True," Hakero said, laying his level, the brass bubble pausing like a thought that had not yet chosen yes or no. "Hold," the foreman answered, wedges in palm, a priest about to place candles. Somewhere upriver, a bell brought out a single note and let it stand alone. The sound made the fog look deliberate. In the office where brushstrokes carried law, Ishimori ground ink slow, patient as rain. On his desk lay 3 thin books from Nagasaki, wrapped in oiled paper and permission. Stars with foreign names, a treatise that showed veins like branching rivers, a manual of ships that called smoke, breath, and iron rib. He opened one to the picture of a hull braced like a chest and closed it again with care, as if light itself might be tempted to learn new words. A runner from the south knelt, salt dried in lace at his lashes. "Quiet on the coast," he said and coughed, "but quiet like a held breath." The inspector walked the quay with lantern unlit, fog serving instead. He carried his book as a man might carry weather accepted, not loved. "Registers," he told the headman at the barrier, voice low so fog wouldn't take offense. "Tonight again." The headman nodded, chalk ready, the word attend already halfway to the board in his mind. Between them, a thread of river slid by, smooth as a seal against wax. The troop master stood in an empty theater and taught a gesture you would miss if you didn't love such things. A fan opened a finger width, then stilled, a hinge asserting its right to exist. "Angle," he said to the lead. "Always the angle." The censor in the doorway warmed his hands around a cup of tea and pretended that applause were steam. The boy at the gate tapped the drum softly, 3 breaths, one bright, until Fog swallowed the sound, then gave it back a second later, delayed like an echo looking for a story to join. Amiya sat with a clerk whose ledger smelled of rice starch. They weighed coin and talked together. "Thin copper makes fat rumor," Amiya said, sliding the scales to rest. "Fat rumor makes thin sleep," the clerk replied, and let his gaze wander to the window, where Fog drew the same line on the glass again and again, unwilling to decide whether it wanted to be rain. Midday never quite arrived. The city wore the hour like a borrowed coat. The poet stood on the bridge and wrote with the back of his nail on the damp rail, water listening, city whispering back. He wiped the words before anyone else could read them, as if ideas might catch chill. Sada's apprentice cupped his hands and shouted across the market, but his voice came back shorter, clipped by Fog. "Eat," Sada said, handing him a rice ball. "Food is a rule that Fog respects." Toward evening, the inspector's lanterns took their path, farther apart than fear would prefer, closer than laziness would allow. Doors slid. Names answered. Shelves kept their practiced faces. At the farmhouse, the test board came out, the foot fell, the sound arrived dull and honest. The headman wrote his line. The mother bowed without breaking at the waist. Hakiro fixed a latch that squeaked with a single clean drop of oil and stepped back into air that smelled like wet paper and iron. Downriver, Fog thinned in stripes like a curtain someone was learning to open. The bay's horizon, usually a straight sentence, stuttered with shapes that should have been clouds and were not. The patrol captain on the quay lifted his clappers, then lowered them, unwilling to teach panic a rhythm. He turned to the inspector. The inspector did not blink. He Add 2 words ready for many kinds of nights. He chose the kinder one. "Walk," he said. The lanterns moved with a dignity that made fear feel impolite. On Nihinbashi, hawkers paused mid-call. A fishwife held her palm above a tub as if blessing water. The print seller lifted a damp sheet and saw the river he had pinned there begin to look wrong beside the water below it. In the theater alley, the troop master looked up into Fog and chose a line he had been saving for when laughter needed a hand. "We live by frames. We breathe between them." The house answered with a soft, grateful murmur, a field of grass learning wind. Ishimari set his seal above warm wax and did not press. He listened. In Fog, distance lies. Sound tells the truth first. He heard, at the edge of hearing, the long, level moan of a horn that did not belong to any boat he knew. He felt, under the soles of his feet, a rumor traveling the timbers of the city as if Edo were one long bridge and something heavy had set a foot upon it. Hakiro and the foreman stood at the canal's lip with planks in their hands and looked toward the mouth of the river, where the fog lifted enough to make silhouettes honest. Backs of ships, tall and wrong, ribbed and black, smoke curling from mouths that had never learned to be modest. The boy at the drum forgot his cue and then remembered it and played it anyway, 3 soft, 1 bright, as if the heart were stubborn. The inspector closed his book on the word return and tied it tight. The headman, chalk at the ready, wrote nothing and then underlined the nothing with a careful line. Amiya, hand on his sleeve where beads slept, breathed once deep, in a way that counted both coins and suns. The courtesan laid a comb on her mat and smoothed a letter that said simply, "We slept like jars." The horn sounded again, closer now, truer, a vowel invented by iron, and the fog moved aside as if remembering manners. People on the quay did not cry out. They breathed in together, a city's ribs opening. Above the water, the black sails of foreign ribs arranged themselves like a sentence Edo was about to learn to read. The bell struck once, small and precise, as if testing whether sound still obeyed. The bell's small, exact note trembled on the fog and vanished, as if sound itself had hesitated at the sight. People did what trained bodies do. They went still without looking afraid. The patrol captain lowered his clappers. The inspector tucked his book against his sleeve as if it were a living thing that might startle. Hakero and the foreman set their planks down in the manner of men laying a door they are not yet ready to open. The boy at the drum whispered the pattern to himself, 3 soft, 1 bright, and did not strike. The beat in his ribs was loud enough. Ships arranged themselves on the bay like characters in a script no temple had licensed. Iron mouths smoking, hulls ribbed, flags that did not bow to wine the way silk learns to do. The fog lifted its hem and stepped back, a servant making room. Sada shaded his eyes with a wet hand and measured the silhouettes the way fishermen measure squalls. How far, how many, how stubborn. Weather with teeth, he murmured. The apprentice nodded as if learning a new word. On Nihinbashi, the prince seller left a sheet to drip and forgot it there. The blue darkened where it should have paled. A runner pounded past the quay, sandals spitting fog. He did not shout. The weight of news did not need volume. In the office where brushstrokes carried law, Ishimori felt the floor speak first, the faintest tremor you hear with the soles. Then the horn's moan arrived like a straight line drawn through his chest. He pressed his seal into warm wax and did not let it cool. Orders, soft in tone and hard in outcome, unrolled. Keep barrier ropes high, lanterns low, discourage gatherings by the river. Theater to play but with care. Registries to be checked without noise, as if counting the heartbeats of a sleeping child. He wrote attend and listen, and on a slip he did not show anyone wait. Along the lanes, the floating world put on calm like a borrowed robe. The troop master lifted his fan and reduced a mouthful of courage to the size of a glance. Angle, he told the lead actor, a lesson old as paper. Don't cut air. Lean it. The censor stood under the eaves and watched hands rather than words, as if the way a wrist turn could betray a city. The drum took its cue and stitched 3 soft beats, and 1 bright into the evening like a thread meant to hold a seam long enough to sleep. Amiya closed his shutters half a finger before courtesy required it and counted his stores, salt, rice, cloth, quiet. Under his sleeve, beads pressed a rhythm that made him think of oars. A clerk in gray came in without knocking, eyes like scales. Weights and measures, the clerk said out of habit. Amiya poured tea out of habit. They looked at each other over the steam and let the sentence end there as if setting a cup down gently co. Old be the work that keeps a house standing. At the farmhouse by the ward's edge, the mother set the Buddha in its ring, smoothed the cloth beneath as if smoothing fever from a brow, and taught her child a new stillness. We listen, she said. The test board remained in its packet. The headman stopped at the threshold and bowed to the room as if to a person with a wound. Names tomorrow, he said, and did not write. In the corner, a little cross under wood remembered the shape of a prayer and kept it smaller than fear. On the quay, the inspector watched boats with honest backs slip out to meet the ribs that smoked. They were small, brave, correct, oars biting fog, bows carrying ordinary words. Welcome, wind, depth, tide. The foreign ships did not answer in oars. They answered in breath black, coal-thick, and in flags that spoke without looking for permission. A small boat peeled away from one of the iron mouths and slid toward shore with the patience of a plan. Men in dark coats sat with their backs straight. A box lay between them, letter law hinge. By noon the fog thinned into strips, and the city found its mirror again, water reflecting roofs, roofs reflecting rules. But the image now had a seam, as if a new board had been fitted into an old floor. The poet stood at the rail and wrote nothing. His hand made the shape of 3 lines in the air and dropped them like a fisherman who knows the river will not give back the net in time. The boy at the drum stared through the theater gate at the pale horizon until the troop master gently turned his chin back toward human scale. We sing, the master said. That is our oath. The boy nodded and caught the beat like a swallow catching itself. A paper traveled upriver faster than a rumor ever could, sealed, dry, heavy, with the weight of an elsewhere that had learned to make itself felt at distance. It came ashore at a post where sandals had learned not to slip. It passed from a hand that smelled of tar to one that smelled of ink. It arrived in a room where Ishimori sat with his seal cooling and his brush warm. The letter spoke in polite iron, a demand that called itself a request, a visit that named itself friendship and carried its own canons, a schedule written in a grammar of tide and gun. Ishimori read the characters penned by translators whose wrists had learned foreign angles. He read again. He closed his eyes and saw the Buddha lifted, the cloth left in place, the foot falling gently out of love for a roof. He opened his eyes and wrote neat lines that meant, "The sea has brought a door. We must decide whether to call it an exit or an entrance." Hakiro tightened a brace that did not need tightening and listened to Wood speak as if it could warn him about iron. The foreman stood with hands on hips, a man measuring whether he could not see. "Do we build higher?" he asked. "We build truer," Hakiro said, because it was the only answer he owned. The headman passed with his board tucked under his arm like a child. "Tonight," he said, "we count quietly." The boy nodded and placed the drumstick on the frame and let it rest there, a finger on a pulse. The inspector climbed the steps to a vantage over water and allowed himself one long look. The ships rode the bay as if they had always belonged to it. The city wore them like a heavy sash you cannot take off without untying something else first. He opened his book and wrote no word at all. He drew a small square, the outline of a door, and shaded half of it. In the theater, the lead actor stepped into a pause cut so fine it could hold breathing. "We live by frames," he said softly, "and sometimes frames must widen." The house answered with a hush that felt like courage folding its sleeves. The censor did not write. He set his brush down and put both hands on the rail as if to steady the whole room. Evening took the fog away and left the ships plain as teeth. Lanterns along the quay burned lower by order and higher by fear. Amiya's shutters stayed shut. His ledger lay open, a harmless face. Sada salted fish with the precision of prayer. The courtesan pinned her hair with modesty and placed a rice cake at the shrine as if feeding a messenger. The mother at the farmhouse blew the lamp with care. The little cross under wood drank darkness without complaint. Night tightened its ropes. The horn on the bay spoke once, a single line through air so clear it could cut. Bells answered with fewer strokes than usual as if saving iron. The paper on Ishimori's mat waited for his seal. The inspector's small shaded door sat in his book like weather. Hakiro's hand rested on a brace and did not leave it. The boy, eyes open in the dark, tapped 3 soft beats with his finger against his knee and never reached the bright. When dawn came, it would come onto water that had learned a new word for visitor. The black sails would still be there, iron ribs breathing, and a city that had practiced obedience and joy would have to decide how to keep bow while learning how to move. The frame held, the frame trembled. On the horizon, silence wore smoke. Fog thinned to threads, the ships resolved into answers that asked more questions. By mid-morning, the city had given itself its tasks. Men who carried rules in brushes carried them faster. Men who carried timber carried it farther. At the river mouth, officials pointed at the map as if pointing could thicken the land. "Batteries here," they said, tapping sand that remembered only sandals. "Emplacements there." Hakiro and the young foreman were pressed into a line of carpenters heading for the shore, their tool wraps dark with fog. "We build against weather," the foreman muttered. "Today the weather floats." Hakiro set his level on a plank, watched the bubble choose the middle, and decided to trust the only promise wood ever keeps. If joined truly, it holds. A shore wind pushed smoke from the foreign ribs into long black ribbons. Children counted masts with the fierce math of the worried. At Nihinbashi, Sada salted harder than habit and told the apprentice, "If the sea has visitors, we feed them by feeding our own first." The cat licked brine from its whiskers, unimpressed by diplomacy. Across the way, the print seller lowered a sheet no one would buy today. Boats so gentle the paper felt guilty about them. And eyed a block rumored to show a mountain-shaped ship. He slid it out, then slid it back, fingers tingling as if touched by a rule. In the theater lane, the troupe master gathered his actors' clothes, fans closed like flowers at dusk. "We will play," he said. "We are part of the breathing." The censor stood just beyond the eaves, hat wet, listening with a face that had learned to be both door and wall. The boy at the drum lifted the stick and found his pattern even inside a heart that wanted to jump, 3 soft, 1 bright, insisting that a city is allowed a pulse even when the horizon has teeth. Amiya sealed his shutters and met 2 men in the half-dark, one a steward with lists, one a clerk with a ledger that could have been a sword if you held it wrong. "Rice south, salt north," Amiya said, drawing lanes in the dust on his counter. "Lantern oil rationed if the river whispers wind. Prices steady by agreement, not edict, or panic will charge what law cannot pay." The steward nodded because steadiness is also a tax. The clerk's eyes flicked to Amiya's sleeve. The beads slept. "If the board asks," the clerk murmured, "we call this prudence." "We call it mercy," Amiya answered, and neither wrote the word down. The inspector took his lanterns along the quay at a distance that felt like respect for fog and for men whose hands were full. He stopped where carpenters laid the first gun platform, a raft of earth and timbers nailed into nervous ground. Hakiro's chisel sang once clear. The inspector listened as if the sound could report intention. "True?" he asked. Hakiro sighted the brace. "True enough to aim," he said. The inspector nodded, then turned when a small boat nosed in with a box like a quiet threat. Couriers took it, each hand remembering they were only hands. Somewhere behind them a bell rang once, neither alarm nor festival. The note you use when naming a thing makes it more real than you want. Ishimari read the letter in a room with the window open to fog because air needed to move if words were going to. The script was a garden of politeness grown over iron. Visit, friendship, exchange, demonstration. Each sounded like rain until you noticed the shape of the cloud. He set his seal on a reply that bowed while buying time, the ancient trick of men who understand that even a wall needs courtesy when it shivers. To runners he sent 3 slips with simple bones. Keep registers gentle. Keep streets clear, keep the drum. At the ward's edge, the mother smoothed the cloth over the hidden sign and taught a prayer with no sound, only breath that turned the chest warm. "We are loyal to roofs," she said, "to bread, to each other. Speak to the board with strong legs, speak to the shelf with steady hands." The child nodded and stood in the doorway like a small post in a big river, learning how to be counted and kept at once. By afternoon, the carpenters had coaxed a platform out of mud. The first borrowed cannon, old bronze, more memory than menace, was levered into place with curses that sounded like blessings if you tilted your head. The young foreman touched the breech as if warming a frightened animal. "We are aiming a story at the sea," he said. Hakiro pushed a wedge, felt the timber accept correction, and answered, "Stories listen." Farther down the quay, a crowd gathered where oars had brought men in coats that never learned to bow. The box opened with the quiet of things that learned seriousness early. Inside lay papers with the weight of distance pressed into them. There was a moment of translated silence, words walking from one mouth to another wearing borrowed shoes. Then the message stood in the air lick. Lintel, a deadline, a return. A promise that carried comparison in its pocket, engines iron, thunder you could schedule. Edo exhaled in a new rhythm. The troop master cut laughter shorter and made pauses longer, teaching the audience how to live inside intervals. The censor's brush wrote nothing and everything in a single dot. Sada sent a parcel to the batteries and told the boy, "For courage, not for foreigners." Amiya's clerk closed a ledger on a column that made no sense except as hope. The poet pinned up 3 lines without asking permission. Black ribs breathing. Frame learns a new door. Keep the bowl steady. At sunset the fog burned to copper, and the ship stood like punctuation marks ending a sentence no one had finished writing. The inspector sketched a square in his book again and shaded more of it. Ishimari pressed his seal and watched the wax cool slow as thought. Hakiro tapped a brace and liked the answer. The boy at the drum found the bright stroke and let it ring once, slender as a reed and braver than he felt. Night arrived with ropes pulled tighter, lanterns dimmed by order and glowed by stubbornness. On the farmhouse shelf, the Buddha kept its patient smile. Beneath, the hidden cross kept its small shadow. In the water beyond the batteries, an iron mouth sighed coal and waited. Between shore and ship, between ink and thunder, the city balanced like a bowl brimful, walking from kitchen to table. A gull cried. The bay answered with a low, measured horn, the kind of sound you remember in your bones the next day, even if nothing else returns. The night held its breath as if afraid to disturb the water's thinking. Carpentry hammers sounded along the shore like a distant pulse, true and unhurried. Hakiro and the young foreman worked by lantern shade, sleeves stiff with salt. They cribbed the gun's wheels with wedges and listened to iron settle the way you listen to a stubborn guest take a seat, wood speaking in small, relieved clicks, bolts giving back heat they'd borrowed from the day. "Aim for the throat," the artillery overseer murmured, tapping the sight, though no one intended to fire. The overseer had a voice like a closed drawer. He believed in furniture that keeps shape under weight. Up on the quay, the inspector paced an even figure eight and came back to the same square of stone each time, as if his step were measuring patience. He had drawn the little door again in his book, this time shading most of it, leaving only a sliver of pale. He could feel the city move under him, temple bells short, theater drums kept soft, barrier ropes strung a hand higher without anyone needing to say the word. A runner arrived, wind-torn and hoarse. "Reply sent," he breathed. "We named courtesy and tide. We asked for mourning." Ishimori's seal cooled on a sentence that had chosen time over pride. He sat with the window open to a wind that tasted of iron filings and kelp, and set 3 slips aside for his dawn circuit: rice for the batteries, oil for the lamps, a note to the patrols to count lanterns as if counting made warmer rooms. On the desk, the licensed books from Nagasaki sat like tame animals that remembered forests, stars, veins, ribs. He rested his hand on the ship manual's oiled paper and felt the quiet throb of a future that would ask for different wrists at the brush. Amiya walked the lane with 2 boys carrying covered baskets. "For the shore cruise," he told a gate guard. "For men aiming stories at the sea." The guard lifted the cloth and smiled at the honest weight of rice and pickles. "Feed them well," Amiya added, "so the city can afford to be brave without being hungry." Under his sleeve, the beads pressed a rhythm that was not fear, more like an inventory of breath. He paused at the theater and slipped a parcel to the troop master: rice cakes, plain cotton for wiping sweat, a note that said only, "Keep them listening." The troop master bowed, then turned to his lead. "Tonight we show a fisherman who waits for weather to speak plain," he said, fanning air into form. The censor took his corner with a face that had learned how to respect art that refused to be foolish. The boy at the drum rehearsed his cue against silence until the pattern lived in his skin whether he liked it or not. 3 soft, 1 bright, proof that a heart can be taught manners. Across the ward, the farmhouse lamp burned low. The mother, sleeves tied, lifted the Buddha with 2 fingers, smoothed the cloth, and blew once to steady the flame. "We do not pray for thunder," she told the child. "We pray for bowls that do not tip." The headman stopped at their door and did not unroll his board. "Names in the morning," he said. "Tonight is for holding." The child nodded in the way of boys who have learned the shape of the room with their eyes closed. On the shelf, the small cross beneath wood kept its shadow exactly the size of a palm. Near midnight, mist crawled back over the bay, not to hide the ships but to make them taller. From the flagship, a boat slid toward shore, lantern hooded, oars dipping a secrecy that still made sound. Men in black coats sat straight, breath pluming like small non-negotiable flags. A chest lay at the keel. The inspector watched from the landing, weight centered, hands visible. He felt, absurdly, that if he spoke too loudly the wood would forget itself and war would begin out of embarrassment. A translator stepped first, coat beaded with sea, face arranged in the grammar of careful bridge building. Behind him, an officer with eyes like a map carried the chest. The lock had an iron's confidence. "A token," the translator said in good, angled words. "A clock that tells the sky's time." He touched his own wrist, miming a pulse. The inspector bowed, time as a gift, iron as courtesy. Hakero, watching from the shadow of a gun platform, felt the city's frame consider a new nail. They opened the chest in the lamplight. Inside, Velvet cradled a compass, a telescope, a brass chronometer that ticked like an imported heartbeat. The tick carried past the circle of men, along planks and down mooring lines, into the shore where Wedges had just taught a cannon how to be still. The translator's mouth made friendly shapes. The officer's eyes watched the lantern flame for wind. The inspector did not touch the clock. He looked instead at the tide marks on the pilings, the country's own clock, and said with a bow, "We will look." In the theater, the fishermen waited out a storm that the audience knew wasn't only weather. The lead actor reached to the side, caught air, and closed his hand as if taking hold of a rope the room could not see. The drum found the bright beat and let it stand alone. Then silence. You could hear sleeves move. You could hear a child somewhere swallow the last of a rice cake. The censor's brush hovered, then set itself down without writing. On Nihinbashi, Sada stacked salted fish into neat beds, toweled his knife, and counted the beats from the key. Not bells, not drums, the borrowed tick of a brass heart. "Keep the bowl steady," he told the apprentice, "even if the sea wants to drink from it." Toward dawn the fog thinned to damp breath. The black ribs out on the water turned from rumor to outline again, iron mouths idling. The inspector climbed the steps with the chest in his arms and passed it to Ishimori's runners as if handing over a sleeping animal. "Time," he said, and did not add whose. Hakiro stood on the platform and placed his palm against the fresh brace. The wood was cool, true. It did not know anything about treaties, it knew whether a line would hold. The young foreman flexed his fingers and peered through the haze. "If they speak with thunder," he said, half to himself, "how do we answer without teaching our roofs to shout?" Hakiro kept his hand on the brace. "We answer with joints that do not fail," he said, "and with mouths that do not lie." He didn't feel wise, he felt necessary. Light lifted, thin as scraped gold. On the flagship a flag climbed. Oars dipped. The small boat pushed off again, angled toward the batteries this time, not the landing. The artillery overseer straightened. A runner moved. A bell on the shore found its one precise note. The chest's ticking faded into the city's breath. The boat halted at a marked distance. The officer stood, raised a trumpet, and called a syllable no register had ever needed. A gun captain on the iron-ribbed deck pulled a lanyard with the delicacy of a man lighting incense. The first thunder came like an argument with the sky. The cannonball struck a buoy beyond the platform and sent up a white plume that folded into itself like a shocked flower. The city did not scream. It made a sound of cloth pressed between teeth. The drum at the theater struck the bright once and then nothing, as if reminding the ribs what a human heartbeat looks like. The officer lowered his trumpet. The boat turned. The buoy rocked in a circle the size of an evening's calm. On shore, Hakiro felt the brace under his palm answer with a small, steady hum, the timber singing back alive. He looked at the inspector. The inspector looked at Ishimori's runner vanishing up the steps. Amiya, behind his shutters, opened his ledger to a blank line. The headman picked up his chalk. The mother put a hand on the little cloth beneath the Buddha and did not move it. The boy found the 3 soft strokes with his finger against his knee, and then, with the courage of the very young, the bright. The bay breathed smoke. The city held its bowl level. The smoke settled into the bay's folds and thinned until it was only a taste on the tongue. The buoy rocked itself back to calm. On shore, men remembered how to lift their shoulders without looking as if they were carrying fear. "We saw," the artillery overseer said to no one in particular. "They meant us too." Hakiro slid his palm down the brace until his fingertips found a knot and rested there, as if touching a though. That might yet harden into policy. The young foreman blew into his fists to warm them and made a face as if the air itself had changed flavor. "Thunder you can schedule," he muttered. "Who taught them that?" On the quay steps the inspector stood very still while the tide practiced its smallest bows. He felt the city's hidden levers engage, runners loosed, boards inked, ropes raised fingerwidths at barriers, lanterns trimmed lean. He closed his book on the shaded door and held it like a weight that had chosen his hands. A clerk came, breath short, sleeves wet to the elbow. "Reply delivered," he said. "They call again at noon." They want our answer in words their engines will respect. Ishimori broke wax and reed lines that made politeness into a thin bridge over deep water. He wrote back with the old craft, time sharpened to a blade, courtesy pressed into a shield, bowing as he stepped sideways, buying hours the way a careful man buys rice in a lean year, enough to keep the bowl from ringing empty. He pressed his seal, felt the carp weight's cool belly steady the page, and thought of a farmhouse shelf where cloth had learned to lie still over a name, of a city that had mastered obedience so well it might forget how to choose. Amiya set baskets into hands and sent them shoreward, food that smelled of ordinary days. "Eat," he told the boy he trusted to run fastest. "Hunger makes panic easy." Under his sleeve the beads found a steady count. He turned to the steward and the clerk in his dim shop. "Fix your prices," he said softly. "Not to win, to hold." The steward's pen paused, then moved. A ledger agreed to be generous where law had no time to ask. On Nihinbashi, Sada wrapped eel with the neatness of a prayer and taught the apprentice how to listen past the bay's accent. "Hear your own market," he said, "not theirs." He sliced thin, arranged the meat like lines meant to be read. The cat blinked and pretended not to approve. The world kept its sense of humor because humor is also a brace. The troop master gathered his actors' shoulder close. "Tonight we are a harbor," he told them. "The story comes in, rests, goes. Don't try to keep the sea." The censor stood in the doorway with his brush asleep and his eyes open. The boy at the drum tapped the 3 soft pulses and held the bright as if warming a coal instead of striking it. "Breath," the master said. "Make the room remember how." At the ward's edge, the mother did what the city could not, changed nothing. Buddha in its ring, cloth smoothed, lamp wick trimmed with fingers that would not shake yet. "We stay countable," she told the child. "We stay kind, that is how we keep a door in the wall." The headman came and did not unroll his board. "Tomorrow," he said. "Tonight, everyone belongs." He sounded like a man counting a flock in fog. Noon arrived with the clean, cruel punctuality of engines. The small boat nosed into the same stone. The officer lifted his trumpet. He did not shout. The ships shouted for him by the fact of their presence. The translator's words made a short bridge over the impossible. The fleet would depart for now. They would return for certain. They would expect an answer that fit in iron. The chest with the brass heartbeat stayed in Ishimori's room. The bay kept its own. A sound went through Edo, not loud but shared. The city's way of letting breath out through its teeth without calling it relief. The inspector closed his eyes for a moment like a man allowing a knot to loosen one turn. "We buy the hours," he said, and only then remembered to add, "for work." The batteries took more wedges. The brace Hakero had set learned 2 more cousins and a crosspiece. "Truth against tide," the foreman said, and he meant joinery and also news. Messages raced beyond streets to corridors where the air always smelled faintly of lacquer and caution. North, to lords who knew how quickly obligations breed. West, to cloisters where robes ruled rooms with soft bones. Up to Kyoto, where the throne wore ceremony like armor and looked down from a high room with eyes that had learned to sit very still. Each answer came back wrapped in its own weather. Expel, delay, consult, obey, remember. Edo held all of it like a bowl that insists it can carry both soup and fire. The poet climbed a stair to the bridge's spine and pinned 3 lines where wind could read and not mock. "Engines keep time. We keep bowls level." Between breath. He watched a patrol stop, read, say nothing, move on. He watched a child lift on tiptoe to trace the strokes in the air, not touching paper, already remembering. The theater opened its mouth at dusk and let in people who wanted to be taught how to sit and feel and not drown. The lead actor's fisherman faced a horizon and learned to tie new knots. The drum gave the bright and then hid its face. The censor's hands held the rail with a tenderness he would not have used for a penned law. In the pause after the last line, a bell rang from the hill with that single note that had become the city's way of not breaking. On the quay, the inspector watched the black ribs turn their backs and begin to move with a confidence that suggested they would return to the same moorings as easily as a sentence returns to its grammar. Oars nibbled water like small teeth. Smoke wrote its name and then erased it exactly where wind told it to stop. He opened his book and drew the little door one more time. This time he did not shade it. He wrote a single stroke beneath it, the old character that means, ready. Hakaro stood long after the crews were sent away and laid his palm on the brace until the timber's pulse felt like his own. "We will build along the whole coast," the foreman said, half hope, half order. Hakaro nodded, already seeing lines and piles in men's backs in the way a city learns a new trade because history says learn. "And when the wind turns?" the foreman asked. Hakaro smiled a tired, honest smile. "We will still need roofs." Amiya counted coin, rice, lantern oil, and then counted quiet. He wrote a number beside quiet that made no sense to any ledger, and still he kept it. Under his sleeve the beads pressed 1, 2, 3, soft, and then the bright he would never say aloud in public, grace. Night arrived like a letter closed without wax. The bay breathed out coal and kept silence. The city swallowed its reflection and decided not to choke. Somewhere far down a corridor, a brush wrote a line about the sun and the barbarians and the right of old orders to remain unbent. Somewhere else, a second brush wrote quietly to the same address. Time asks, roofs answer, do not make our children choose. The ships faded to hard stars on water. Bells counted fewer strokes again, to save iron. The drum hesitated over the bright as if tasting a future and deciding not to drink it yet. When sleep came, it was the kind that listens, dreams filled with doors. Between midnight and dawn, wind turned from the sea toward land. Doors touched their frames and made small sounds you notice only when you expect visitors. Night breathed out and Edo breathed in, listening to its own ribs. Dawn found corners first, a paper screen gilt to pale honey, the rim of a rice bowl going from shadow to milk, a bamboo ladle throwing a small circle of light onto well water. On Nihinbashi, the cat Sada fed each morning tested the air and decided fish would still be cut and salted because people would still be hungry. Sada tapped his knife and heard a good, honest note. "We work," he told the apprentice, and the word sounded like a roof finding its rafters. On the shore, Hakaro and the young foreman came back to the brace as if to a friend who had spent the night alone. The timber was cool, uncomplaining, truer than yesterday because hands had remembered it through darkness. The foreman ran a palm along the grain. "They've gone," he said, not needing to point. Smoke stood on the horizon like a thought that hadn't decided to leave or return. Hakaro set his level on the plank and watched the bubble find the middle with the relief of a throat finding water. "They've taught us a clock," he said. "We'll use it to measure our own work, not their thunder." Runners crossed wards with sleeves pinned back, faces steady. The inspector walked the quay without lanterns, book at his side like a quiet animal. He had drawn a door in it last night and left it unshaded. This morning he turned the page. "Ready," he had written beneath, a word that meant courage in public and questions in private. He stopped where the tide marked stone in thin scallops and listened to a city waking itself on purpose. Brooms on wood, kettles finding voice, the distant, modest clack of clappers as patrols resumed the old grammar of safety. Ishimori sat with the chest the visitors had left, compass, glass, and the brass heart that counted in even ticks. He wound it once and closed the lid so the sound would not argue with his own. On the desk lay 2 sheets destined for corridors that did not touch. One spoke in the language of honor and exclusion. The other spoke in the softer vocabulary of time. Shore batteries, lighter levees where hunger barked, carpenters paid in rice on the day, not the promise. He pressed his seal on both, because that is what the office required, and because he knew a country sometimes walks on 2 legs that dislike each other. The Goningumi headman called a morning meeting under the willow whose leaves shook off fog like a dog shakes water. He read the board aloud. Repairs finished, oil rationed fairly, names counted true, and then looked up at faces that had not slept well. "We will be boring today," he said, and people laughed softly because boring felt like safety with a hat on. We will lift water, we will mend baskets, we will keep the street in one piece so big things have to step around us. Chalk squeaked an underline under the word, counted. The troop master led his actors through breath in. Instead of lines, he counted the rhythm in his hand, 1, 2, 3 soft, and let the fourth fall invisible, lodging in chests like a promise. We are a harbor, he reminded them. Tonight we hold people long enough for them to remember their feet. The censor leaned against the post and let his brush rest. He would write if the angle asked him to. He would not if the angle made mercy obvious. Amiya opened his shutters the width of prudence and stacked trays of rice cakes and bundles of plain cot as if building a little fort against worry. The steward and the clerk returned, eyes less sharp because sleep had been stingy. Prices were written small and stayed small. We pull narrow profits, Amiya said, so the city breathes wide. Under his sleeve, beads pressed a count that felt like gratitude refusing to embarrass itself. By mid-morning, schoolboys traced characters that had suddenly learned new meanings. Beneath heaven, order, within order, kindness, beside kindness, patience. A girl raised a hand. And curiosity, she asked. The teacher, who had slept with the window open to hear the horn that did not return, nodded. Curiosity, he said, keeps fear from telling all the stories. At the ward's edge, the mother set the Buddha down in its dust ring, lifted the cloth and the little cross beneath just enough to touch it with 2 fingers, and let both rest where they belonged. She taught her child to bow to the inspector with a straight spine and to close his eyes over certain names without breaking their shape inside. Bread first, she said. Then bravery if it comes asking and cannot be sent away. Sada sent a bundle to the shore crews, eel, rice, pickles wrapped in cotton that could become a bandage or a rag. Say it's for our men, he told the boy, because foreigners don't know our taste. The boy ran with the careless skill children use to keep bowls level. On the bridge, the poet pinned 3 lines that made themselves small on purpose. Engines sailed off. Bells remember how to ring. Hold the quiet straight. The patrol paused. Reed smiled without permission, moved on. Afternoon slipped in like a respectful guest. The carpenters took down the extra lanterns and left the braces. A city doesn't forget what its hands learned in a hurry. Hakira walked the line and tapped each joint with a knuckle, listening for lies. True, he said, plank by plank as if blessing. The young foreman shaded his eyes and looked toward where the bay turned to sky. They taught us to measure, he said. We will choose what to build. In offices where decisions walk wearing sandals, Ishimori read replies from lords who had slept on ink and pride. Some told him to send iron back with iron. Some told him to feed hungry lanes first so anger would not rent rooms to strangers. One, written in a hand as neat as snowfall, said only, "Time is a blade. Use the dull edge at home and the sharp edge when writing back." He set that one aside and took a long sip of water before he answered anyone. At dusk, the theater filled like a bowl. The fishermen on stage did what fishermen do after storms, mended nets. The lead actor made mending look like a philosophy. The drum's bright beat came exactly once, and the house breathed together around it like hands around a small fire. The censor wrote nothing, then closed his eyes for a heartbeat while applause behaved. The inspector visited the farmhouse empty-handed and left empty-handed, which in a city like this is a kind of gift. The headman walked him to the gate. "We will be boring," he said again, half a joke, half a vow. The inspector smiled with his eyes. "Boring is how frames last," he answered and looked up at the willow, which had never learned panic. Night came without a horn. Lanterns lifted modestly. Bells counted the hour with a relief that did not show off. Amiya balanced accounts and left a little column for grace. Sada rinsed his knife and set it to dry like a thin, obedient moon. The poet blew out his lamp and let the paper breathe. The mother laid a palm on the little cloth and whispered nothing, which sometimes is the strongest prayer. Beyond the bay, the sea kept its own counsel. Somewhere, on a cold deck framed in iron, a man wound a brass heart and listened to it tick. Somewhere else, under cedar and paper, A clerk dipped a brush and wrote a character that meant door and another beneath it that meant choose. Edo, built of frames and breath, slept the kind of sleep that keeps one ear open. And far off, on horizons that belonged to later S, a shadow that was not fog began, very slowly, to learn the coastline's name. Snow is the sort that forgives footprints by noon, but at dawn it writes everything down. Edo wakes into a quiet white, roofs sugared thin, the moat a sheet of pewter. The market opens later, even fish keep still when flakes talk to water. Hakiro shakes the new powder from his sleeves and tests the braces the shore crews left standing. Timber hums the same knot. It did yesterday, cool, sure. Frames remember, he tells the young foreman, who is not so young now and wears his scar like a careful comma between thoughts. The city remembers, too. A brass heart ticks behind a paper screen in Ishimori's office while he writes on 2 tracks at once. One letter to men who insist the sun can be asked to reverse. Another to men who think time is a river that refuses backward. He stamps both, because the office demands it, and closes his eyes afterward as if resting his forehead against a door that will not tell him which side he stands on. Outside, runners cross the snow without slipping. Treaty Inc., someone says softly in a corridor, and the word makes the air cooler. On a desk near the window lies a scrap with a merchant's hand. Coin grows thin, rice grows dear, tempers behave like untrained dogs. Ishimori presses the carp weight on it and writes only, steady. Amiya feels the price of quiet in the weight of silver that no longer rings the same when tapped. Americans bring cloth thick as blunt honesty and tools that make sawdust jealous. Dutch bring lenses that turn distance into a habit. The new treaties widen sleeves for trade and narrow the margins for sleep. We will profit without forgetting our neighbors, Amiya tells his nephew, while under his cuff, beads keep account no ledger can read. He lowers prices where panic wants to pry them up and shortens credit where pride might fall. We are a bridge, he says. We do not get to choose the feet that cross us. We do choose not to break. In the theater, the troupe master trims stories to the bone and lets breath be the meat. The censor, more tired, more human, stands in the doorway and pretends the steam rising from cups is applause. The boy with the drum has become a man with a drummer's wrists. He keeps the city's small heartbeat even when banners in distant provinces begin to argue with the sky. Sano joy is a whisper at first, revere the throne, drive out the barbarians, then a chant in alleys where sake talks too loud. The drum neither agrees nor refuses. It remembers, 3 soft, 1 bright. Rhythm is also an oath. At the farmhouse, the child has long legs now and patience that looks like gentleness. The mother still sets the Buddha in its ring, still smooths the cloth, still touches the hidden cross with 2 fingers like a habit she refuses to apologize for. The inspector, hair gone to silver at the temples, the way frost takes roof tiles, still knocks without hurting the door. He writes less return and more endure, a character whose strokes lean into one another like neighbors in wind. The headman's board grows heavy with unromantic blessings, roofs held, lamps tended, names counted true. Hakiro's world learns new carpentry, docks that want iron bolts, sheds that want wider doors for machines that breathe smoke, watch houses that look farther than a pike ever could. He measures, joins, braces. We build for weather, he says, and weather is learning manners we don't know yet. The foreman nods, eyes on the horizon that has stopped pretending to be just sky. On Nihinbashi, Sada salts and sells and teaches the apprentice how to hear a city's appetite turn. Samurai stipends buying smaller fish, merchants quietly buying larger bowls. Put the fattest cut where the old men will see it, he advises. They worked for our peace. Let them taste it while it lasts. The poem on the bridge changes season by season. Engines, treaties, snow. Hands keep roofs in one piece. Bowls refuse to shake. People read it and do not say so. Reading here is an act of obedience to weather, not to paper. Then a day like a thin edge, flakes falling as if someone were cutting rice paper over the city. A gate where men of consequence pass under guards who know the grammar of ceremony by heart. Ieyasu's palanquin moves like a black seed through white. Hakero is not there. Ishimori is not there. Amiya is not there. But the city is, because a city is always present at its own turning. Men with blades step out of the snow the way letters step out of ink. The first strike is quiet, the kind that makes witnesses doubt their ears. The second makes certainty. Guards shout, slip. The road reddens. The palanquin collapses the way a sentence collapses when a word is removed that held the grammar together. Snow falls into blood and becomes something you cannot name without deciding which side of history feeds you. The assassins shout what banners have learned to say when mouths run hotter than ledgers. Reverence, expulsion, purity, return. The gate remembers the weight of a man falling and keeps that sound in its wood. In the theater district, the drum falters once and then recovers, because hearts do that. In the farmhouse, the mother steadies the lamp before it learns to flicker. The inspector closes his book on a half-written character that could become law or mercy, depending on where the next stroke chooses to land. By noon, the snow eats. Footprints again, but the city knows what it heard. Patrols walk closer. Boards fill with neat lines that decide which names owe which silences. The troop master stands his company where the audience can see their faces. We bow, he says, and we breathe. The censor cannot find his brush for a long minute and then, when he does, writes nothing. Ishimori seals orders that taste like ash. He signs for arrests that will be called a purge by people who count different kinds of coins. He sends rice to lanes that have begun to imagine rice is optional. He stands by a window and watches the snow finish its work of forgetting and feels the exact opposite, memory, grow its roots. Hakero walks past the gate at dusk and touches the hinge with his carpenter's palm. The iron is cold, honest, unafraid of bearing weight. A door not meant to close, he says, not to anyone. The foreman looks toward the palace, toward Kyoto, toward provinces with long memories and short patience. Who keeps the frame when the house argues with its roof? He asks. Hakero does not answer. The drum across the city gives the bright once, and it sounds like a question dressed as courage. Night takes the snow and leaves the stain. Slogans sharpen, coins thin, treaties root. The floating world floats, more careful, less loud, still needed. The farmhouse lamp burns steady. The little cross under wood keeps its modest shadow. The inspector shades the door in his book all the way dark and then, almost against his own hand, draws a new square beside it. Another door. Between them runs a narrow white path through black ink. Room for a single footfall at a time. The door that would not close. The foreman, older now, the scar at his temple a pale stitch, joined him, breath fogging the morning. Frames hold, he said, rubbing his palms, even when seasons try to teach them new lessons. They hold, Hakero answered, because hands remember how. He tapped the brace again once like a promise and turned toward the city. Edo had learned a slower courage. Stalls opened with the same soft clatter, but eyes met longer before each sale, as if measuring trust along with rice. The notice boards wore new lines about prices and lantern oil. The seals shone like small red suns on winter bark. Temple bells struck fewer notes and meant more with each. Patrol clappers stitched the lanes with their old, modest rhythm. The floating world lowered its voice but did not go quiet. Laughter survived by becoming thoughtful. The drummer boy was a man now, shoulders squared by years of 3 soft beats and 1 bright. He stood at the theater gate with the stick across his palm and watched umbrellas bead the street like seeds on a branch. The troop master had more silver at his hairline and less fear in his smile. Angle, he still said, tapping a fan against his wrist, but now he added, and mercy. The censor, older, softer in the eyes, stood beneath the eaves and let the steam from his tea fog the corner of his book. He would write if he must. He preferred to listen. Amiya balanced accounts in a light that knew how to spare itself. Thick foreign cloth, thin domestic coin, tools that breathed smoke, paper that traveled faster than rumor. He reckoned the city's weather and cut his margins where panic tried to widen them. We stay ordinary, he told his nephew, folding plain cotton the way a monk folds prayer. Ordinary is the rope you grab when the deck slips. Under his cuff, beads pressed a rhythm only the skin could read. He lowered the price of salt a finger width and made up the loss with trust, which had always paid late and always paid. Ishimari wrote in two hands at once, one for order, neat as a bridge, one for kindness, slower, as if each stroke listened to the one before it. The chest the visitors had left, compass, glass, the brass heart that ticked, sat on a side table like a tame animal that occasionally dreamed of the forest. He wound it once each morning now, enough to hear its steady foreign breath and remember the door the bay had opened and would not close. Reports came from corridors that loved ceremony and from lanes that loved supper. Banners raised in the west, a garrison in need of shoes, a river village asking for cedar because wind had learned new tricks. He stamped rice, stamped timber, and stamped patience where no board yet had a space for it. At the ward's edge, the farmhouse shelf kept its small treaty with two kinds of faith. The mother's hair had found winter, but her hands were steady. She moved the Buddha into its ring of dust, smoothed the cloth beneath, touched the hidden cross with two fingers, quick, exact, and taught her son, now long-limbed and careful, to bow with a straight spine to inspectors and to grief. The headman's board recorded unglamorous victories, lamps trimmed without incident, a cartaxel mended, a lost child counted and returned with apology cake. The inspector, Temple's silver, knocked with the same gentleness as years ag. Oh, and wrote fewer words, endure, enough, seen. Sada salted fish with the dignity of a man who had kept many mornings afloat. He set the fattest cut where old men would point and pretend not to smile. Peace eats well when it can, he told the apprentice. When it cannot, we slice thinner and keep the bowl level. The cat he fed each dawn had learned to wait without meowing, a skill the city admired. Hakairo's days filled with new shapes, sheds for engines, piers that asked for iron bolts where wood once sufficed, watch houses with windows that looked farther than a spear's reach. He taught younger hands that joinery was an ethics as much as a craft. Truth lives in the seam, he said, tapping a joint until the wood answered with a note that felt like yes. The foreman laughed softly. You've become a priest of planks, he teased. Better than a poet of roofs, Hakairo said, and still when the light went thin he listened for the city's poem anyway. Brush, bell, drum, breath. One afternoon the wind came down the Sumida with the smell of far fires, pine and lacquer and a trace of paper. Not here. Not yet. But the nose remembers what the eyes refuse. Lanes went about their business with smaller motions, like a household tiptoeing past a sleeping child. Amiya sent rice south by modest boats and brought salt north by stubborn ones. He made his nephew repeat the route until the boy could trace it in the air with a finger. The troop master trimmed a scene until it showed grief without touching a nerve, then added a single joke like a lantern cupped in two hands. The drummer waited for the bright and gave it once, like permission to breathe. At dusk, the inspector stood on the quay and watched the tide pull a clean line across the pilings. He had drawn two doors in his book now, the first shaded dark, the second left open, and a narrow white path between them, room for one footfall at a time. He thought of the widow's letter Ishimori kept folded in a private drawer, bred more than banners, and of the hours the city had learned to buy with courtesy and carpentry. We will walk this thinness, he said aloud, to water that never laughed. Night came without horns. Lanterns rose to a practiced height, neither low enough to confess fear nor high enough to boast. Bells counted in frugal strokes. The theater filled like a bowl that knew how to stay steady in a moving hand. The fisherman on stage mended nets and did not look out to sea. The sea came to him in the hush between lines. The censor did not write. He warmed his palms on the rail and let the drum thread the room to one rhythm, three soft, one bright. Then a courier at a run, sandals dark with distance, sleeves clinging with salt. He knelt in Ishimori's room and unfolded a note that smelled of ash and cold iron. A lord in the west had chosen thunder. Banners had found each other. Roads would not be quiet much longer. Edo held its breath the way a beam holds a roof, bearing weight without noise. On the shore at first light, Hakairo ran his palm along the brace as if reading. The wood hummed the old answer, true, but beneath it lay a tremor, the kind a craftsman hears in his bones before a storm chooses a street. He looked inland. The foreman followed his gaze. "What do we build when doors won't close?" he asked. "Bridges," Hakiro said, "and bowls that do not spill when carried at a run." Far off, beyond the clean line where the river learned the bay, a dull blossom seemed to open in the air and fade. Not here, not yet, but nearer than yesterday. In the lane, the drummer raised his stick for the bright, held it there, and found without surprise that the whole city had already placed the beat inside their chests, ready to answer when he lowered his hand. The foreman lowered the drumstick and time began again. People moved with the care of those who know they are being watched by the future. A line of porters crossed Nihinbashi with sacks of rice, as if carrying a sleeping child. The notice board took a fresh line about prices and restraint. The seal glowed like a small sun determined not to set. The Goningumi headman chalked a column called Bread before banners, and no one laughed. Not because it was solemn, but because the phrase felt like the street speaking its best self aloud. Messages learned to run faster. A courier slid into Ishimori's office with dust braided to his hem and set down 3 packets. Kyoto restless, western roads loud, a castle in the east changing the way it breathed. Ishimori read in the posture he used for storms, straight back, slow lungs, eyes on the line that mattered. He sent rice to the wards that had begun to skip meals and lamp oil to corners where fear likes to draft its own shadows. He wrote to an old friend now wearing a new sword at a new court, "Spare the city. Keep the door." The brass heart he wound each morning ticked on the side table without asking permission. Hakiro mended roofs as if roofs could vote. He set braces that would outlast. This season of speeches and made doors that swung true because people were going to be walking in and out more than usual. The young men he taught learned to test a joint with their ear, to hear if wood forgave or complained. "Truth in the seam," he reminded them, knuckles on the grain. "That's how houses keep their word." At the theater, the troupe master rehearsed a play that was only breath, gesture, and the meaning you put in a pause. "Angle," he said, then a word he had added this year and carried like a second fan. "Mercy." The drummer, no longer a boy, kept the pulse like someone timing a heartbeat before a surgeon lifts a knife. The censor sat with his brush laid across his knees and looked exactly like a man lending his eyes to a room he loved and would defend if asked. Amiya moved coin the way a careful man moves windy candles, one at a time with a hand over the flame. He tightened credit on foolishness and loosened it on grain. He sent bolts of cotton to women who would cut and stitch when soldiers took to marching instead of sitting. Under his sleeve the beads pressed, 1, 2, 3, soft, and the bright he would not name aloud, grace. "We profit by making panic unprofitable," he told his nephew, and the boy wrote it in a ledger's margin as if it were an equation. The inspector's hair had accepted winter around the ears. He walked the quay at dusk and watched the tide write and erase the day with neatness. In his book, the shaded door, the open door, and the thin white path between had been joined by a 4th small square, sketched gently, almost shy. A door that swings both ways and does not break. He thought of Katsu Kaishu by the water, the calm in his jaw. He thought of Seigo Takamori riding with a country's heat behind him. He thought of letters guided across town like lanterns carried by 2 hands. "Spare the city," he said into wind, and the wind did not argue. In the farmhouse, the mother set the Buddha in its ring and touched the hidden cross with 2 fingers, then rested her palm on her son's shoulder. He had a worker's hands now and a patience that made strangers trust him. "Bread first," she repeated, as if the words were a charm. "Then bravery if it brings its own bowl." He nodded with a man's quiet and a child's steady heart. Toward evening a rumor found legs that knew where to step without tripping, parleys on the river road. A meeting where 2 men would lean their names together until war had to pick a different street. The city listened with everything it had for listening. Shutters, wells, the pause between 2 strokes of a bell. Hakiro sharpened a plane until it sang and sent his oldest apprentice to the batteries with a basket of rice cakes. "For hands," he said. Hands should not shake when they decide what to hold. The troop master stepped before the curtain and bowed longer than custom. Tonight, he told the house, voice like cloth laying flat, we mend nets. The drum gave 3 soft beats and then the bright like a pinprick of sun through paper. The audience breathed as one body that refused to be many frightened pieces. The censor's mouth softened. He wrote nothing at all. Sada wrapped eel and slipped extra into parcels headed toward the river road. For men who must be generous without admitting it, he told the boy, who ran as if the ground were grateful. At the corner, the poet pinned 3 small lines and then, for the first time, a 4th. 2 men by water. City holds its bow level. Frames remember rain. Knock softly history. The inspector joined Ishimori in a low room where maps lay like sleeping cranes. Lanterns were turned down to keep courage from squinting. Will they spare us? Ishimori asked, not as a magistrate but as a father of streets. The inspector looked at the white path he had drawn between doors and answered with the only honest word he had. Maybe. It felt like a bell's single true note. Night moved like a hand smoothing a sleeve. From the west, drums were rumored, from the east, oars. In the middle, Edo balanced on its own breath and chose to be boring, diligent kind. The headman wrote, lamps safe, roofs checked, rice shared, quarrels postponed. The mother blew the lamp and left the shelf in order, the cloth peaceful over the little cross. Amiya set a bowl of plain food on his counter for anyone who would not ask. The drummer sat with the stick across his knees and waited for a signal that would not tear what it meant to save. Just before dawn, beneath a sky the color of rinsed iron, word reached the quay like a soft tide that had decided to be news. The 2 men had met by water. Words had been traded for fires not lit. The castle would open like a fist that remembers it is also a hand. Hakiro stood very still, as carpenters do when measuring thanks, and only then let his breath out. Frames hold, he said to the brace, to the river, to the roofs, to anyone who had ever put one plank against another with the intention of keeping scent. Rangers dry. The bell rang once, thin, precise, and then again, rounder, as if sound itself had been fed. Doors slid. Palms met. In a lane where the boards had always hung straight, people bowed to the day for learning such a difficult word so early. But wind pushed at the east as if with a memory of fire. Beyond Ueno's hill, a sky would darken before it lightened. Between promise and dawn, there was still room for a match and a misstep. The drummer lifted the stick. The city leaned in. Dawn laid a pale ribbon on the river and a rumor along the road. The castle would open like a hand. Edo would not be taken by flame. The word moved as if walking on the backs of carp, quick, shy, true. Men in padded coats rolled up barrier ropes with a relief they tried not to show. A line of porters crossed Nihinbashi with sacks tied to poles, steadier than drums. The notice board filled with modest instructions, lanterns low, streets clear, keep wells topped, and the seal shone like a sun that knew restraint. But beyond Ueno's hill, banners that did not like compromise gathered their own weather. A stubborn troop, old vows stitched to new anger, took the temple heights and set their faces against the tide. Wind from that quarter smelled of powder and priestly cedar. The city tilted an ear. The inspector closed his eyes briefly on the quay as if listening could add sand to a shore. In his book next to the open door, he wrote one word with strokes careful enough to be prayer: spare. Hakiro walked roofs with a carpenter's grace, touching ridge tiles the way a doctor touches a wrist. Here, he told a pair of apprentices, and here hang buckets, soak mats. If sparks travel, meet them with wet patience. The foreman trotted the lanes, leaving wedges and short ladders where corners make trouble. Truth in the seam, he reminded boys who could not stop glancing toward the hill, and courage in the bucket line. Amiya opened the back door of his shop and set out a pot of rice with a ladle and no questions. Eat, he told anyone who hesitated. Empty bowls trip. He sent Cotton to the bathhouse to tear into bandages if the day asked. Under his sleeve, beads pressed a count that matched the shallow breath of the city. 1, 2, 3, soft, and then a pause that held, as if waiting to see what the bright would be this time. Ishimori stood in a room where maps lay like calm birds. The brass heart ticked on the side table, a foreign patience. He wound it once, then shut the lid. He wanted to hear only Edo. A runner brought a slip from the water's edge, words traded by men whose names would be printed later on paper that still smelled of willow. The castle, it said, would yield with dignity. The streets would be spared by agreement, not by surrender of honor. He pressed his seal on rice for the temple wards anyway, because fires do not always read news. At Ueno, the first canon spoke with a voice trained in other provinces. The reply came ragged, local, fierce. Birds rose, monks pulled bells from beams, crimson banners snapped, powder coughed where prayer mats had once gathered knees. The sound arrived in Edo a beat later, as if the city's ribs had turned into a drum. The drummer at the theater gate lifted his stick and looked to the troop master. The master shook his head once. "Hold," he said. "We are the part of the day that teaches breathing." The drummer laid the stick across his knees and taught quiet to stay. On the hill, shells found roofs that had never asked to be schools for fire. Planks took heat. Lacquer sang its toxic song. The air learned a bitter vocabulary. Smoke climbed with arguments inside it. In the lanes below, ash began to fall in the shape of leaves and prayers. Hakiro's apprentices soaked tatami and lifted them like shields. The foreman led a line that moved like a sentence written with wet brushes. Pass, throw, pass, throw. "Hold," Hakiro called, voice low, even the old command finding a new use. A spark landed on his sleeve. He pinched it out and did not break his rhythm. The inspector walked the line between fear and order with his lantern shuttered. "Wells," he told the headmen, "count them." Chalk squeaked. "East corner full, shrine cistern half, bathhouse hot, use last." The headman's board read like a poem whose verbs are all practical. In the farmhouse, the mother steadied the lamp while flakes of gray sifted through the air like quiet doubts. She touched the hidden cross and then the Buddha's base, equal quick. "Bread first," she told her son, pushing a bowl into his hands. "Then buckets." Amiya's clerk closed the ledger and lifted water with both arms until his sleeves darkened to the elbow. "We will lose profit to steam," he puffed, almost laughing. "It will make us rich in sleep." Amiya grinned despite the smoke. "Sleep," he agreed, "is a currency." He nodded toward the theater. "Keep the drum ready." By late afternoon, the hill heaved like a lung and then coughed its last fierce words. The new guns were patient, the old vows were brave. Patience with irons grammar learns to end brave sentences. The fight thinned. Fire, unwilling to admit defeat, wandered downhill in narrow tongues, testing whether the city would answer with buckets or with panic. Edo answered with wrists. Hakiro found the foreman at a corner where wind always made mischief. They set a soaked mat like a roof over the street's breath. "Up," the foreman said, and the line lifted. "Down," Hakiro murmured, and they settled it into place like a poem finding its last syllable. A boy stumbled, the drummer, stick back in hand now, stepped into the line and kept the count with his voice. 3 soft, 1 bright, a cadence nothing in the world had a right to own, but everyone was welcome to borrow. Ishimori reached the temple ward as the first embers found eaves. He took a bucket like any other man and threw like he wrote, measured, steady, aware that every stroke is part of a paragraph no one will sign but everyone will read. The inspector, hat gone, hair silvered by ash and time, stood in the street and spoke the city's grammar out loud. "You here, pass. You there, throw. You with the pole, pull that beam before it teaches flame how to cross." He looked up once toward Ueno's black edge and closed his eyes. Not in prayer exactly, but in gratitude to any name that answers to mercy. Ash fell on Amiya's shutter like gray rain. He opened halfway and slid 2 rice cakes into a child's hands. "For the line," he said. The child ran, feet remembering where stones are secure. At the farmhouse, the mother tied a damp cloth over her mouth and carried water with the grace of someone who had practiced survival as etiquette. "We do not hurry," she told her son. "We move exactly." Evening, the hour when Edo usually turned silk soft, arrived smelling of cinders, but the line held. Fire, seeing discipline, chose other roofs. Ueno's hill lowered its voice to a sullen crackle. Bells, safe on the ground, rang once as if in apology and once as if in thanks. The drum gave a quiet bright, small as a pin, and the room around it, the whole city, really, seemed to breathe in time. When the last ember hissed out in a shallow bucket and the water calmed, the inspector sat on a step and opened his book with fingers that shook for the first time all day. He drew the door that swings both ways. He left it unshaded. Beneath, he wrote a single character, a compromise between hope and inventory. Live. Hakiro stood with palms on his knees and laughed once, because laughter is what breath does when it finds itself still available. The foreman leaned his shoulder into Hakiro's. "Frames," he said, as if naming a friend. "Frames," Hakiro agreed. Above them, the sky showed the first cold stars, none of them foreign. Smoke thinned. The city checked itself the way a carpenter checks a beam after a tremor, looking for truth in the seam. The bowl had stayed level. The door had not closed. It had only learned to move. Then from the river road, a second rumor, soft, disbelieving, glad. The castle gates would open at dawn. The old house would be handed over with hands that did not drop the roof. Edo would change masters without changing what it had promised to be to its children. A place to count, to work, to breathe. The drummer sat with his stick across his knees and looked at the horizon. He did not strike the bright. He waited for daylight to decide if the city needed music or just the sound of water in buckets and brooms on boards. Dawn moved down the castle walls like a hand smoothing creases from an old robe. Frost clung to the moss in the joints of stone. Crows wrote black kanji against a rinsed iron sky. Edo stood at a respectful distance and watched the great house breathe. No horns, no shouting. Only boots on gravel, calm as counting. On the broad approach, two men faced a door bigger than memory. One wore the Navy's quiet in his jaw, a man who had learned to steer storms by talking to them. The other carried a mountain in his shoulders and the country's heat in his eyes. They did not bow deeply. They bowed exactly. Between them, the city imagined a bridge and put its whole weight on it without making a sound. Hakiro and the foreman stood on a tiled roof across the moat, hands resting on a ridge beam like priests blessing a spine. "Frames," the foreman whispered, as if the word might steady stone. Hakiro nodded. "Frames," he answered, and felt the timber under his palms answer true, as if a house could take a breath on behalf of a nation. Down in the market, Sada unwrapped eel with fingers that knew ceremony. He had salted extra the night before and hidden it under clean cloth, just in case the day wanted gratitude to be edible. "For afterward," he told the apprentice, "we will eat quietly." The cat sat like punctuation and did not beg. Even animals understood a door was deciding its hinge. The Goningumi headman set his board on a post by Nihinbashi and wrote in chalk the only li. "Ni a street can write when history is near and hands are still needed. Bread before banners." People read it the way they smell weather and went on with courage scaled to bowls. Amiya opened his back door, set out a pot of plain rice, and turned his ledger so sunlight would warm the page where he had left a column for grace. Under his sleeve, beads pressed 1, 2, 3, soft, and then paused, holding the bright like a breath shared between rooms. In Ishimori's office, the brass heart ticked under its lid. He did not wind it. He stood at the window and let his own do the work. Reports were stacked and sealed. Rice to temple wards, oil to lanes where lamps had earned sleep. Carpenters paid in rice today, not tomorrow. In a drawer, the widow's letter lay beside a clean brush. He touched neither. "Spare the city," he said, not to anyone in particular, and the paper in the room settled as if lighter by a feather. At the farmhouse, the mother set the Buddha in its ring, smoothed the cloth, touched the hidden cross with 2 fingers, and then laid her palm against her son's cheek. His hands had calluses now, bridge wood, bucket handles, a drum carried when a line needed heart. "Bread first," she said, the old charm made new by use. "Then bravery if it asks politely." He smiled, a man's smile carrying a boy's sincerity, and took the first bucket for the street even though no one had called for water. The troop master stood behind the curtain with his company in a soft cluster. "Angle," he told them, and then more than once, mercy. The drummer, no longer young, still exact, balanced the stick in his palm. 3 soft, he whispered, and we'll wait to see what the bright wants to be. The censor stood in the eaves with his brush asleep. He had written many dots that meant attend. Today his eyes were enough. On the castle road a chest was carried, keys perhaps, or their idea, and a paper slid from one hand to another like a boat passing over still water. The Navy man's mouth made a shape you could call kindness. The mountain-shouldered general looked past him at the roofs, the bridges, the slow cloak of morning. He nodded once, the way men nod to carpenters whose joints hold. A ripple passed through Edo without noise. In the shrine courtyards, priests exhaled. The headman underlined his chalk. Hakiro closed his eyes a heartbeat and felt the ridge beam release a tension it had been holding for years. Sada handed a packet to a patrolman and said simply, "After." Amiya poured tea for a clerk who had forgotten he was thirsty. Ishimori picked up the widow's letter and, without opening it, bowed, as if the paper were a person who had waited long enough. From Ueno's side, the wind still brought a resin bitterness, the last of yesterday's anger cooling on cedar. It wandered into lanes like a tired ghost and found no purchase where buckets still stood and mats still dripped in neat rolls. The city had learned ropes and water the way it had learned prices and pauses, together. The inspector, hat in hand, hair silver as ash and mourning, stood at the moat rail with his book open on his palm. He drew the door that swings both ways and left it unshaded. Beneath it, where he had written live last night, he added a second, smaller character with strokes careful enough to count as prayer. Begin. The castle gate moved. Not crashed, not groaned, moved, like a throat deciding to speak without breaking. Men stepped aside with dignity exact enough to measure. The 2 on the road bowed once more, a fraction deeper, as if acknowledging not victory or defeat, but the weight they had kept from falling on kitchens and wells. The drum at the theater found the bright, once slender as a reed, and the sound went over rooftops like a pin of light through paper. People did not cheer. They did something harder. They stood where they were and kept their hands gentle. Buckets were stacked. Ladders carried home. A rice pot was set on a low fire and watched with patience. Edo rehearsed its future in chores. On the bridge, the poet pinned 3 lines and did not sign them. Door swings, bowl holds. City remembers to breathe. Names learn new roofs. He stepped back and let wind do the reading. Hakiro climbed down from the roof with the foreman, boots finding the familiar steps. Frames held, the foreman said. Hakiro smiled, tired and certain. Frames held, he answered. Now we teach them new doors. From the east, a pale light took the moat and turned it to hammered silver. Somewhere, a bell decided to ring like itself again. One clear note, then another, then enough to mean hour. The notice board, chalk scraped clean for what comes next, waited like a blank plank ready for truth. And from far beyond the bay, too distant to be either threat or comfort yet, a memory of black ribs breathed once in imagination and then faded, as if the sea itself were willing to let the city learn at its own pace. The drummer lowered the stick, the room of the day broad as Edo, narrow as a bowl, held the beat inside its chest. The day unfolded like careful paper. Men rolled ropes, stacked buckets, returned ladders to hooks that remembered their weight. In the moat, ice that had learned to hold its breath through winter let go without complaint. Water took its place like someone stepping back into a familiar room. Across the bridge, the crowd did not surge. It rippled, polite, curious, contained, as if the city had agreed that history should pass through narrow doors so nothing on the shelves would break. On the notice board by Nihinbashi, the headman chalked 4 new characters in a hand even he had not practiced before. People paused, read, blinked. Eastern Capital. The board did not look surprised. It had carried prices and warnings and laws. It could carry a new name without spilling the old one. A city is a bowl, someone murmured. We can pour and still keep. Sada unknotted a cloth and brought out the eel he had salted for after. He cut with the neatness of thanks. Quietly, he told the apprentice, handing parcels to hands that had learned to carry water first and celebration second. The cat walked a deliberate 8 around their ankles and sat, tail flicking, as if supervising a ceremony older than titles. Hakiro and the foreman came down from the roof and stood a moment with their palms on the ridge beam as if pulse could travel through clay. "Frames held," the foreman said, "because saying a truth twice has the decency of sanding a plank smooth." Hakiro nodded and looked toward a low lot by the river where surveyors were stringing lines. "They'll want a school there," he said, "and a telegraph shed, wires like taut reeds." The foreman smiled. "Frames learning to carry voices," he said. "We'll teach the wood to listen." In Amiya's shop, coin clinked with a new accent. He tested its ring, not suspicious, just precise. "We will learn their weights," he told his nephew, "and keep our measures. We remember how to be fair, that is heavier than any metal." He set aside bolts of plain cloth for uniforms that would arrive as paper first and as men later, and he lowered the price of salt on his own without waiting for the board. Under his sleeve, beads pressed the rhythm his father had taught him. He did not count them, he let them count him. Ishimari wrote a letter in a hand that had learned restraint. It did not go to a lord. It went to a street, a set of instructions for wells, for stairs, for shutters in wind, for mats kept damp in summer, for lamps placed well, for rice distributed on time, for hands that know how to lift together. He laid the carp weight on it and felt the old cool belly steady something inside his chest. On the side table the brass heart ticked, patient, foreign, sure. He wound it once more, then closed the lid and for the first time did not listen to see if the sound came through. The inspector took his place at the moat rail and opened his book. He drew the door that swings both ways and left it unshaded, as before. Then he turned the page to a clean field and did not draw at all. He stood with the blank open like a palm. "We will write with how we carry water," he said to no one, and heard the city answer with the exact noises of work, the modest music that outlasts drums. In the farmhouse, the mother set the Buddha in its ring, smoothed the cloth, touched the hidden cross, and then sat with her son and warmed her hands over steam. She did not speak for a while. Silence in this house kept good company. "They changed the name," she said at last. "What do we call our street?" The son smiled, his face newly thinned into a man's. "Home," he said, and she nodded because sometimes a boy earns the right to define the word you've been using all your life. The troop master stepped in front of the curtain and didn't speak for a breath. He held his fan closed and looked at the house the way a fisherman looks at his net before casting. "We will show a door," he said, "and a bowl, and a hand that learns to open without dropping what it holds." The drummer weighed the stick, feeling the polished spot his thumb had made over years, and gave 3 soft beats that sounded like someone saying grace, then kept the bright in his palm, waiting for the story to claim it. On the bridge, the poet pinned 3 lines and stood back. Name changed, bowl did not spill. Wind learns our alleys by heart. We answer with roofs. He did not sign. It was enough that the day could read. By noon, Surveyor Twine crossed the lot by the river like a new kind of brushstroke. Children came and stared. "Is it a road?" one asked. "A wire's shadow," said the foreman, measuring span with his arm, eyes narrowed as if listening for tautness yet to come. Hakiro marked post holes with a heel, solemn as right. "Frames first," he said, "voices later." He looked up at the sky's clean blue and imagined dots of iron moving to a schedule, breath-given engines that needed it. "We will still need row." "Ofs," he added. The foreman laughed. "Until it rains differently," he said, and they both pretended they did not know how many kinds of rain the world owned. In the lanes, the clerk whose ledger had always smelled faintly of rice starch carried a pot down the line and filled bowls without counting, then returned to his counter and wrote numbers that forgave the difference. "Bread before banners," the headman's chalk kept insisting, and it turned out you could read while chewing. At dusk, the bay gave back a memory, a distant horn, not a threat now, just a fact, and the city did not flinch. It had learned to recognize the voice and to file it in the cabinet where weather lives. Lanterns rose to that practiced height between caution and joy. The bell took its time and then spoke exactly the hour it meant. The theater filled with bodies that needed to be together in the same room for a while. The censor, who had drawn many dots in his book that meant attend, closed the cover for the night and used his hands to clap along with the ordinary miracle of actors making breath look like a map. Amiya locked the front door and left the back open for the last laborer, a thin man who paid with thanks and took with care. Sada wrapped eel for an inspector who had left his hat somewhere in the line. They shared a nod that felt like two veterans recognizing a battle none of the songs would sing. Ishimori slid the widow's letter from the drawer and set it beneath the brass heart with a bow. "Bread," he said. The clock ticked as if agreeing in a language that had learned humility. Night stretched its sleeves, clean for once. The city lay down like a carpenter's true line, no tremor, no cheat, and let sleep hammer things flat that day had bent. In the river lot, string hummed the tune wind gives it. In the farmhouse, cloth lay smooth over a name that had learned to keep its size. In the inspector's book, the blank page waited for a sentence written in water and wood. Above it all, the ridge beams pressed their foreheads together in the quiet conversation only timber understands. The new name settled into the old grain. The old grain made room. Somewhere far from shore, iron ribs breathed in darkness and kept a schedule. In the rooms where bowls sat full enough, nobody minded. The drummer laid the stick across the frame and listened to the city hold its own beat without him. Lanterns kindled at their old, agreed heights. Telegraph poles rose where willow branches once wrote their cursive in wind, lines humming like insects learning a new prayer. Between rice shops and print stalls, a slim shed went up with windows like careful eyes, batteries sleeping in rows, a key on a table waiting for fingers to teach it how to speak lightning into sense. Children pressed their noses to the glass and learned a vocabulary of dots and pauses before they knew the names for distant towns. Hakiro chalked a true line along the floor and showed two apprentices how to set the counterbrace so the wall would not shiver when the wire sang. "Listen with your wrist," he said, laying their palms against the timber. "You will know when it has decided to belong." The foreman raised the frame, counted under his breath, and the shed stood, a square humility in a street of practiced modesty. When the first click traveled the wire and entered the room as sound, everyone smiled without asking what had been said. Meaning could come later. For now, the city was proud that a voice had made the trip without breaking. At Nihinbashi, Sada cut eel in strokes so clean the flesh forgot to resist. He wrapped parcels with the neatness of thanks and set one aside for the patrol captain who had counted lanterns through too many nights. "For your rounds," he said. The captain bowed, deep enough to be real. The cat traced a figure 8 and blinked as if to say that piece too must be fed. Amiya stood at his counter and weighed a silver coin that wore a new emperor's face. He tapped it gently. The ring was honest. He set beside it a copper that had passed through 100 hands and had learned those hands' warmth. "Keep both," he told his nephew. "Do not forget which paid for roofs. Do not forget which bought time." Under his sleeve, beads pressed their rhythm. He let them measure him, not the other way around. In the farmhouse at the ward's edge, spring light touched the little shelf like a hand that had learned gentleness. The mother set the Buddha in its ring, smoothed the cloth, touched the small hidden cross. Her son, no longer a boy, stood behind her with a bucket-hardened grip and a straight back. "We will be counted," he said, voice even, "and we will keep what we keep." She smiled, a soft light. "Bread first," she answered, and they both laughed because the words had grown old enough to be a joke and still new enough to save a day. The troop master rehearsed a scene without lines. A fisherman on an empty stage mending a net, knot by knot, the sound of cord talking to tired fingers. The drummer watched and kept time on his own knee, 3 soft, 1 bright, then stopped and simply breathed with the room. The censor stood in the doorway without a brush. He looked older and kinder, as if he had finally understood that mercy outlives cleverness. Ishimori's office had begun to learn the smell of ink that is not afraid. He wound the brass heart one last time and placed it, ticking, beneath the widow's letter. He had never opened the page again. He did not need to. The request had already been answered every time a pot of rice went where anger might have gone. He pressed the carp weight on a final order, cedar for roofs, rice for lanes, oil for lamps. then set the seal aside and let his hand rest. Outside, the telegraph tapped a polite impatience. He smiled and thought of a country teaching itself to speak quickly without forgetting how to listen slowly. The inspector walked the key as he had since youth, a little stooped now, hair silver as an old coin. His book lay open in his palm. On its last page the door that swings both ways waited, unshaded. He drew below it the faintest of bridges, 2 strokes that met in the middle and held. He closed the book and felt the soft weight of a life spent choosing where to look and how hard. Across the water, black ribs moved on someone else's schedule and did not frighten him. The city behind him was busy being itself. That was enough. On the new telegraph shed step, the poet pinned 3 lines and did not wait to see if anyone read them. Wire hums bowl steady. Old law holds the ladder rungs. New wind learns our roof. He walked away smiling because the rhyme he needed, the one between mercy and order, still sounded true in his head. Before evening, the headman chalked the board beside the bridge. Beneath prices and permits he left a narrow band of blank wood and wrote a single character in the margin, small as a nail head. Share. People glanced, nodded as if the word had been there the whole time, and made room in their baskets without ceremony. Dusk came with cherry petals in the gutters and sawdust in the telegraph shed. Lanterns rose to that height the city had always loved, neither too proud nor too frightened. The bell found its calm hour and spoke it without hurry. On the hill where banners had once burned, grass grew, stubborn and clean. Children ran there and rolled down, shrieking, while their parents watched with the relieved attention of people who have earned a quiet laugh. And then, because a city is a living instrument, the day tuned itself for one more note. The drummer brought his stick to the gate with hands that did not shake. He looked at the troop master. The master nodded, the gesture an old blessing. The stick lifted. Silence leaned in, happy to be included. 3 soft beats stroked the street. Breath, breath, breath. The bright came last, small as a pin of sunlight through paper, and it stitched the room of the evening, Edo, Tokyo, river, roof, bowl, frame, into one thing that could be carried forward. Silence had done its work. It had taught people how to listen for one another. Steel had done its work. It had made men slow with their anger, fast with their hands. Order, stubborn, awkward, generous, had kept bowls full enough for courage to be patient. The door the sea had opened did not close. It learned to be a hinge. The city learned to be a bridge, and the river kept its promise to both banks. Later, when lanterns burned low and shutters breathed in time with sleep, Hakiro stood outside the telegraph shed and rested his palm on the beam he had set. He felt it answer with that quiet carpenter's truth that needs no witness. Frames hold. Voices travel. Bowls stay level if carried with 2 hands. He looked up and saw no iron against the stars, only the mild geometry of roofs. Somewhere beyond the horizon, engines kept their schedules, brass hearts ticked without asking, and new maps drew themselves in confident lines. Here, water lay down and rested, and wood remembered how to be kind. The inspector's book slept. Amiya's beads slept. The mother's shelf slept, both names safe under one roof. The drum slept with its stick across the frame like a poem under a hand. And the city, which had learned to float on rules and appetite, on silence and steel, chose, gently, decisively, to keep breathing.